rain today. Stone in to Jennings. It's angled away down towards third man. That'll run away for 4 runs. Played nicely by Jennings. So there's been some good games. Jennings on the walk here. Advancing towards Stone. He'll get 4 more. A step or 2 down the pitch. And to Jennings, who's on the walk, and then just glances that away off his hip down towards the fine leg boundary. And away it goes for 4 more runs, and Jennings moves on to... There's Stone back in, bowling to Jennings. Timed nicely away behind square on the leg side. And over the rope it goes. 4 more to Jennings.
Wells on the strike, and bowled him. Terrific bit of bowling by Dane Patterson, and there is the breakthrough. Notts have got the first wicket. Wells has been cleaned up by Patterson. Somewhere only we know, is that?
Yeah.
Short, pulled away, lovely connection from Keaton. Jennings, and the ball has run up the advertising boards, which is, as always. There's Patterson in once more, and Bohannon's gone after that, drives it into the offside and through the offside, past the diving Jack Haynes. And Stone has played 3 test matches himself, and this one forced through the offside by Bohannon. Just can't quite see the rope, but I think it's gone.
Pitch was a little bit slower and he should have come up earlier.
Next delivery is cut through the offside. Nice looking shot from Bohannon. Doesn't even venture a pace or 2 down the track. Round fixtures. Here Ollie Stone comes in and he's gone for the square cut and makes a lovely connection, lovely sound off the bat there. Josh Bohannon cutting this away for 4.
Oh, he's edged it this time, and Clark makes no mistake.
Well, here's Dylan Pennington looking for his first strike of the day into Keaton Jennings. He's going to get runs here. He's going to get 4 of them, I think. Just clips it through the leg side. There's no protection out there. Patterson to conclude the over, and Lancashire get off 71 with a lovely square cut for 4. He's just been waiting for that. Well, here's Patterson into bowl to Keaton Jennings, who pulls this one away onto the leg side in the air. It's gone all the way for 6. Well, that would have been a delivery that would have been...
Meanwhile, it's Ollie Stone again, and Jennings driving that imperiously straight back past the bowler. Nobody had a chance of getting anywhere near that in recent years. Flicked off his legs just for a single. That'll bring up his 50. Well played innings as well so far from the Lancashire captain, who raises his bat to the capacity crowd here at Trafalgar Road. Flirts at that, does George Bell. It's wide of the off stump, but it gets him off the mark with a rather streaky boundary down to third man. He'll be pleased to get off the mark, but maybe not so pleased with the way he's done it. Scurries up to the pitch again, and Jennings meets him. Couple of strides, didn't quite time it, but it's got straight back past the bowler without luck. There he is in again. Jennings crashes this through the covers, through extra cover. A bit too much width on the ball, a bit too full.
Pennington wicketless on the day. He's been called up to join the England party, and he drops this one on the pads of Bell, who's really just...
Sorry about that.
Next delivery. He's edged and caught. Pennington's got his wicket, nicked to slip, and the safe hands of Calvin Harrison, gobbled up by his standards, a very easy one. 112 for 3, short, and Jennings will larrup this away on the leg side for 4. Next delivery is chipped onto the leg side straight to Ollie Stone. That's a tame wicket given away there, just pushing at the ball and just lobbed it up straight into the hands of Stone. Like I say, you don't often see him fielding at mid-wicket.
Bonds of Ellswick with the caterers.
Yes.
As Balderson flicks that off his pad, it's gone away fine and will beat fine legs. So that's 4. High action again, edge this time past third slip, and this will run away quite quickly. Successive boundaries then for Balderson. Harrison steps up again, too short this time, and punched away by Balderson. That's a good shot, up on his toes, waited for it and has cracked it through extra cover for 4. Short, not quite got hold of it, but enough on it to get it away down to fine leg. That's going to be 4 more. It's a poor ball from Harrison.
Liam,
you were there?
Liam Patterson-White bowls, and Keaton Jennings comes down the track, lofts it. I think it's gone one bounce. It has one or two bounces over. Stone comes in again, once more on the pads and tucked away. There'll be at least a couple here, and in fact there won't. There'll be another boundary. That's the problem, isn't it? There's just one man down it.
Yeah. Down the pitch comes Jennings, hits that back from where it came from, bouncing up towards the sight screen, and 4 more for Jennings. And on the walk is Jennings, clipped away down towards fine leg, and that'll reach the boundary for 4. There's a fine leg fielder, he twirls the bat and settles back into his crease. Keeper crouching down behind the stumps. Down the pitch he comes, hits it back over the bowler's head, running down towards the boundary at long on, all the way for 6.
He can go again if he wants, and he does.
He goes for 6 more. Probably even bigger this time. That's in towards the trees again, I reckon. Little hedgerow separating the ground from the houses. 6 more for Balderson. Patterson to Jennings. Driven for 4, lovely shot. Takes him within 1 run of 100. 99 not out, brings up. Waits for Pennington, who's in and bowls. This'll be it, run away towards deep backward point. The century number 4 of the season for Keaton Jennings. Patterson to Balderson off the back foot, edged, gone. Patterson strikes. Good low catch. In and balls. Good looking shot off the back foot by Chris Green, beautifully hit to the left of mid-off where Hamid scampers after it.
224 for 5, and this one's short and punch through the offside, a back foot punch from Green for 4. 4 carriages on that one, and one comes the other way now then. It's the pad and given, and Lyndon James has got a wicket. He's got Chris Green. It was nice and full, wasn't it? And just had a little look on the monitor there, and James again is doing a good holding job here. As I say that, opens the face, does Tom Bailey, and just guides this down to the unprotected 3rd man area. Pack slip Corden, just angled down the leg side and tickled away for 4. That's an error in line, a bit of a clubbing. That's Pennington bowls, shot, pushed through the offside. Another nice bit of timing from Bailey. Saw him play one of those earlier. That's very, very nice indeed. Gets a boundary through the offside in Lancashire. Crossing the country to play for Lancashire is Ollie Stone to bowl for him, and again slammed through the offside. He's been at the non-strikers end for a while, and there's another one that's hit the road. Stone in again to him, and he's gone again, this time straight down the ground for 4. It's almost the latter stages of a 50-over match this day. Jennings has won the last 2 rounds and goes again. That's 3 in a row. This one's wide of the off stump again. A comfortable height to be a square cut, but Jennings drives this elegantly. That really was a lovely shot. Again, advanced out of his crease to Dylan Pennington and just dismisses it from his presence through the off. Stone starts a new over, and well, he slammed this through the offside. There's Tom Lote, the sub-fielder, and that's a boundary. Again, a run of 3 boundaries. In comes Stone again. He's gone after this, and he's hit this many a mile onto the leg side, and that's gone out of the ground for 6. There's 1 or 2 looking to clamber over the fence at the far side, seeing if they can see in the bushes where it might have landed.
For Lancashire. Here's Pennington. Edged, gone. Williams out. 3rd ball for Naught. Edged behind to Clark, who takes a good catch.
He wants to play for Lancashire if he does.
Pennington to Jennings, hammered away, back over the bowler's head, down towards the boundary. 1 bounce from 4 to bring up the 150 for the Lancashire captain. He does like batting here. Chipped away at 8 wickets and looking for a 9th now. Jennings, he's going to ramp this over his shoulder, down towards the boundary, and it's 6 more.
That's Lyndon James with 3 of the wickets. Bowls to Jennings, and again that's gone down the ground, a big blow.
Final ball of the day, and that's turned out towards the leg side by Keaton Jennings, and it is 6 dot balls to end the day.
1864. We were first class then,
And we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
We are in a hard world of professional elite sport.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. We are back again.
It isn't a nice Sunday school tea party. There are no hiding places.
It's another monster hit for six.
I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
You put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. Doesn't work like that, does it?
It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff and everyone in it.
A few wins put together, maybe they could actually reach finals day.
Well, that's a ferocious looking shot.
We don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity.
They're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The reality dawns, that is what professional sport is.
Good morning and a warm welcome from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club for day 3 of this Vitality County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire. Not a ball bowled on day 2, but day 3 is starting on time. We have 104 overs to be bowled today. Scott Reed, Dave Bracegirdle and Callum Flynn, your team through the course of the next few hours. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Scott. Did you forget how many overs we were going to have then?
I did. Yeah, I
Four.
did. Yeah, I did.
Do you think we'll get them all in?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No. But I hope we do.
Cheery start.
I hope we get them all in.
I've tried to keep your spirits up over the last 48 hours. I didn't think I'd have to do it so early this morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we're going to get some cricket. It was wretched yesterday. Absolutely wretched. I think many of us expected we wouldn't get a ball bowled once the heavy stuff had set in, but they kept trying, bless them. The umpires went and had lots and lots of inspections. The ground staff were playing the okey cokey all day long. We'll get the covers on, we'll get the covers off, we'll get the covers on, etc., etc. But you feel for the ground staff on days like that. You feel for the spectators who didn't see any cricket, but we're going to get some today with Lyndon James kicking things off. And Nathan Lyon straight away drives down the ground, upishly over Asib Hamid at mid-off, and we'll get a boundary. So that's a positive start, a positive intent from Lancashire. First ball of the day, Nathan Lyon has doubled his score from no board. Well, the board is still in the same somnolent state it was in yesterday. Now it moves up to 348 for 8 and Lyon on to 12. Lyndon James in again to the Australian. Works this to mid-wicket where Ben Slater does the fielding. So just in terms of where we are at the moment in the match, this is the 97th over. Bonus points, of course, can be accrued up until the end of the 110th. So this is a really important phase for both sides. Lancashire 2 runs away from a third batting bonus point, and if they get that, you'd imagine Keaton Jennings, well, this was into the pad, and there's a wicket. So Nottinghamshire have got maximum bowling points, and Lyndon James got his 4th of the innings and 3rd ball of the morning. I think it was Nathan Lyon looking to play to leg, and he's been struck in front by Lyndon James, and the Australian has to go for 12. 348 for 9, and the moment that the crowd who were here from about 9:30 on the first morning they've stayed here throughout very patiently, and now going to get their reward for the first time in the match. On the field comes Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, Lyon out for 12. I don't think Lancashire should be messing about here today. You try and get to that 350 mark, maybe, well, as many as they can potentially, and then set about bowling and seeing if they can take some wickets. So here comes Jimmy Anderson. There's the majority of spectators inside the ground on the first day were hoping, I think, for Lancashire to win the toss and bowl first, so they could see Jimmy have a bowl. And then just a classic situation on the first day, because there were, of the 22 players on show in this match, 21 took some part on the first day. The only player that didn't was Jimmy, because Lancashire at the close of play on day 1 had Lyon and Jennings batting. But here he comes out to the middle to join his captain Keaton Jennings. So there's a few things at play here. There is that the bonus points, and Dave has just rightly said that Nottinghamshire have got themselves maximum bowling bonus points. Lancashire 2 runs away from another batting bonus point. As Lyndon James is in to Anderson from around the wicket, and that slides through into the gloves of Clark, and there's no run. So Lancashire will be, well, they've continued to bat on here. They could have possibly declared, I suppose, but that extra batting bonus point and trying to get to 350 is still very much a priority. As James comes in and bowls to Anderson, who's hopping back and deflecting the ball, I think, off his thigh pad behind square for a leg bite. Yep, that is a leg bite. So Anderson remains on 0. Lancashire move on to 349 for 9. So 1 run away from the bonus point. But of course the bonus points are available, batting bonus points now, because Nottinghamshire have got their maximum bowling bonus points, are available until 110 overs. They could potentially have a dart at trying to get to 400. Of course, Jennings is still got that possibility of a double century as well. He's 183 not out as he faces the final ball of the first over, and that will be the 350 for Lancashire. Down towards the 3rd man boundary for 4 runs. Played it very carefully, just up an open face of the bat, and ran down towards the boundary rope. And that is the declaration as well. So they've got to the 350. And they've declared straight away. So I suppose job done, really. Potentially for both sides, that really. Because they've got themselves the maximum bowling bonus point, and Lancashire get to 350 as well. Yeah, we've started on time, and Lancashire have just declared 1 over of batting, but it's produced another batting bonus point for Lancashire. They've got to 353 for 9, and then declared with Keaton Jennings on 187. So it's now over to Jimmy Anderson as Lancashire declared their first innings on 350 at 3 for 9.
Well, that was a very eventful few moments, wasn't it? We just had the one over, a 4, a dot, a wicket, a dot, a leg by, and then another 4. So boundaries top and tail in the over, and then the declaration by Keaton Jennings. So clearly not interested in a couple of things there. Keaton Jennings could have been the first man to carry his bat for Lancashire against Notts since I think 1926. And also, that double 100 wasn't too far away. Obviously, is the only man to get a triple 100 on this ground. Could have backed it up with a double 100. But Keaton Jennings clearly looking to from here with just under 2 days left, trying to conjure up a win if he possibly can by declaring on 353 for 9. So Jimmy Anderson, not out. Keaton Jennings 187 not out. The 1 wicket to fall was that of Nathan Lyon, the Australian spinner, who I suspect we'll see with ball in hand through a large part of the afternoon. He scored a boundary and then fell out for 12 LBW to Lyndon James, who ended up with 4 wickets. So it was brief, but we've had some cricket and quite eventful as well.
Yeah, I'm not massively surprised by the outcome of that. As you say, Dave, from Lancashire's view here, and having batted first, there's not much point, I don't think, in stringing it out. They've got to that 350. I'm not so sure that captain would have been, well, you're clearly not that bothered about trying to get to 200. And if there is to be a result with so much time lost already in this match, then Lancashire need to set about trying to take some wickets. So it's probably about the perfect outcome, really, just taking 1 over to get to 350, and then the declaration, of course, in that time Nottinghamshire able to secure another bowling bonus point. So kind of worked out pretty well, hasn't it, for everybody, really, I think. The required addition of an extra point, and then we'll see what Nottinghamshire can do first innings time. It'd be interesting to see what 353 looks like. Keaton Jennings was suggesting on the first day he felt that was quite a decent way above par. He reckons about 270, 280 might be around about the par score here. So if that does turn out to be the case, and that's a very good first innings score, but Nottinghamshire will back themselves to be able to make sure that nothing silly happens, I think, on this third day. If there is to be a result either way, then it's going to have to be a really eventful third day. We've lost so much time in the match.
Yeah, very much so. With regards to the par score and what Lancashire did on day one, certainly that period between tea and the close is where it got away from Notts. 194 runs scored for the loss of just 2 wickets. Obviously, Keaton Jennings absolutely at the very top of his game, and when that second new ball came along, he was there ready to pounce. It had a little watchful period in the lead up to the 80th over, but as soon as Asiba Mead called for that second new ball, he went on the attack, particularly severe against Ollie Stone, who lost his line for a little bit. There were a lot of leg side deliveries that were tickled away, and if they didn't go away off the face of the bat, they went away off the pad. There was a period where there was a lot of leg buys being accrued. So 353 for 9. I think it's a good batting wicket, and hopefully the weather will play ball. We've got the first signs of a little brightness overhead. Can't quite see any sunshine, but the clouds just starting to part a little bit. I think if you use a little bit of imagination, you can maybe just see the first signs of some blue sky up there somewhere. I think the forecast is pretty decent for today. Maybe not so spectacular for tomorrow, but we should, I think, get a large portion of the play in today, and this game can really move on. One thing that will be, I guess, of a little bit of concern for Notts is that they went into this morning -2 on their over rate. Well, they've only bowled 1 over. I don't really see that there's any way that they can have totally rescued that. However positive a spin they'll want to put on that. first only over we've seen. So they'll be hoping that Lancashire do at some stage have to bat for a second time so they can attend to their over rate. -2 it was. Nathan Lyon is the only Lancashire bowler we can see out there loosening up at the moment, just turning his arm over. So, in fact, I beg your pardon, it's Chris Green out there turning his arm over. The other Australian international, I expect we'll see a fair chunk of Jimmy Anderson and Tom Bailey and Will Williams this morning before we get down to Green and Lyon. I understand Tom Hartley's on the ground today as well. He's made it back from the Caribbean, and I think there's one or two members of the England party still stranded over there. They've got, I'm not sure what storm we had here at Southport yesterday, but they've got Storm Beryl in the Caribbean, and it's not very nice at all, is it?
It doesn't look that way, no. Let's see one or two of the Lancashire players emerging from the pavilion. For viewers on Lancs TV, you get a chance to win a signed Jimmy Anderson shirt. And you can enter that competition by following the QR code on screen. If you fancy winning a signed Jimmy Anderson shirt, might well be the last time we see Jimmy bowling for Lancashire. We don't know. Don't know whether he's going to play again for the Red Rose. Of course, his big farewell comes... Well, it's just next week, I think, isn't it? The Test match, or it's early July anyway. First Test match at Lord's. Comes around pretty quickly for him on the back of this match.
Of course, certainly one of his new squad mates. We don't know the makeup of the team, the England team yet, but of course Dylan Pennington in the Notts side for this game. And of course, he's been selected for the first time for England. Pennington bowled 23 overs, 2 for 70 for Notts on the first day. His opening bowling partner Ollie Stone, 20 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 93. As I say, got a bit of stick with that second new ball. Dane Patterson, 22 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 53. The two spinners, Calvin Harrison, 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 20. Liam Patterson-White, he disappeared for a couple of big blows off the bat of Keaton Jennings, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 26. And the one I haven't mentioned, Lyndon James, very much the pick of the bowlers, finished with 18 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 61. Lancashire 353 for 9 declared from 97 overs, and those Keaton Jennings stats just worth a little look. He's got 187 not out, who's at the crease for 400 minutes. So what's that? Getting on for 6 3/4 hours. In the end, he was at the crease. 259 balls faced, 27 fours, and 4 big sixes. And like I say, he was just really 1 wicket away from carrying his bat against Notts. Would have been the first Lancashire player since 1926 to have done that, and he was only 13 runs away from the 200, but neither of those things interested him this morning. See some photographers getting ready to see Jimmy Anderson coming out onto the field. You'll imagine he's going to tuck himself in behind the rest of his teammates, won't you, as Keaton Jennings leads them out. They're all ready at Lancashire. You can see, those of you watching the live stream from Lancs TV, you can see everybody's ready to go. In the background, Ben Slater, who got a century in the last match for Notts. Asib Hamid, who got a double 100 against Lancashire at Trent Bridge, the match a couple of months ago that Notts eventually won. They're all ready to go. We're just waiting for our 2 umpires. And you'd think with all the cricket lost yesterday, they'd be very keen to get them out there and crack on with it, wouldn't you? Our umpires are Tom Lungley and Martin Saggers. Our scorers, Chris Rimmer for Lancashire and Roger the Duke Marshall, as ever, doing the notching for Notts. They're away the other side of the pavilion in the old DJ box there, looking on. They've got a good vantage point. Popped in yesterday when the rain was at its heaviest, just to get out of the rain really and have a bit of a natter to the scorers. Frustrating day yesterday. There was a good number of people came in the morning, and the numbers dwindled throughout the day as people slowly began to realise that no, we're not going to see any cricket here. It's getting more and more frustrating. The rains kept coming. 1 or 2 of them got an absolute soaking. I think there was only so many selfies you could get with David Lloyd, and so many Bumble autographs you could get on the day that people began to drift away. And it was It really was a disappointing day. There were plenty in hospitality. I would imagine it was quite a nice day for the Southport and Birkdale Club, our hosts this week. They will have, I'm sure, managed to have a good day hospitality-wise, with people enjoying the food and the drink in the marquees. Big numbers going in there today as well. We've already heard one rousing rendition of Happy Birthday, Scott.
Wasn't for me.
It wasn't for you, no. Nor were the sausage or bacon butties for you. You weren't able to get your name on the list this morning for those. Here come the umpires. Here come Lancashire, and trailing on behind, the left-handed Ben Slater, who wears number 26, and Asiba Mead, the Bolton Bradman, they call him. Former Lancashire player, of course, Asiba Mead, who wears number 99 and captains Nottinghamshire now, took over the reins at Trent Bridge from another former Lancashire player, Stephen Mullaney, who at the moment is combining a second 11 captaincy and coaching role. Is responsible really for bringing the next generation through. So we're going to get underway in a moment.
Yeah, welcome listeners on 5 Sports Extra here to Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club as well. And you're just in time to see Jimmy Anderson opening up the bowling for Lancashire, following Lancashire's declaration of 553 for 9. Both sides adding to their points tally overnight, with Nottinghamshire picking up a bowling bonus point and Lancashire the additional batting bonus points, having got themselves to 350, keeping Jennings unbeaten on 187 at the end of their innings. And it's Anderson to get this second innings of the match underway, with 3 slips in place and a gully and a fine leg and a backward point, mid-wicket, mid-off and a mid-on, and it's Hasib Hamid. Here's Anderson's first delivery of the summer. In and bowls a beauty to Hamid. And it nips into the gloves of Matty Hurst, and there's no run.
Looks rusty, doesn't it? First competitive delivery of the summer, and it's right on the money, right in that difficult channel just outside the off stump for Asiba Mead. Big smile on the face of Jimmy Anderson as he turns.
And again to Hamid, is off the back foot and defends carefully away towards the leg side, and there's no run.
Yes, in a sense it may well be the changing of the guard this game and the first test match. Dylan Pennington, who's in that England test squad, bowled nicely on the first day for Notts. Remains to be seen if he'll get a place, get a starting place in the 11 alongside Jimmy Anderson, or whether he will be seen as heir apparent for the second test onwards.
Anderson to Hamid in defending. Ball rolls away down towards backward point as he gently cushions it down into the ground, and there's no run. 3 dot balls to start with for Anderson, who's not played since March, having been with Lancashire's squad in Canterbury last week, continuing his build-up to his final test match of the summer. Sets in and bowls over the wicket to Hamid, again off the back foot and angled away to backward point, where Chris Green fields, and there's no run.
I think the word from the gate was that 1,800 advance tickets had been sold for today, which is pretty good. Can't see many gaps, can you? Lots of deck chairs all around the ground, and already the ice cream vans and burger vans and the bars are doing a roaring trade.
0 for 0, not second in their first innings. Anderson to Hamid, he gets forward and defends, and there's no run. Yes, it was. We're next to the hospitality tent, and the bacon and the sausage butties and the teas and coffees were doing a fair trade. And then, as soon as Lancashire came out to start this second innings of the match, and as soon as the announcement that it was Anderson to open up the bowling, well, people started to emerge from the tent to watch Anderson here for Lancashire. Balls to Hamid, right forward and defends, and play back down the pitch, and Anderson starts with a maiden. And Nottinghamshire are 0-0, his first over of the summer. It's a big month for Jimmy Anderson. It'll be an emotional end at Lords, I'm sure. Well, he settles into his work for the first time this year with a maiden over.
Yes, even more people just coming out of this big hospitality marquee that's been absolutely rammed full of patrons over the first 2 days. Tom Bailey, perhaps heard the Tannoy announcer call his name there. He's going to bowl the second over from our left. Is that the Grosvenor Road end?
It is.
Way to our left. He'll be bowling to Ben Slater, who registered his first century of the season in last week's match against Somerset at Trent Bridge. 168 he ended up with on the last day. See how he'll go here as Bailey comes in. Bustling right on medium fast bowls, and Notts are underway with a push into the offside, fielded by Anderson. And straight away Notts have a run on the board, and they'll all swap over now for the right-handed Asib Hamid. Notts haven't played here since 2011. They've got a good record on this ground. They've won 3 of their previous 6 matches here. A couple of Lancashire wins and 1 draw. It's a 3-dayer in 2011. Andre Adams at the peak of his powers took 10 wickets in the match for Notts. There's Bailey in to Hamid, and he's opened the face here, guided this on an angle of 45 down in the direction of the scoreboard on the bank in the far corner, and Hamid comes back for a couple. It's been fielded by George Balderson, who just lost his footing a little bit as he got to the ball. Once again, we've had a few sprinklings of rain this morning on the outfield. You'd imagine it'll be a little greasy in the extremities.
Yeah, it was just the odd little bit of shower, wasn't it, around in the first, well, building up to the play starting about 9:30, 10ish. So yeah, it was a little bit soft in places, I'm sure. 3 without loss. Here comes Bailey bowls wide of the off stump. Dave Bracegirdle and Scott Reed with you. We've got Callum Flynn joining us in the next few minutes. Part of the commentary team today here at Trafalgar Road. Actually blamed Callum for all of yesterday's wrongdoings because he wasn't here on day 1. Bit harsh. When we got a full day's cricket in, and Callum, like the rest of us, arrived yesterday very optimistic that we'd see a good day of cricket, and all we saw was a lot of rain. This is chipped on the leg side and dropped. That should have been the end of Hamid. It was pitched up by Bailey, turned on the leg side, and Chris Green, the Australian, he had quite a way to dive, but he's a big, tall man. He got both hands to it. He's a wonderful fielder, Chris Green, and I would imagine there's a lot of disappointment there because it was in the air for a long time, got both hands to it, and then grassed it. There's Bailey, and again, Hamid this time lets it go through into the gloves of Matty Hurst. That should have been taken. Sure, yeah, chance for Green. It's that type of shot you see a lot from Hamid, don't you? You put that mid-wicket in place because he kind of leans across to open up that leg side, doesn't he? And that type of dismissals early on, I think, for Hamid. I've watched got a bit of him bat and just leaning into it, trying to flick it away to leg side. Yeah, great chance for Green. Bailey in again to the former Lancashire man. Reaches forward, defends, and then plays the shot another 2 or 3 times after over has been called. Our umpires are Tom Lungley and Martin Saggers. It's 3 without loss after 2 overs of the Nottinghamshire innings. If you're just joining us, we had a very eventful start to the day. 1 over bowled by Lyndon James, picked up the wicket of Nathan Lyon. Jimmy Anderson came out and there was a leg by straight away. Got Keaton Jennings back on strike. He got a boundary to take Lancashire up to that 3rd batting point, and at 3:53 for 9 he forewent the chance of a double 100. He was on 187 not out, but he wanted to declare. He wanted to see if he can get his bowlers into the wickets early on this morning. Yeah, well, Bumble was with us yesterday, and he said it's a Jimmy Anderson type of day with the weather and the conditions, and it's not too dissimilar this morning. Anderson to Slater, that's left. And through to Hurst, he bowls over the wicket to the left-hander. Good pace and carry there. Hurst has taken it about chest height. Thuds into his gloves. A couple of slips and the gully in place as well. 3 without loss, Nottinghamshire. Slater for Notts, a man on strike. Hamid at the non-striker's end. 1 chance created so far. Hamid clipping it to mid-wicket, and Green putting the chance down. Anderson into his 2nd over of the day. Sets off again into to Slater. Goes back, and that's just nudged away off his hip down towards the fine leg boundary where George bowls and fields, and a right arm throw looped into the gloves of Hurst, and Slater through for a single, and Notts of 4 without loss. Slater moves on to 2. Brings Hasib Hamid back on strike.
Lunch will be a little later today, won't it? Assuming we don't have any interruptions. 1:10. It's a 108 over scheduled day.
Anderson to Hamid. Just defends, dabs it away into the offside. No run.
So we'll be here till all hours of the night tonight, I would imagine, trying to get all those in.
Yeah, if we get a full day's play today, it's a lot of cricket today. The weather, as Dave was saying, the weather forecast tomorrow is not brilliant. Dodgy again tomorrow. Another ball bowled on the 2nd day. Had a full day on the 1st day, but so much time already lost in the match. Lancashire declaring this morning 3-5-3 for 9. Here's Anderson to Hamid. And played safely away into the offside. Snaps the ball out towards cover. And there's no run. 4 without loss. Everybody's emerged now from the marquee. There's barely a vantage spot to be had away to our right-hand side as people are peering over the spectators sat on their seats in front, and everyone trying to catch a glimpse of James Anderson, who's back into Hasib Hamid down the leg side, taken by Hurst, tumbling away to his left-hand side. Good take by Lancashire's wicket-keeper, and there's no run.
Played here 3 times in his Lancashire days, Hasib Hamid, a best of 53, so not necessarily his favourite ground on the circuit, I would imagine. Of course, he did have that unbeaten double 100 against Lancashire at Trent Bridge when the sides met a couple of months ago.
Waits for Anderson, who's over the wicket and bowls. He rocks onto the front foot and lifts the bat out the way, and the ball slides through into the gloves of Hurst, just trailing back in actually. Hurst takes it a step away to his left-hand side as the ball nestles into his gloves. It's the end of Anderson's 2nd over, just that single coming off it, off the bat of Ben Slater. He's on 2, Hamid's on 2, Nottinghamshire 4 without loss.
Yeah, Slater's also played here, former Derbyshire man, played here for his first county in 2015, all those years ago. He made 69 and 58, so don't know if he'll recall it, but if he does, he'll have relatively happy memories of his one occasion that he's played here in the past, as Slater forces this back to Bailey. In the shortened season of COVID in 2020, actually, Ben Slater rattled up 2 centuries against Lancashire. He began that little mini season that we played the Bob Willis Trophy with a 2-match loan spell for Leicestershire, during which he scored 172 against Lancashire, and then he came back to Trent Bridge, was recalled by Notts, and got another one when Notts played against the Red Rose. Here's Bailey in once more, and Slater shoulders arms. Background noise, I would imagine, that's just increased a little bit. There's plenty of chatter as we look to our right. Most of the patrons that are in hospitality today are out on the little artificial grassed area in front of the marquee there, with a glass of something fizzy in their hand. It's Bailey wide enough for Slater to leave alone. 4 without loss, Nottinghamshire replying to Lancashire's 353 for 9 declared. Lyndon James finishing with 4 wickets for Nottinghamshire, the pick of the bowlers. The old nose starts to twitch a little bit, doesn't it, Scott? We're getting wafts of food from all directions, open barbecues behind us, and burger vans as this is played onto the leg side by Slater. We'll go all the way out to the deep square leg fence where Gary does the fielding. Nathan Lyon. A couple of runs to Slater. Takes him on to 4, 6 without loss.
Yeah, the background chatter of the hospitality tent away to our right. There's plenty of people enjoying a bacon butty or a sausage butty with a pint. I'm liking that combination early on. Forget the coffee.
You did your bit last night, didn't you? Eat out to help out. Bit for the local community. I stayed in and watched the footy. 6 without loss. Next ball wide of the pegs and goes again through to Matty Hurst, the very talented Lancashire wicketkeeper.
Fingers crossed they get a good chunk of cricket in today. Hugely frustrating yesterday for everybody inside the ground, and when you come to the outgrounds, there's little areas for kind of cover neither, is there? So most of the people were sat in the rain for most of the day.
Bailey, balls and Slater squared up slightly, but he's pushed this back just to the offside of straight, past the bowler, but can't get a run. End of the over, 6 without loss. Nottinghamshire responding to the home side's 353 for 9 declared. You're listening to Division 1 County Championship Cricket, brought to you by the BBC. We're on 5 Sports Extra, online through BBC Radio's Lancashire, Manchester, Nottingham, and of course there are pictures available via the live stream provided by Lancs TV. Fabulous camera crew all around the ground, and again hats off to them, because many of them were out in the drizzle yesterday before it got called off. There were moments where we thought it's just getting a little more positive, and kept having umpires inspections, and we're always getting the dreaded word, if there's no more rain they'll look again in, and it's just like that all day long, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. We thought about 12:30. We were quite optimistic around about 12:30. The players were out and about, and looks like we might have got some cricket, but that soon disappeared. Anderson again, Hamid forward and defends, pushed away. Up comes Williams from gully to field, and there's no run. It's a good stride in there. Hasib Hamid right forward to Anderson, smothering the ball. Does his usual little routine for walking out towards square leg and then coming back into his crease. Settles back down again. Anderson to Hamid. Chopped away through the offside. Right on top of the bounce. Running out towards the boundary. Bohannon chasing after it. And it reaches the rope for 4. And he carving that one out through the covers. It bounces over the rope into the hands of the spectators in their little fold-away chairs on the other side of the boundary. 4 to Hamid. Nottinghamshire move on to 10 without loss.
Yeah, saw on the live stream as well that amongst the spectators where that went was a sign for Bacup Golf Club on the old cross of St George.
Anderson bowls, Hamid defends, steering it with a slightly angled bat down towards gully, no run.
Bit of cross-pollination there. You often get football, and I couldn't see the rest of the flag, so there might have been a football team on there as well, but you don't very often get golf mentions at the cricket ground, although there we are, look at that, Jeff and Catherine. Magnificent flag, I like that very much indeed.
Well, it's golfing territory, this, isn't it?
Yes,
Birkdale. We're not far away from the golf course here. Anderson to Hamid. Oh, he's done well to keep that out. Hamid turns the ball away to mid-wicket, just comes back in towards him. Brings the bat down, clips it away to the leg side, no run.
There wouldn't have been many rounds under par yesterday, I think, at the local courses.
No, links golf courses. Yeah, would have been a bit of a brutal round of golf, wouldn't it, yesterday?
Yeah.
It wasn't just the rain, but it was the wind as well that was...
It's bitterly cold, wasn't it?
It
Ridiculous.
Was. Yeah, it was.
1st of July yesterday.
It was
bitterly cold.
It's marginally better, but at least we've got some cricket. Anderson to Hamid, who's on the walk. Took a step towards Anderson and lifts the bat out the way. And it comes back into Hurst. It takes it shoulder height, the keeper. He's bouncing a couple of paces to his left-hand side.
Well, that was the feature of Keaton Jennings' innings. He was permanently on the walk, wasn't he? I don't think he played a single ball from deep in his crease. He was always getting a pace or two down the wicket, which I think straight away told us that there just wasn't as much life in the wicket, pace in the wicket as people suspected.
Anderson again to Hamid, leaves it once more, a little wider of off stump, and there's that bounce again. Hopping up onto his toes to take it across first slip. And his gloves are about shoulder height. End of the over. 10 without loss. Hamid 6 and Slater is on 4. We'll have a change around the commentary box. I'll leave you, and Callum Flynn will be replacing me.
Thank you, Scott. More from Scott Reed a little later on. 10 without loss then, Nottinghamshire. The rest of their top order will comprise Will Young, the New Zealand international. As Bailey starts a new over, goes through to the keeper. Joe Clark listed to come in 4. He's also combining his batting duties with keeping wicket in this game, because Notts made the change again to leave Tom Moores out of their starting 11. Jack Haynes, former Worcestershire player, Lyndon James, a couple of spinners, Liam Patterson-White, Calvin Harrison, and the 3 quicks, Stone Pennington and Patterson, complete the Notts lineup as Bailey bowls to Slater. Goes through to the keeper, 10 without loss. And for the first time in, well, how long have you been here? About? It must seem like a fortnight, but you arrived yesterday morning and you've seen nothing but rain until now. Very good morning, Callum.
Good morning. We did a lot of chatting yesterday, didn't we? But nothing on air. But it's good to see a bit of cricket being played today. Nice. Not far off a full house, I reckon, again today at Southport and Birkdale.
Lovely to see, and their patience is well and truly rewarded. There's Bailey bowling to Ben Slater, drives crisply, and Bailey fields off his own bowling. There's no run, no addition to the total. Slater has 4 from 12 deliveries. Asib Hamid 6 from 21, so he's monopolised the strike so far.
Look pretty comfy, both batters so far, haven't they? There's been the one drop catch that Chris Green will probably be a little bit disappointed. He's a terrific fieldman, and he got a good hand on it, so he'll be a little bit disappointed that he dropped that catch.
Yes, every run that Hamid makes from now on will sting that little bit more. This one, again, wide enough for Slater to leave it alone. It's just the sort of delivery you want early on. You can just have a little bit of a look, feel more and more at home, settle into your environment, even though you've obviously spent a full day out there in the field, as Ben Slater did on the first day. But won't want to be put under any undue pressure early on if he can help it. Just see those balls 8, 9, 10 inches outside the off stump that he can leave alone. There's Bailey in once more, and this time a push into the offside straight to Anderson. Great ovation for Jimmy.
Yeah, he's been a terrific servant for England and Lancashire, and he always loves coming back to Lancashire and representing the Red Rose. He's always expressed how much he loves the county cricket club. It'll be brilliant for the local cricket fans down here at Southport to watch someone who arguably the greatest seam bowler, certainly of England and potentially in the world.
Found himself in quite an awkward fielding position, because he's in that role sort of wide-ish mid-off stroke extra cover, where he's responsible for a lot of ground out there. As this one is played to backward point to green, and it's the end of the over. 10 without loss. The end of Tom Bailey's 3rd over. That's a maiden. 0 for 5 to him. And Asib Hamid will continue his battle against Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, he's been stuck at Jimmy's end, hasn't he, Hamid? But I've been pretty impressed with Hamid's footwork. He's a very, very technical cricketer, someone who always looks pretty pleasing on the eye. But I think you can tell with his footwork, he's really trying to lunge on that front foot. as Jimmy is going to continue. And he comes, balls to Hamid, and oh, it's balled him. He plays gentle and forward, does Hamid. Very soft hands, but unfortunately that one runs back, bounces once and skips onto the top of the bails. And Jimmy gets the breakthrough for Lancashire. And pretty unfortunate for Hamid there. He's into a pretty good position, lunge on that front foot. As you can see on the replay there for any Lancashire TV viewers, just plays with too much soft hands. And it goes under the bat, bounces once and lands on top of the bails, luckily for Lancashire.
Oh, that's a hugely disappointing moment for Asib Hamid, but flip that coin around. It's what the vast majority of this crowd have come to see. Jimmy Anderson bowling, but Jimmy Anderson bowling and getting wickets. The Notts captain is, I think, very much seen as the big fish in the Nottinghamshire side. Get him out, and you've got the possibility then of getting stuck into that top order. There's been some good runs scored this season by the likes of Young and Clark and Haynes. Obviously Ben Duckett not available, but there's been some good runs in the middle order. But Asib Hamid at the top, always seen as a very, very important wicket for the opposition to get early on, because he's got that stickability, that glue that holds the innings together. And of course that's the first time that Lancashire have dismissed him this season. He was on the field for every minute of the game at Trent Bridge. 247 not out in the first innings, and whatever he was, 20-30 not out to get the winning runs in the second innings. But a wicket for Jimmy Anderson at the start of the over. A wicket, I think, first ball called, Callum Flynn.
Yeah. It was, just a start, but Lancashire would have wanted this. Not 10 for 1. Like you say, it's not going to be an easy day for most of the day with the overcast clouds. As in comes Jimmy, first ball, and it's beauty again. Goes past the outside edge of Young, through to Manny Hurst.
Yeah, New Zealand international Will Young. Still not entirely sure when Will Young's time with Notts is going to end. It's a little bit of an open book. He will be here for the 6 blast matches that will follow for this one, but this might be his last county championship match.
Anderson in, balls again. Young just playing outside the line of that one, just holding the bat down the wrong line, and Hurst takes that. It's getting some nice lift, is Jimmy. There's a bit of a slope just from left to right on the square, so it just seems to be just back of a length where he's getting it really carrying through to Manny Hurst with the gloves.
Young, 16 test matches for New Zealand. This is his 10th game for Notts, 3 of them last year.
Anderson balls again. That lift. Young just pulling his gloves out the way. The little gentle appeal from the cordon of Lancashire, but nothing from the bowler.
Well, about 10 minutes before we came out on air, there was mass panic when Scott couldn't find his precious sunglasses. And I think you and I were sort of scoffing at him a little bit. You won't need sunglasses, Scott. What are you worried about? And he found them, and the lad was right, you know. We've got a bit of sun.
Jimmy bowls again. Bit of lift. Young just pulling his bat out the way of that one. Goes through to Hurst for no run. Yeah, there's a tiny bit of blue sky. Just whisper it quietly. Good start for Lancashire. Like you say, it's going to be a tricky day for most of the day with the overcast conditions, if Lancashire can get it right. Then comes Jimmy. Bowls, and it's tucked off Young's hip. Gets off the mark for a single to Balderson at deep square. Takes the score on to 11 for 1, Nottingham.
Yeah, great ovation for Anderson, just the one run from that over, which began with a wicket. He's through 2 overs now, 1 for 6. Jimmy Anderson, and that early drop of Asib Hamid by Chris Green didn't prove to be costly at all, because the Nottinghamshire skipper went in that 7th over. Ben Slater remains, he's on 4. Will Young, 31 years of age, from Taranaki. Just scratching away at his mark there, about to face his first ball from Tom Bailey. Bailey runs in now, and well, he's come a long way forward and he's nicked that, and Young has to, well, does he have to go? Taken low down by Matty Hurst, and well, almost to a man the Lancashire side went up and celebrated. I didn't sense that there was that much from Hurst. Admittedly, he was down on the ground having dived, nor Bailey, but the three slips and the other fielders either side of the wicket all went up, all beginning to celebrate. Just seeing a replay now as this one shapes away, and it's just, I think it's just brushed the top of the flap on the pad. But the celebrations were already underway as Young turns this next delivery down to long leg for a single. He'll be glad down to get down to the other end to take stock for a moment. 12 for 1.
Yeah, there wasn't too many complaints, was there, once the decision had been made by the umpires. Bailey had done the famous Stuart Broad celeb appeal, but he wasn't really complaining once the decision was made. It's a beautiful delivery, though.
Now, having seen the replay, you can understand why everybody was going up. There was a little nick, but it was off the top of the pad rather than the bat. Here's Bailey finding good lines here. Now, challenge with bowling to the left-hander, and having said that, that one's very wide indeed. On another day, with a different coloured ball, I suspect that one might have seen the umpires stretching his arms out. That was very wide of the off stump, and again Slater will leave it alone. 12 for 1, Lancashire.
Two balls that Young faced there. He's coming down straight away to Bailey, trying to put him off his line and length, trying to counteract that swing movement.
The next one is pushed into the offside, no run. Anderson doing the fielding. Looks as if there's play in all 9 county champions. No, I beg your pardon. They're not playing at the Oval between Surrey and Essex, where Surrey is still 63 for 3 in their second innings, leading Essex by 145. At Taunton, Somerset at 254 for 8. That's still 158 adrift of Warwickshire. Hampshire racked up over 500 in their home match with Kent, who are 238 for 6 in reply. More in a moment. Here's Bailey. Bowls, and again Slater can shoulder arms. Not really making Ben Slater play in this over at all. And the game has really advanced at Chesterley Street, where Worcestershire are 20 without loss. They've begun a run chase. They need 2-3-1. They're 20 without loss, as I say. Leicestershire 366 for 9 in their second innings against Middlesex. That's a lead of 453 over the London club. That in Division 2 as well. Slight hold up here at Cheltenham. Gloucestershire racking up the runs. They're 440 for 3 in their second innings, and Cameron Bancroft 181 not out, James Bracey 113 not out, as Slater this time does have a need to play bat on ball, but that was a tidy over, just a single from it. 12 for 1. Gloucestershire 441 for 3 then. Unbeaten 181 Bancroft, unbeaten 113 from Bracey, and that's after Hammond was dismissed yesterday. Miles Hammond for 121. The glorious Gloucesters lead Glamorgan by 423. That's at Cheltenham. Always a popular staging post for Gloucestershire, outbound cricket. At Wantage Road, nearing the conclusion of the match between Northants and Sussex. Northants 160 for 7 in their second innings, require a further 124 with 3 wickets left, so that's interesting. And the last one, Yorkshire bat on, they're 451 for 9, and still in their first innings against Derbyshire at Chesterfield. Derbyshire having been bowled out for just 76 on the first day.
Anderson to continue. As he comes bowls, and Young just pushes forward out into the offside for no run. Bit of a leading edge. Got some interesting field placements now to Young, who's danced down the track a couple of times to Bailey, but hasn't quite moved out the crease to Anderson yet. He got a leg slip. We've got 3 normal slips, a gully, and Josh Bohannon's in it under the helmet, short square leg. Got a point, and a Nathan Lyon out straightish cover. Then comes Anderson, bowls back of a length, and Young just pushes that into the offside for no run.
You played here, Callum?
Yes, I have. I went to college not far away, a cricket-specific college as well. So when I was boarding at the college, I played some local cricket for an under-18 side in one of the local Liverpool comp teams. So I have played here. It's a lovely ground. It's come on leaps and bounds as well. Then comes Anderson, bowls, and yep, it's given. Just a slight feather through to Manny Hurst. That's Jimmy Anderson's second. Young didn't quite look comfortable at all against Jimmy Anderson. He's faced 5 balls altogether. And Jimmy gets his second wicket for Lancashire, taking the score on to 12 for 2.
Yes, over the first couple of days we've had David Lloyd and Paul Allott with us as part of the commentary team, and I think both have gone on record as saying this is the sort of surface, the sort of ground that might well suit Jimmy Anderson, might be pencilled in here for a bucket full of wickets. Well, he's got the first 2 here. It was a nice delivery, just came in and kissed the outside edge on its way through to Matty Hurst, and Will Young, who's only scored 1 century, and that was in his first appearance of the season for Notts against Somerset at Taunton. He's been on a fairly lean streak since then. Has once more come and gone very quickly, very cheaply for just 2, and it's almost a case of being put out of his misery there. Lovely bit of bowling from Anderson, and on this occasion probably even less enthusiasm or celebrating than the one that wasn't out. They all knew that was just regulation. Jimmy, well done. Another one chalked off.
Yeah, he didn't quite get settled against Jimmy, did he? He played and missed at a couple in the previous over, and then against Tom Bailey at the other end, he probably used his feet and got a little bit more success in the 2 balls that you're trying to put Tom Bailey off his line and length a little bit, but he just stayed in the crease to Jimmy, and again he's just left his bat outside the off stump, and you get the slight feather through to Manny Hurst.
There's Joe Clark, one of the real success stories for Nottinghamshire this year. He's had 3 centuries, one of them a double 100.
In comes Anderson, bowls, and Clark shouldering arms, leaving that one straight through to Manny Hurst for no run.
Been in very, very good form indeed, the pick of the Nottinghamshire batters. He's only played here once before. That was in his Worcestershire days 6 years ago. Made 36 and 2. It's not actually either for Worcestershire or Notts got a spectacular record against Lancashire. Only averaging 26 with the bat against them, a best of 57.
Anderson bowls just onto the pads of Clark. It just drops into the leg side for no run.
But he's got a fabulous career record, well above 40, 23 first-class hundreds. As I say, he's been the pick of the Notts batters this season by a country mile. Now combining that with keeping wicket as well.
3 slips, 1 gully, leg slip away. Anderson bowls, and Clark again just allowing that through to Manny Hurst. Another fantastic over from Jimmy Anderson, a wicket maiden. 2 for 6 off his 5 so far. Nottinghamshire 12 for 2.
Yes, there's life in the old dog yet, as they say clearly. 12 for 2. He looks ready to have a go at the West Indians.
Yeah, he's going to be taking a mentor role as well, isn't he, with the England team once that test is done with and his boots are officially hung up for England. Giving his experience to the fast bowlers coming through, and there's not many better to learn from, is there, than Jimmy Anderson.
Bailey to continue. Will Williams and he comes now and bowls. Will Williams and George Balderson will be the backup seamers, if that's the correct terminology. Probably not. It's probably a little bit insulting because they're both better than backup seamers, but they'll be the 3rd and 4th seamers in the rotation for Lancashire, as the first ball's just dropped on the leg side, no run. And then of course the spin options come from down under with Nathan Lyon and Chris Green. 1,280 test wickets on show in this game between Jimmy Anderson and Nathan Lyon. 12 for 2 Notts, as Slater gets another 4 through the offside, and a much needed boundary as well. Just sort of contemplating, looking at that scoreboard in the distance, Callum. 12 for 2, it'll pop up to 16 for 2. Notts have got to be careful here, because Keaton Jennings had a good morning so far, got that batting point very quickly, declared obviously with the intention of moving the game on forward today, trying to get through Notts, and well, who knows, maybe get through them and then shove them in again. And you know, he's made a fabulous start with those 2 early wickets. Yeah, and like you say, Notts, even though they're on the back foot a little bit, they also need to be positive and putting them boundaries away. Bailey bowls to Slater, just treats this one on merit, plays it up to mid-on, there's no run. Yeah, and putting them boundaries away will just release a bit of pressure, will just sort of give Lancashire another challenge, something else to think about. Don't just want the seam attack of Lancashire, who will certainly enjoy these conditions all day. You don't just want them to keep running in bowling and not having too much to worry about. So also need to be positive here, Nottinghamshire. Bailey bowls, Slater gets to a nice position there to defend that, but in front of his front pad, in front of his stumps there. Really important that he brought the bat down sweetly, pushed it back to the bowler. Anderson helping out with taking the ball from him and giving it a bit of an inspection, a wipe and a polish. Bailey down the leg side, and this it's gone away for 4 somethings. Let's have a look. Yes, it was the pad rather than Ben Slater's favourite bit of willow. 4 leg buys. Don't think Notts will mind where it comes at the moment, where the runs come from. 4 leg buys takes them up to 20 for 2 in the 10th over here on 5 Sports Extra and BBC's Radio Manchester, Lancashire and Nottingham, and on Lancs TV. Division 1 cricket, outground cricket. Slater again, a nice pleasing push into the offside. Anderson fields, and a lot of fielders there I think would have just taken the leisurely route, but Anderson still elected to whip it in as quickly as he could, just in case there was a little bit of lazy running. There wasn't. Single taken. That's the end of the over. 21 for 2 after 10 overs. Ben Slater on 9, Joe Clark on 0. Yeah, it's a good over from Slater there. 9 runs from it. 5 off the bat. 4 off his 5 pad, but he's looked very simple and very compact this morning so far. Looks like someone who knows his game pretty well. He's not played it much outside the off stump. He's really allowed the Lancashire seamers to force their hand and bowl at him, and that's where he's got his rewards. Jimmy Anderson's going to continue into his 6th over. And he comes. Slater just on the back foot, pushes that out to Lyon on the onside for no run. He's not faced much of Jimmy this morning. Hasib Hamid and Will Young was the 2 who faced majority of James Anderson, and we know Jimmy's record to left-handers is pretty good. Well, his record to left or right is pretty good, to be honest with you. 3 slips, a goal leg slip away. Then comes Anderson, bowls, and Slater just allows that through to Matty Earls for no run.
Morning, Callum.
Good morning. Just
about,
before it turns over.
Just about, yeah. I'll tell you what, whether it's morning or afternoon, it's not stopped these lads in front of us here. They're on the 2nd bite of Guinness already.
Could be a lively one in a couple of hours.
I think it could be, yeah. Guinness is going down well. What a great day for them, isn't it? Full day of cricket. Jimmy's bowling.
Can't complain, can
Happy
you?
days.
Nathan Lyon's going to be bowling later on as well.
Lyon will have a twirl as well, yeah. Will we see Lyon and Jimmy in tandem? That'd be quite good fun.
Jimmy round the wicket now, different approach. Oh, and he just closely brushes past the fine guard of Slater. There's a shout of catch it, but nothing going through to Hurst there.
Got the leg slip in place too, haven't they, as well?
Yeah, they've got a little bit funky Lancashire, haven't they? They've got the full umbrella cordon in. But he's looked good so far, Slater, this morning. Looked pretty calm and just been waiting on the bad delivery. It's a nice healthy crowd in again today.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Then comes Anderson. Balls and Slater just shoulder and arms allows that through to Hurst.
This is over number 6 for Anderson. So it'll be intriguing to see how that's used through the course of the day. 6 on the spin. So he's bowled effectively kind of the first hour, hasn't he? Only did about 5 minutes of cricket this morning before Lancashire declared. So how they'll use Anderson. There are plenty of options, seeming options. They've got Bailey from this end already. There's Williams and there's Balderson, and then there's the 2 frontline spinners with Chris Green and Nathan Lyon.
Anderson bowls, and again, just finding that length where it just pops a little bit. But Slater plays that into the leg side for a single. Balderson does the fielding. He's had quite a lot of bounce, hasn't he? Really good bounce and carry. Yeah, it's something you don't really associate with Jimmy too much, is it? But I was speaking to Dave before, there's a slight little uphill left to right, isn't there, on the square? And I don't know if this is a constant thing here at Southport and Birkdale, where it just lifts a little bit on the length, but the carry's been excellent through to Manny Hurst, and something that Jimmy Anderson and Keaton Jennings will be really happy to keep seeing. Jimmy Anderson in. Ball's nice and full, and it's gone. There's his 3rd, and that's the big wicket of Joe Clark. Keaton Jennings with a pretty simple catch, if any slip catch is simple, but he takes that very nicely. And Jimmy Anderson gets his 3rd wicket, 3 for 7 this morning, and Nottinghamshire 22 for 3. You will struggle to find someone with a bigger smile on his face than Jimmy Anderson at the minute. He was surrounded by his teammates with a big beaming smile, encouraging Clark to drive, and Jennings at 2nd slip takes the catch. Clark looks towards the skies in frustration. Jimmy smiles, having an excellent first morning here out. First time we've seen him in the 3 days. He's been huddled away in the pavilion. Certainly yesterday he was, during the drizzle and the rain for most of the day. But what a brilliant first hour of play for Anderson. 6 overs complete, 3 for 7. He's got Clark driving at 1 and Jennings with the catch. Yeah, it's what I would say 95% of the crowd here would be wanting to see. There'll be certain Notts fans that have come and made the trip that will be a little disappointed with this start so far this morning, but the Lancashire fans will be ecstatic seeing Jimmy Anderson running in for the Red Rose again and taking 3 for 7 in his 6 so far. You'll do well to take the ball out of his hand this morning, whatever restrictions are on his overs. Yep, Keaton Jennings will be saying, just one more, Jimmy. Let's keep going a little while longer if you don't mind. Nottinghamshire 22 for 3. In reply to Lancashire's declaration of 353 for 9. Out today, Hasib Hamid, bowled by Anderson for 6. Will Young caught by Hurst, off Anderson for 2. And Clark for 0, caught by Jennings, off Anderson, who has all 3 wickets. 11 overs gone, Notts 22 for 3. Here's Bailey for Lancashire, and left alone, and there is no run gathered by Will Williams. Just about the most ideal start for Lancashire, and actually ahead of, I'm sure, will be a pretty emotional week at Lords for Jimmy Anderson. Just the perfect start for him this summer. Bailey from around the wicket bowls, defended by Slater to mid-on, and there's no run. Talk about hit your straps right into the groove. I think a few people might be asking him just to rethink about his decision, the way he's bowling. But yeah, it's going to be an emotional week, isn't it, for everyone involved in Jimmy Anderson, with his family, his friends, and the players that have played with him and his teammates. Certainly going to be an emotional week at Lords. 22 for 3. Here's Bailey. Bowls again, defended by Slater. Just leans into it and steers it with a slightly angled bat out towards short mid-wicket, where Will Williams fields for Lancashire. I think the brilliant thing with Jimmy is he's always showed his love for coming back to Lancashire and playing for his county, hasn't he? No matter how long he's been playing for England, he's always got a smile on his face when he's playing and representing Lancashire, and that comes across in his interviews and his media pieces that he does.
22 for 3. Bailey to Slater, doesn't offer a shot. Through it goes to Hurst, no run. Yeah, because we don't know whether this is going to be his last Lancashire match. That's yet kind of to be decided. Well, presumably Jimmy's yet to make that decision. I'm not as to whether he's going to play again later this season in September. Will he go again and play more cricket next year? Is Bailey balls. Let's run away down towards third man. Slight leading edge of Slater. He's trying to shape to work it to mid-wicket. Down to the boundary. It's gone for 4. Slater moves on to 14, but quite where he was aiming. 26 for 3.
Yeah, probably his first real misjudgment this morning from Slater. He just turned on it a little bit too early and just found the leading edge. Don't know if it was a change of pace from Bailey, because he does change his pace quite often actually these days, Bailey. He really does mix it up. But yeah, 4 runs along the carpet, he won't mind.
26 for 3, Nottinghamshire. It's been Jimmy Anderson's morning. All 3 wickets for Anderson, dismissing Hasib Hamid for 6, Will Young for 2, and Joe Clark without scoring, caught by Jennings off Jimmy Anderson for 0. Ben Slater's on 14. Jack Haynes has yet to score. Nottinghamshire 26 for 3 in reply to Lancashire's 553 for 9 declared. Yeah, final ball that of the over from Bailey. So he's bowled 6 overs as well. 26 for 3. 12 overs gone in Nottinghamshire's first innings. And it will be over number 7 on the spin for Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, he's going to go into his 7th over. Like you say, do well to get the ball out of his hand, I think, at the moment. And Keaton Jennings will just be pushing him and pushing him. 3 slips, gully, leg slip, and a short leg. Josh Bohannon under the helmet there. Chris Green, a backward point, and Nathan Lyon, really the only fielder in front of the bat. A straightish extra cover. Then comes Jimmy to Haynes, first ball, and he tucks that into the leg side and plays it pretty nicely in the end, gets a single.
Bumble with us yesterday and on the first day was very much of the opinion that he's, as indeed I'm sure Lancashire are, that Anderson continues to keep playing, and Bumble used the phrase, "You're a long time retired. Keep going while you can." But I mean, he looks absolutely super fit, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he's bowling beautifully.
He seems to. I know it's the typical saying, like a fine wine gets better with age and stuff, but he really does, doesn't he? He's the skills that he's got. Nothing just seems to lower. If anything, it just seems to keep getting better and better. Like Jimmy Anderson, if Lancashire can get some more games out of Jimmy Anderson, they're only going to benefit from that, having someone like him around, his experience. The pick-me-up for the lads that he plays with as well. So he comes back over the wicket now to Slater. He pushes that into the offside and gets a single. Yeah, for someone like Jimmy to be playing, it certainly will pick up the lads that he's playing with as well, you know, to have someone like that in the dressing room. It'll certainly lift your game, raise the standards of the whole team and the whole squad. And they're just getting a nice sort of winning run together, Lancashire. They're a good win in Kent. They've been doing well in the T20 Blast, so they'll be looking to keep that momentum going. Then comes Jimmy to Haynes. Bowls, and he just plays nicely back down to James Anderson for no run.
Yeah, they've got the short square leg in place and the leg gully there, haven't they, as well? So they've got a batter close in on the leg side. I think that'll be probably Josh Bohannon under the helmet. And then Bailey is at well, probably more leg gully, really.
And in comes James Anderson, bowls, and Haynes just plays that to the point region. Chris Green does the fielding, cuts off the single. Nottinghamshire 27 for 3.
Keaton Jennings is thinking of his next option. He's not shy of possibilities. Will Williams and George Balderson have both had, Balderson in particular, really good years with the ball for Lancashire. And then he's got Lyon and Chris Green, that his two spinning options as well. So plenty of choices for Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, he's not short of options.
He's not, no.
You really need. You got Luke Wells as well, who has been bowling brilliantly this year for Lancashire. Anderson bowls back a length. Yes, it's caught. There's his 4th. And as was just Scott Reed was just saying, the fielder under the helmet, Josh Bohannon, and it's certainly there for that. It's that lift and that bounce again of that length. It's not quite short, but it just certainly pops up, rears up, and it finds the gloves of Jack Haynes, and Josh Bohannon takes a simple catch. Jimmy Anderson gets his 4th, and again, I think he might be having another over after this one. But you just see on the highlights there, if you're viewing in Lancs TV, you can just see the expressions of Jack Haynes, how it lifts off a length. And Josh Bohannon takes a pretty simple catch, but it's some really good field placements from Keaton Jennings and James Anderson to get the leg slip in and to get the short leg in there.
Yeah, that's why those catches are there, aren't they? That lift and that bounce we've seen from Jimmy through the course of this morning's session. They've got these catches in. You wouldn't normally see that early on in the innings, to have Anderson to have that kind of short square leg position under the helmet as well as the leg gully, especially when you look at the conditions here. You're thinking your slips and your gully fielders, actually it's those on the leg side close in with that little extra bit of bounce and lift that Anderson's getting from the surface that's got those catches and those fielders into position, and he's just looped it off his hip straight to Bohannon for a 4th wicket for James Anderson. And it's 28 for 4. We've been hearing a lot about Jude Bellingham and who's writing scripts for Jude Bellingham. I've heard that phrase used a lot. Well, Jimmy's penning his own fine little start to his final chapter of his career here, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a brilliant start from Jimmy. He's literally given nothing away this morning, has he? He was a bit frustrated in the 2nd or 3rd over, wasn't quite getting it right. Just made a bit of a scuff on the marks, but since then he's been absolutely fantastic. 3 slips gully, the same field away. Jimmy bowls again. Nottinghamshire batsman just taking his hands off the bat, just showing that little bit of lift. And a fantastic round of applause for Jimmy Anderson at Southport and Birkdale.
You know what was nice there as well? I love that little moment. Nathan Lyon came up, ran straight up and shook Jimmy by the hand and tapped him on the back of the shoulder. And you look at the rivalry that there has been between England and Australia, and between, I'm sure, Anderson and Lyon down the years, and actually both in the same team here. There we go. Viewers on Lex TV may just be spotted that. Lyon chuckling away as he's gone up to pat Jimmy on the back and say well bowled, which was really nice to see. It'd be fabulous to watch those two bowl in tandem if that's a possibility at some stage through the course of the day. 1,200 test match wickets between them. There's Bailey around the wicket, bowls, worked away by Slater, just off his hip, down towards deep backward square leg. He'll scamper through for 1. Of course, on the flip side of all this is Nottinghamshire need to try and find a partnership from somewhere. It's been Anderson's day, 4 for 9 from 7 overs. But Nottinghamshire trailing by 325 runs at 28 for 4. So with that single now moved to 29 for 4. Got to try and find something to stem the flow here.
Yeah, I don't know if you have to just try and counteract it and just be a little bit more aggressive now, Nottinghamshire, with the movement that the Lancashire seam attack are getting.
Bailey comes over the wicket and bowls. That's clipped away by Lyndon James. A big tall man, Lyndon James, and gets up onto his toes and with a flick of the wrist will guide the ball out to Lyon on the square leg boundary. Get through for a single. Score moves on to 30 for 4.
Yeah, do you try and put a counter attack on and just kind of go out there and just be a bit more aggressive? I think the batters will be looking at maybe Jimmy having one more over, maybe this over being Bailey's last, and then hope that there's a change in the bowling.
Bailey from around the wicket this time, left by Slater, and through it goes to Hurst, and there's no run. Yeah, Slater and James kind of praying that Keaton Jennings makes the bowling change.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll be praying as well that Will Williams and George Balderson don't hit the straps. That, so I imagine they will go to Will Williams and Balderson potentially before spin.
Yeah.
Especially while the ball's still swinging.
Yeah. It feels like actually a day where Balderson could actually have quite a big impact.
He had success here last year as well, didn't he, against Hampshire?
There's Bailey, bowls, defended by Slater, just leans gently onto the front foot with an angled bat, steers it down into the ground to Williams at gully, no run.
Yeah, he had a nice spell here last year against Hampshire when he took a free for, I think it was just before lunch. And Hampshire was just looking pretty set to post a decent score and get back in the game. But then George Balderson, as he so often does, just turned the game on its head a little bit. And again, he's been doing that for Lancashire this year with the ball as well.
30 for 4. Bailey from the Grosvenor Road end of the ground here at Southport bowls to Slater, who leaves it into the gloves of Hurst. Started wide that from Bailey and then just got a little wider with that shape away. And Lancashire's wicket keeper takes it across first slip, which is George Bell. And there is no run. So overcast conditions, cloudy skies, but it's been dry for an hour and 15 minutes. And on the back of what we had yesterday, that is tropical. That is lovely. I should have put my shorts on. I'm getting all giddy and excited. 30 for 4. Bailey for Lancashire, in and bowls again, left by Slater. And through to Hurst. And there's no run. That's the end of Bailey's 7th over. So we've had 14 overs of this Nottinghamshire first innings. 30 for 4. Slater and James just trying to kind of piece things back together again and see if they can try and find a way to stem the flow of wickets which have been created by James Anderson, who's picked up all 4 so far this morning.
And like you say, he's into this is 8th over now for Jimmy. So in he comes, Anderson bowls and finds that lift again. Just goes down and bounces just before Josh Bohannon in that short leg fielding position. He's had enough of these bowling restrictions. Now it's
bowl all day, Jimmy.
It in.
Yeah. Well, he's only got one more game left, hasn't he? And
yeah.
Put his feet up, can't he?
Yeah.
15 over opening spell.
Jimmy bowls just a little too back for length, a little bit too comfortable for the batsman. James just prods forward into the offside for no run. Yeah, it's just been on that awkward length, hasn't it? Where you sort of, as a batsman, you probably come forward and play nicely, just get behind it where it's been lifting. When it's been short, it's just been pretty comfortable. The bounce has been pretty solid, but just that awkward length where you don't know if to come forward or back, where it's really been lifting. Anderson bowls and James just plays that down the leg side and picks up 4. Just goes between Hurst and Bailey. Just straight a bit leg side there, Jimmy Anderson. But that's what the Nottinghamshire batsmen need to do. Any bad ball, they need to really put it away and just trying to frustrate the Lancashire team. Try and just put a little bit of pressure back on them. James Anderson bowls it. That's his. Yep, that's his 5th. That's his 5-fer. What a morning for Lancashire and what a morning for James Anderson. 5 for 13 of 7.4 overs. And the crowd here rise to their feet, clapping Jimmy Anderson. What a fantastic return for Lancashire. And what a brilliant sight to see Jimmy back with the ball in hand. And not for the Nottinghamshire players. 34 for 5. And this is probably a short one again. It's James just tried to tuck into the leg side, but got a leading edge. And Williams takes a very easy catch. Probably one of the easiest ones he'll get in the slip cordon. What a fantastic morning for James Anderson. A fantastic morning for Lancashire.
5 for 13 for Anderson. into his 8th over on the spin. And a dream start to his summer. And again, it's just that extra bounce he's got, isn't it? That's just shorter delivery from Anderson that's jagged back in, and that bounce getting right into the kind of the rib cage. And he's got the short leg in place and the leg gully that's in the back of his mind as well as he tries to fend it off, and that leading edge loops up to Williams.
Yeah, that field placements are absolutely perfect from Jennings and Anderson, really, because it's putting that doubt in the batter's minds. They don't want to go too hard at it and sort of play to that field placement of Lancashire's, but then when that doubt's in the mind and you're going half-hearted at it, that's when your issues come as a batsman, especially when the ball's doing a little bit. You've got to be fully committed to whatever decision you decide on and whatever shot you make. So just a bit more clarity in the decision making, I think, from the Nottinghamshire batters at the moment. But all due respect, it's been a pretty tricky morning from facing Jimmy Anderson when he's in this kind of form and this kind of rhythm, and a wicket that's providing a little bit of, as he bowls again, just pushing into the offside for no run. Yeah, wickets that's just providing a little bit of assistance. It's never going to be easy, is it? 5 for 13 so far, Jimmy Anderson.
His best bowling figures for Lancashire were 7 for 19 in the game against Kent at Old Trafford in 2021. That's actually when he picked up his 1,000th first-class wicket in that game.
So he comes, bowls. There's a little peel behind from Hurst and maybe Jennings, but nothing from Jimmy. And again, the Southport and Birkdale crowd rise to a fantastic round of applause for Jimmy Anderson. 8 overs, 5 for 13 this morning. And Keaton Jennings just gone up to him and said, "Do you fancy another?" Not helping himself.
That's a terrific delivery, wasn't it? That final ball of that over was an absolute beauty from Anderson. And he's got that just to leave the batter with that little extra bit of bounce and pace as well. I'm not sure how you play that delivery.
No, don't look at me, Scott, and ask me either. You're doing well to get back on deliveries like that.
Just a bit. Blimey. 8 overs, 5 for 13 for James Anderson, who looks in just quite brilliant form, really. He looks in just about the perfect condition for a busy Test summer of one Test match. Will be the first bowling change. Will Williams replacing Tom Bailey. 34 for 5, Nottinghamshire. Slater at the minute offering the only kind of resistance, really. Here's Williams in and bowls left by Ben Slater, taken by Hurst, and started wide on the crease that from Williams and just moved further away as Hurst took the catch across first slip, and there is no run. If you're joining our coverage, whether it's on 5 Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and app, or viewers across Lancs TV, 34 for 5 Nottinghamshire in their first innings. It has been just about the dream hour for James Anderson, who took the new ball, all eyes on Anderson, and has rattled through 5 wickets in the first hour and 15 minutes of play. Williams in, bowls, Slater off the back foot, just nudges the ball away off his hip out towards square leg for a single. He moves on to 17. 35 for 5 Nottinghamshire. This after Lancashire's declaration of 353 for 9. And Anderson has taken wickets in 5 consecutive overs for Lancashire. It's been just an outstanding start with that new ball. When's he going to get replaced? How long's he going to go?
You can't be doing that if you want to get taken off, can you? Taking a wicket each over.
Patterson White's the new batter. Just steered away calmly out towards backward point. Oh, it's picked up by Anderson, and there's no run. Barely had time to catch a breath and look at what's happening elsewhere, but in truth, the county cricket story today is here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club at Trafalgar Road in front of a couple of thousand spectators. Doesn't feel much like summer, but as we build up for the first test match of the summer, Anderson's been magnificent. Forward goes Patterson White in defence. Play back down the pitch and gathered by Williams off his own bowling, and there's no run. It's worth a recap for people just joining us. Anderson dismissing Hasib Hamid, bowled him for 6, and then Will Young caught by Hurst, the keeper, for 2. And then Clark driving at an Anderson delivery, caught by Jennings at second slip for 0. Jack Haynes was fending off a ball from Anderson, caught at short leg for 1. And Lyndon James caught by Williams off a leading edge, again one that was coming back into him with that short leg fielder in place, trying to just get the ball off him. And took the leading edge and gathered by Williams, who's in to bowl this time to Patterson White, who plays forward in defence. And there's no run. 35 for 5. Anderson has bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 13. His first outing since March. You wouldn't know it.
No. Like you said before, he keeps himself in such terrific shape, and he's done that over numerous years for England and Lancashire, so he keeps his standards pretty high, does Jimmy Anderson.
Final ball for Williams in, and balls is dabbed away carefully into the offside by Patterson White. Nottinghamshire desperately trying to find something to stop this flow of wickets. It might be a case of hanging on in there for a bowling change, but it ain't coming yet. This will be over number 9 on the bounce for Anderson. That's the end of Williams' first over of the day. And just a single coming off it. 35 for 5, 6 overs gone, and we've got about 40 minutes thereabouts until we get to lunch on this third day. And Anderson's going to have a go again.
Yeah, Jimmy's continuing over the wicket to Slater. 3 slips in a gully. Josh Bohannon staying in under the helmet and short leg. Just a bit of movement behind the side screen, a photographer trying to get a photo of Jimmy. As in he comes, Anderson bowls and Slater just prods forward, just gets a edge into his pad for no run.
That's how the first wicket fell, isn't it? Something a little similar to that. It was Hamid who played really softly, didn't he? As he tends to do, and he's just leant forward into Anderson's delivery, softly looking to defend it, and the ball just spins back onto the stumps.
Yeah, it's probably the real unlucky wicket of the day, isn't it? He looked pretty good. Hamid, his feet was moving well. He was really lunging forward to Jimmy. Anderson bowls and Slater plays that nicely into the offside, picks up a single to the deep point boundary. Two left-handers to roll that now for James Anderson. Balderson comes up from the deep point boundary. Field says pretty similar. 3 slips, 1 gully, leg slip, short leg. Anderson bowls again. White just pushing into the offside. Jimmy does the field off his own bowling.
For Lancashire, this is match number 95 in first class cricket for Jimmy Anderson. 372 wickets at 21. Since his debut for Lancashire, which was in 2002 in first class cricket.
Anderson bowls and White pushes that off his hip nicely and picks up a boundary. Just a bit back of a length, a bit leg side, and he timed that nicely over Josh Bohannon's head. And he gets a 4 to the deep square leg boundary. Takes the score on to 40 for 5.
It's in the air, isn't it? In the air, looping over the fielder. And that's the 22nd time that he's picked up 5 wickets in an innings for Lancashire as well. He's picked up 10 wickets in a match on 3 occasions for Lancashire. The latest coming in 2014 against Northamptonshire, 10 for 89.
.40 for 5 Nottinghamshire. Jimmy Anderson 5 for 18 off 8.4 so far. As he bowls again, and Patterson White probably misses out there. Looks a little bit frustrated. Just slashed that one in the offside, just mistimes it and goes straight to Nathan Lyon at cover. Gets no run.
Have a little look around the grounds at the end of this over from Jimmy Anderson, but we have been guilty of ignoring what's been going on elsewhere in truth, but there's enough going on in front of us here to keep us on our toes.
A last ball off his 9th over and potentially spell James Anderson. Bowls. Nope, and he gets another wicket. Again, the consecutive overs. It's his 6th wicket in 6 overs for Jimmy Anderson. It's a brilliant catch as well in the cordon from Williams. Just squares Patterson White up. Finds the edge, and Will Williams does the rest. I don't know what Baz McCullum and Stokes are doing, only giving this lad 1 game, but a bit better than that. 6 for 18 for Jimmy Anderson in 9 overs this morning. And he took all 6 wickets in 6 consecutive overs. It's been an absolute masterclass from Jimmy Anderson on seam bowling with a Duke's ball this morning. Nottinghamshire are in all sorts of trouble at 40 for 6.
I think that's the phrase, isn't it? That's the phrase. It has been a masterclass from Jimmy Anderson this morning. 6 for 18. And he knew straight away. Williams took the catch at gully, but he knew straight away. Edge off the bat. He was Shearer-like almost, his celebration. I shouldn't say that, he's a Burnley fan. But he was. His right arm up in the air, peeling away in celebration for his 6th wicket of a quite incredible, really, morning session where Anderson, with all eyes on him, all the headlines coming into the game, all the build-up before the first test of the summer, hasn't played any cricket since March, cruises into Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club and takes 6 for 18 from 9 overs, as if it's a walk in the park for the great Jimmy Anderson, who completes his 9th over with his latest wicket. Here's Williams from around the wicket, bowls to Slater, who's been watching on, unable to do anything about it at the other end. He's still going, the opening batter for Notts. He's now 19 not out, as that's worked out to mid-wicket. And it's 41 for 6. Callum Flynn leaves us, and Dave Bracekettle's back alongside me.
Don't think I've ever seen a 10, have you? A 10 for? Seen 9 fors. Remember Graham Onions once at Trent Bridge in his Durham days getting a 9 for, and then he ran out with a direct hit. He ran out Luke Fletcher, thereby depriving himself potentially of the chance of a 10 for. But I don't think I've ever seen one. But 6 wickets in 6 consecutive overs from Anderson, simply magical.
Here comes Williams in, bowls to Calvin Harrison, and that's through to the keeper Hurst, and there is no run.
So how many overs has he had now? Obviously we're in the 18th, so he's had 9. Oh. What do you do? What do you do? Do England have a say? Don't over bowl him? Do Lancashire have a say? Don't over bowl him? Does Jimmy say I want to keep going?
I think at this point, knowing that he's got 1 match left for England,
he does what he wants.
He'll do what he wants. 41 for 6. Williams in, bowls. Harrison defends. And the ball bounces its way up towards mid-off where Tom Bailey fields, and there's no run.
But for the here and now, I guess the bigger picture is potentially, you know, the weather forecast's not great tomorrow, but, you know, depending on how you see it, potentially you might have a lot of work to do for the rest of the day if these next 4 wickets go down cheaply. Stignott's in again, perhaps.
Yeah, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 6 for 18 for Anderson. Williams sets off and bowls again. Harrison plays forward, the ball comes off the inner half of the bat. And it deflects away to the leg side. A slightly frantic look over his shoulder by Harrison. Not sure where that was going, but I'll tell you where it's going. It's going to the man who's taken all the headlines. Anderson's at square leg to field, crouching down, scoops up the ball, and hands it back to Will Williams. It's just the most lovely smile on Anderson's face at the end of each wicket as his teammates come up to congratulate him. Big, broad, beaming smile. Williams to Harrison, that's left, and through it goes to Hurst, and there's no run.
And Tom Bailey might be thinking, these could have been mine, you know, because he should have had the first wicket, with Asiba Mead chipping the ball onto the leg side to Chris Green. Got both hands to it, should have caught it really. Down it went. And from then on, it has been the Jimmy Anderson show. Extraordinary looking scorecard. Forget about Slater for the moment. The rest 6-2, 0, 1, 5, 0.
Final ball of the over. Williams in, left by Harrison. Through it goes to the keeper. That's one done for Williams. Another one done. He's bowled 2 overs, 41 for 6. And Jimmy says, give me a 10th on the spin, please, skipper. He pulls off his jumper, removes his cap and says, I'll go for 10 on the bounce.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only the fact he's got 6 wickets, he's taken them in consecutive overs now. The 7th, the 9th, the 11th, the 13th, the 15th and the 17th over of the innings. I mean, what was he mucking about at his first 3 overs? It's been a masterclass, and those that are here have been very privileged to see it, including the Nottinghamshire contingent. But you wonder what his final figures will eventually be at the end of this innings. I think there'll be a few scorecards that'll want a signature on by the end of the day. 41 for 6. Jimmy Anderson comes in. Ben Slater shoulders arms, goes through to the keeper. He's faced his share of Anderson balls, but he's also managed to get himself down at the non-striker's end for a fair amount of time as well, Ben Slater. And that's maybe the best way to play him.
10 overs on the spin. He's 42 at the end of the month, Jimmy Anderson. Incredible.
Young whippersnapper. Slater's on 19. A little bit like Keaton Jennings in the Lancashire innings. Playing a different game to everybody else, but can he keep Anderson out? Pushes this into the offside, and there's no run. Tom Bailey doing the fielding. Not surprisingly, there's an awful lot of joviality in and around the slip cordon of Lancashire at the moment. Very much enjoying where this morning has taken them to. And just one more over of the Lancashire innings, then Keaton Jennings declared 353 for 9. Solely with the intention of trying to get amongst the Nottinghamshire wickets early on. I'm sure even he at that stage didn't expect this, as Anderson into Slater leaves it alone, and it goes through to Matty Hurst. A couple of catches to Williams, one to Bohannon, one to Jennings, one to Matty Hurst. And Asiba Mead a little bit unlucky in that he played on, just brought the bat down, and the ball just squeezed underneath and rolled back onto the stumps. But as I say, the over before had been dropped by Chris Green off Tom Bailey. Next delivery's turned to leg by Slater. He'll get a single shy at the stumps from Nathan Lyon, not too far away. I suspect Calvin Harrison would have been home. Nothing doing. There's a big roar a couple of overs ago when Slater hit a boundary towards the hospitality marquee to our right, and the ball hit the rope and popped up, and it was nicely caught by Richard Stevenson, who's here, the Notts vice chairman. Pouched it in front of all the other hospitality members. Got suitable praise for that. 42 for 6. Now the right-handed Calvin Harrison yet to score on strike. Now, what have we got? It's got 2 balls left in this over for Anderson to keep his streak running. Comes in and bowls, beats him outside the off stump and through to the keeper. Of course, if he doesn't get a wicket here, we know what it was. It was Callum, because I think Callum commentated on all the wickets. Having a well-earned breather. 42 for 6. Lunch will be at 1:10 although heaven knows what the score will be then. Of course, if they're 9 down, we'll go on a bit longer. Don't rule that out. 42 for 6. There's Anderson in, and well, there is the end of his wicket in every over streak. It comes to an end. His figures, though, remain mightily impressive. 10 overs, 6 for 19. Again, he's taken his cap from the umpire, and we'll have to wait and see if he's going to get any more. 42 for 6. Calvin Harrison, 0 not out. Ben Slater, 20 not out. Still to come, Ollie Stone, who was in terrific form with the bat last week, made 83 and 63 against Somerset. That's following on from the 90 he got against Lancashire at Trent Bridge, so he's in big good form with the bat. Dylan Pennington and Dane Patterson.
Yeah, it's a sense of everybody just having a breather, isn't it, really? You kind of hold your breath at between each delivery at the end of each over. There's another one for Anderson. 10 overs now, 6 for 19. Here's Williams in, balls down the leg side to Slater, taken by Hurst. And there's no run. It's the type of morning where, for those that were here yesterday that have come back for a third day in hope that we'll see some cricket, and it's the type of morning for those that decided to buy a ticket and come and watch a bit of cricket here in Southport, that they will not forget to see Anderson, potentially for the last time for Lancashire, on the eve of his final Test appearance, producing just the most remarkable spell of bowling. Williams in, bowls again to Slater. That's glanced away down towards fine leg for a single. He moves to 21 not out. 43 for 6 now.
Yeah, in a way, it's a little bit of a shame that it's come on a Tuesday, because you look around, understandably, can't see any young uns. There's no kids out there eager to get on the outfield with bat and ball. There were quite a few here on Sunday that came along to the cricket, and of course they were denied the opportunity of seeing Jimmy, well, neither bowl nor bat. He was the only one of the 22 players who didn't get on the field on Sunday, so it's a shame that some of the youngsters haven't seen him, but the crowd that are here will, as you say, remember this for a long time, and they'll tell those that weren't here about the day they saw Anderson at Southport.
Williams to Harrison. It's played defensively, back down the pitch. Scooped up by Williams off his own bowling, and there's no run.
I'll ask the question again. Do you think he's come to the end of this spell? He didn't get a wicket in the last over. He's had 10. Where are we? Half an hour in theory to lunch. 10 overs is a good effort.
Williams in, balls. Harrison gets forward and defends, comes off the inner half of the bat, deflects away to square leg where Anderson's there to field. No run.
Yeah, that's the other thing as well. He's not hiding himself down on the fence at long leg or third man. He's been very much involved in all the fielding efforts as well. It's very often the sole fielder on either side. He's in there just by the square leg umpire, but he's got a lot of responsibility either side of that.
43 for 6. Williams balls. Harrison plays off the front foot again in defence. Ball bounces its way out towards mid-off. Bailey in to just jog a few paces to his left to field. No run.
Very capable player, Calvin Harrison, still in the early stages of his red ball career. Has really made his name over the last couple of years with the white ball. He's had his maiden 50 in the county championship earlier this season. It first came to Notts' prominence when he racked up with Oxford University and scored a century against Notts.
Williams Harrison left again. Through it goes to Hurst. End of the over. 43 for 6. And,
where is he?
Jimmy's done, I reckon. I think Jimmy's done for now. It looks like George Balderson is going to replace him. So it's an opening spell for Anderson in this fixture of 10 overs, 2 maidens, 6 for 19. And Anderson has a breather for the first time in the morning.
Yeah, who's number 25? Just
Saki Mahmouda.
Run a bottle of water out onto the field for Jimmy Anderson. So we have got a bowling change from the Harrod Drive end. That's away to our right. Is it going to be Balderson or is it going to be Bailey? It's going to be George Balderson going to replace the great man. Big shoes to step into. Come on, lad, anybody can get a wicket from that end, and all that sort of stuff is what they'd say in club cricket after somebody had taken a 6 from that end. There is Balderson then. Lively, medium fast bowls to Slater, helps this out onto the offside and gets his 22nd run. Nottinghamshire 44 for 6, responding to Lancashire's 353 for 9 declared, of which Keaton Jennings remained undefeated on 187. Simply magnificent stuff from Jennings. And you'd say at the end of that Lancashire innings, not that we have a player of the match in the county championship, but you'd say at the end of that Lancashire innings, Keaton Jennings nailed on to be player of the match. Now I'm not so sure. Certainly Anderson's going to get lots and lots of headlines over his bowling performances. Balderson in, and Calvin Harrison opened the face, deliberately tried to run it away, but that's a decent stop there in the gully. And there's no run. Will Williams has already taken a couple of catches there. Diving to his right. It's just gone a little grey and cloudy again overhead. Don't suppose the Lancashire seamers will mind that too much, so long as it doesn't rain. Balderson bowls. Harrison turns this one to square leg. Should be plenty of opportunity to read about the exploits and performance of Jimmy Anderson today. We've got 2 media tents here, packed to the rafters. Lots of people here, specially to see and record this, what may or may not be Jimmy Anderson's last time in Lancashire colours. This is pushed back to the bowler by Calvin Harrison. Nobody seems to know, do they?
No, maybe Jimmy doesn't know.
No.
Maybe he's not sure whether he's going to keep going or not. Maybe a decision to be made after the summer.
Maybe if there was another game next week at Trafalgar Road, Southport, he might say, I'll have another one of them, because he's enjoyed it being out there today. There's Balderson, and Harrison defends. He did have to go all the way out to the middle for, 3 balls this morning, and quickly got off strike with a leg bye, and then was at the non-strikers end as Keaton Jennings hit a boundary and then declared. 44 for 6. Notts were 10 for 1, 12 for 2. 22 for 3, 28 for 4, 34 for 5. Harrison plays this on the leg side, and then 40 for 6. And that's the end of the over. That's tidy enough. One from Balderson, just a single from it. Slater remains 22. Harrison yet to score. He's now faced 16 deliveries.
Good effort from Balderson. I'm not quite sure how you follow that opening spell from Anderson, so he's done pretty well there. He's only just got the single off the over, so really tidy stuff from Balderson. Quite sure how you follow the previous 10 overs, where you do it, I guess, by running in and sending down 6 very, very decent deliveries, which were right on the money from Balderson.
Yeah, he's been shown the way how, hasn't he? This is what you do.
Well, another round of celebratory drinks coming out in the tent next to us. A tray of beer's been brought out, probably 6 or 7 pints on there. Let's have another round. I think he enjoyed the morning. Here's Williams in bowls, left by Slater. And through to Hurst, and there's no run. Elsewhere, there are other games, of which the game at the Oval between Surrey and Essex, they're at lunch now. Surrey 72 for 3, leading Essex by 154 runs, but there've been some weather around in South London, so they've gone for an early lunch there. Surrey lead Essex by 154 runs at 72 for 3 in their second innings. Williams to Slater again, he leaves it, through it goes to Hurst, and there's no run. Somerset Warwickshire 13 without loss in their second innings, and they lead Somerset by 141 runs. Kent are 286 for 7 at Hampshire this week, who made 505 for 8 declared. So Kent trail Hampshire by 219 runs, and Worcestershire 65 for 2. As Williams comes in and bowls, and Slater defends by dabbing the ball away off his back foot through point for a single. 45 for 6 here. Meanwhile, Worcestershire, could be a good finish. 65 for 2, require a further 166 runs to win. And Durham needing 8 more wickets for victory. The other Division 1 scores as we head towards lunch in those games. And Division 2 matches this week. Middlesex 55 for 2 in their second innings, require 411 more. Williams to Harrison, that's down the leg side, taken by Hurst. So Middlesex require 411 more runs to win. Leicestershire need 8 wickets. Gloucestershire 519 for 5, lead Glamorgan by 501 runs, with 5 wickets remaining. Northamptonshire 206 for 9 in their second innings, require 78 runs to win with 1 wicket left. And Derbyshire are playing Yorkshire this week. Williams bowls, Harrison's forward in defence, and there's no run. Derbyshire 36 for 3, and they trail Yorkshire by 339 runs with 7 wickets remaining. It's how it's looking elsewhere across Divisions 1 and 2 for the County Championship.
Yeah, it's saying the first game likely to finish. That one between Northants and Sussex. Sussex requiring just 1 more wicket. And they're top of the table, aren't they, in Division 2?
45 for 6 here. Williams in bowls. Harrison leaves it and watches it flash away down the leg side beyond the reach of the keeper and all the way down to the boundary for 4 byes. Not sure, as George Bell looks towards Matty Hurst, fellow wicketkeeper to wicketkeeper, I'm not sure there's much that Hurst could do about that. 4 byes to end the over, and Nottinghamshire with that move on to 49 for 6.
Yeah, Ben Slater has obviously been out there since the start of the innings, opened the innings, just asking for a change of gloves to be brought out. Got around about 17 or 18 minutes to go until lunch. 1:10 the scheduled interval time, making up a little bit of ground for the time we lost yesterday. It's going to be Balderson to bowl his second over when everybody's ready. Here he comes now, in again down the leg side. Quite a bit of that in this game from both bowling attacks. Put it in good areas and you'll get your reward, as we saw with Jimmy Anderson, but spear it down the leg side and you're likely to go for a few. Outfield has been lightning fast, particularly anything tickled down the leg side or just brushing the pad. Next delivery on its way now, and this is pushed into the offside. There's a lot of crowd movement all of a sudden, Scott, and I wonder if there might just be a few spots of rain falling, sadly.
There's a mad dash from behind us. We're in front of the Birkdale Lawn Tennis Club building, and in the tennis club behind us where the ground staff are chilling out. Well, at least they were. Here they come, because they're having a little dash towards the covers. It's started to rain, but not heavy, not that heavy just yet. Might be okay to play through this.
Yeah, quite an appropriate place to commentate from in Wimbledon fortnight, as this is dropped on the leg side and fielded by that man Anderson. Last time Notts were here in 2011, actually commentated from inside the tennis pavilion behind us. I think it was, seem to think it was termed the tennis secretary's office then that I commentated from, but was behind glass. Not got all the fresh air that we've got this week, as Balderson in again to Ben Slater, and he's pushed at that one, just waiting for everybody to go up, but they didn't get an edge on it as it nestles in the gloves again of Matty Hurst. I think if there were a few sprinkles of rain falling, it might just have, well, I'll just hold the end of that sentence, because I've just seen 2 or 3 brollies over on the far side, a couple of large red and white ones, and there's a blue and white one just gone up. There's an all black one as well, I can now see, as Slater pushes this back to George Balderson. 49 for 6 Notts, in a real old pickle here, because they still trail by 304 against the Red Rose. Lancashire declaring on 353 for 9 after just 1 over this morning, an over that saw Nathan Lyon dismissed by Lyndon James, who finished with 4 wickets. Jennings 187 not out. There's Balderson in again to Slater. And, he will just dab it down almost by the side of the stumps at the end of the over. And it was interesting then, as the umpire called over, a lot of players looked straight up in the air, so they will feel it out there in the middle, won't they? They'll know it's just starting to drizzle a little bit, and the Lancashire players will be a little fearful that this morning's efforts might just be terminated a few moments early.
Yeah, that lunch will be at 1:10. There's 15 minutes left. Looks like it has just kind of blown through a little bit, that.
Yeah, brollies are still up there over on the far side by the scoreboard, either side of the scoreboard. Those 2 red and white ones have gone down, but I can see 4 umbrellas myself.
Williams into Harrison, clipped nicely away down towards fine leg. Nathan Lyon is down on the boundary, get a single, and that brings up the Nottinghamshire 50. 50 for 6
to complete indifference. And of course, you know, if it is sprinkling with rain, the outfield is going to have that little bit of moisture in it. That one was played down all the way to the fielder on the fence, so the ball is certainly going to feel a little different for the bowlers. They'll need to keep drying it, keep working on it.
Williams in, balls left by Slater through to the keeper. There's no run. Remember reading this, I'm just catching my eyes. Nathan Lyon in front of the scoreboard is twirling his arms around, maybe, and signing a few autographs. And there was a lovely moment when I think Anderson got his 5th wicket, and he came up and shook his hand and tapped him on the back, and there's a big smile on his face, and had a bit of a chat with Jimmy Anderson. And it reminded me of some quotes from Lyon a few weeks ago, where he said he was a little surprised to read that Anderson's international career would come to an end this summer. So that's edged beyond 3rd slip down towards the boundary by Slater. He'll turn and come back for 2. Moves on to 25 not out. 52 for 6. And of course this match here at Southport with Nathan Lyon, who's been kind of the star attraction really when Lancashire have been on their travels around the country this season. It's one of their headline acts coming into town has been Nathan Lyon, but we're yet to see the great Australian off-spinner, but he might not be too far away from having a go before lunch. As Williams bowls again, and Slater off the front foot just drops it into the offside and jogs through for 1, and he moves to 26, and it's 53 for 6 now.
Of course, when the sides met at Trent Bridge, neither Anderson nor Lyon played in that match. So it won't be lost on anybody that Notts won that game, and Anderson and Lyon not available. Well, certainly Jimmy Anderson has made up for lost time here. We haven't yet seen Nathan Lyon as we get within a whisker of 1 o'clock.
2 balls left this over from Will Williams, then 10 minutes until the lunch break. It's chopped away by Harrison. Looking to kind of flash it away through the covers, and the ball actually comes off the inner half of the bat and bounces up towards mid-on, where Josh Bohannon fields, and there's no run. It's 4 off the over so far. Still 300 behind Nottinghamshire. 53 for 6. Got a lengthy day today, a lot of overs to get in, so there's still plenty of time potentially left in this match. With tomorrow to come, as Williams in, full and driven nicely by Harrison along the ground through the covers. That'll be 4. That's really nicely timed. Almost just helped it on its way, kind of caressed it away with the covers off the front foot for 4. And Nottinghamshire move on to 57 for 6 at the end of the over.
Yeah, and this pair have added 17 now for the 7th wicket, comfortably the largest partnership of the innings so far. Obviously, that's, you know, that tells you everything you need to know, really. If 17 is the largest partnership of the innings, wickets are going down at 10, 12, 22, 28, 34 and 40.
Yeah, they, as well as the runs that they've added, which I suppose is relatively modest, but in a low score could be important. It's the time they've taken, isn't it? They've battered together at pretty well here, these two. Here's Balderson to Slater. It's pushed away off the front foot down the pitch, and there is no run. 10 minutes until the lunch break. 10 minutes until supporters inside the ground can all catch their breath and stand up and turn around to their mates, and I'm sure to strangers around them, and say, goodness me, that was worth coming, wasn't it? 10 minutes until you can maybe go and have a pint and chat about what they've just witnessed. Here's Balderson to Slater. Through it goes to Hurst, and there's no run. And for Nottinghamshire, it's 10 minutes until they can have a breather for 40 minutes. Because that has been a rather brutal morning, Callum.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good morning for Lancashire, but not what the Nottinghamshire batsmen would have been speaking about in the changing room just before coming out to bat. But Slater's been pretty good amongst all the madness of Jimmy Anderson and his wickets.
Here comes Balderson into Slater's off the back foot, cuts that ball away. It's in the air, but it's safe enough, and it's nicely played through the offside, out towards the boundary, and in towards a couple of rows of spectators who are either in the plastic chairs provided or have brought their own slightly more comfier kind of deck chairs. Either way, it's 4 to Slater. He moves to 30. He's watched from the other end, hasn't he, really? He's watched the carnage unfold from the other end, but has played very, very nicely to get to 30. He's scored half the runs here. Nottinghamshire 61 for 6. Now trailed by 292. It's Balderson. Right arm round the wicket to the left-hander Slater. Plays off the front foot and just squeezes the ball away through the offside. Bounce and bobbling its way out towards Chris Green on the point boundary for a single. Slater to 31 not out. Nottinghamshire now 62 for 6.
Might see a little bit of lying just before lunch potentially. He's been just swinging his arm around, loosening up a little bit. It's a token over, isn't it, before lunch? A bit of spin just to see if it does anything. Yeah, he's going for his warm-ups now at mid-on.
Balderson in, defended by Harrison. Big tall man, Calvin Harrison, got right up onto his toes, high elbow, defends it with the full face of the bat. Up comes Bailey from mid-wicket to field. No run. Well, we're wondering if somewhere along the line Nottinghamshire could somehow find some kind of partnership to just stop what looked like an endless flow of Anderson wickets. Well, they've got one here. Balderson's in, and that's nips away past the bat. That's a fearsome looking delivery from Balderson from the wicket to the gloves of Hurst. Didn't take it cleanly. I don't think there was a nick on that, but sharp way to end the over. It's 62 for 6.
Just looking at the reaction there, the Lancashire field. I don't know if there was. It might have been a little nick there from Harrison through to Hurst. He's got his head in his hands currently. He looks a bit disappointed, but it did really leap off that length again that Jimmy was hitting perfectly in his 10 over spell early in the day. And now we're going to see a bit of spin, and it's that man Nathan Lyon. A couple of overs of spin before lunch. Going to come round the wicket straight away to Slater. Going to have one slip in Luke Wells. Got a point cover, a catching extra cover in Josh Bohannon. A mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And just a deep square leg. And George Bell's going to go under the helmet in the leg side. In he comes. Lyon bowls. Nice bit of flight. Slater just leaves that through to Hurst for no run.
So the question was posed coming into this game, with Anderson and Lyon both playing, and between them the two players have 1,230 test match wickets. The question coming into the match, or one of the many questions, was,
as Lyon bowls, Slater just pushes into the offside for no run.
Has any county side or first class side ever fielded an 11 with more test wickets than that? So in the history of county cricket or first class cricket in this country, has any side fielded an 11 with more test match wickets between them than the 1,230 between Lyon and Anderson?
Lyon bounces in, bowls, and Slater just cuts that, gets an under edge through to Luke Wells, bounces for no run.
And Andrew Sampson has been digging into his vast array of stats to find out whether or not that is a record, and he has confirmed it is indeed a record, with some more details to come.
Lyon bowls, Slater plays forward into the onside for no run.
Andrew says yes, it is a record. The only other county 11 with 1,000 test wickets also involved Lancashire. That was Lancashire against Sussex at Liverpool in 2011. And I'll come back to the players involved.
Lyon bounces in, balls, bit back of a length, and Slater plays that nicely through the offside. He beats the diving point fielder, Luke Williams, and he picks up another 4, takes him on to 35, takes the score on to 66 for 6.
So that game in 2007 in Liverpool between Lancashire and Sussex had an attack with a combined 1,046 test match wickets, which included Mullarathren, Flintoff, Cork and Mahmood. Thank you, Andrew.
Lyon in, bowls, and Slater again on the back foot, punching that same gap. I don't think this one's going to run away for 4 this time. Jimmy Anderson does the fielding, cuts it down to 2.
Of course, the bulk of those test match wickets were Matthias Mullarathrens, who had 700 at the time. Flintoff with 197, Cork 131, and Mahmood 20. So this game between these two sides, involving Anderson and Lyon, is indeed a record for the number of test match wickets. 1,230 test match wickets, and no county side or first class side has ever fielded an 11 with more test match wickets. Thank you, Andrew Sampson.
It's a pretty good effort, that, isn't it? It's a lot of wickets between two very fine bowlers.
It is, yeah, it is. What time are we on? Just after 1 o'clock, so not too far away from the fact. 7 minutes past 1 now, isn't it? This might be the final over of a breathless morning. Balderson brings Harrison on the front foot and defends, and we've got some sunshine. We've got a break in the cloud cover and a little bit of sunshine trying to squeak through to give some relief for the spectators huddled in their winter jackets. There's people huddled under brollies with rain jackets, scarves, blankets over their knees yesterday. Balderson to Harrison, who's forward in defence, and there's no run.
been spoilt with the weather at Southport over the years, haven't we?
We have, to be fair. We have. In fact, there was another completely... Well, actually, this stat's a completely pointless one, really. But since first-class cricket returned to Southport in 2011, there's been 31 days of cricket here, and yesterday was just the second day lost for weather. So
that's pretty good in Lancashire terms, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah. Well done, Southport and Birkdale, always having the sunshine. Here comes Balderson to Harrison. That's worked out towards the leg side. Actually, it's pushed off the back foot, back down the pitch, actually, bobbling back towards Balderson, off his own bowling, and there's no run. So that's what they call it, sunny Southport, isn't it? Sunny Southport. They'll be so pleased with how it's gone. I mean, they could not possibly scripted or imagined a morning involving Anderson, but the fact that he's bowled and had such an impact and it's been here, the club will be thrilled with that. Harrison off the front foot in defence this time. The ball deflects behind square on the leg side for a single, and the score moves on to 69 for 6.
Especially after seeing no play at all yesterday, club would have been a little bit deflated by no play, but Jimmy Anderson's put on a show, as he so often does. And he's got a healthy crowd in at Southport and Birkdale.
Well, the photographers are just gathering away to our right-hand side. The pavilion here at Southport and Birkdale square on, and they're all in position, ready to see Anderson lead the side off, I'm sure. Balderson's in to Slater, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. There'll be just the most special reception for Anderson. Modest in comparison to what he'll get at Lord's, undoubtedly, but I'm sure for Anderson, a proud Lancastrian, it will mean the world to him. It'll be thunderous at Lord's, it'll be perhaps more gentle here, as Balderson's into Slater, who's off the front foot and defends, and there's no run. But the meaning behind it and the respect shown will be I'm sure, just as welcome and just as humbling for Anderson in a few moments' time. It's the end of the over, 69 for 6, Slater 37, Harrison on 6. We've got time for one more from Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, George Balderson's got through his over quick enough for Lancashire to sneak one more over in for Lyon. And Jimmy's coming out onto the boundary as well, so he won't have too far to walk off for his lunch. Lyon bowling to the right-handed Harrison. A deep mid-wicket and a deep square in Jimmy Anderson and Will Williams. And Harrison just tucks that off his hip for a single to Williams. Takes the strike, brings Slater on. 37 off 79. He's batted really well this morning.
Yeah, doesn't he?
And
yeah.
Just into this afternoon, it's been chaos all around him, but he's the one Nottinghamshire batsman that's looked really steady, looks really composed, and looks like someone who kind of knows how to play on this wicket. Lyon round the wicket. Slater allows that one through to Hurst for no run. Some lovely flight and turn from Nathan Lyon there if you're watching on Lancs TV. Just takes that hop, skip and a bounce with that swinging arm. Plays at that one, Slater. Very similar delivery. If anything, it was probably pushed out a little bit wider.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
And he's played at that one instead of allowing that one through.
Just a fraction wider, hasn't he? And he's got forward to it. Slides past the edge of the bat.
Lyon bowls, and beautiful shot from Slater again. Similar to the over before. He's got on the back foot early enough and pierced the gap of Jimmy Anderson and Wilt Williams at square. He picks up another 4, takes himself into the 40s. Takes the score on to 74 for 6 for Nottinghamshire. Just making a change in the field there as well. Jennings is going into a very close catching point for Nathan Lyon. Come bowls, and Slater just allows that one through to Hurst. Just a little bit wider, a little bit shorter from Lyon there. The final delivery after what's been a fantastic morning session for Lancashire. Lion balls, and Slater just allows that one off the face of the bat for no run. That's the end of the first session. Nottinghamshire 74 for 6. All 6 wickets go to Jimmy Anderson. A fantastic 10 over spell, 6 for 19. And this Southport and Birkdale crowd, as Scott said, are all waiting just to clap the Lancashire and more. So Jimmy Anderson off the field.
They are, yeah. Everyone stood up in front of us in the marquee, the hospitality marquee. There's supporters around the ground, all on their feet. There's everyone, pretty much everyone with a camera or a phone in their hand. 2 batters heading off first. But as Anderson's figures are announced around the ground, he just holds back a little bit, as ever, maybe a little bit uncertain as to take centre stage. He's actually in the huddle. He's in the middle of his teammates as he slowly makes his way off the pitch. But that has been some morning session. That has been some spell of bowling. That has been some start to what appears to be, certainly at international level, the final chapter of Anderson's career. Whether it's the final chapter of his Lancashire career, we don't know. If it is, what a quite magnificent start to it. 10 overs, 6 for 19, a masterclass of bowling from one of the very, very best in James Anderson. Lunch on day 3 at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Nottinghamshire 74 for 6, trailed by 279 runs. And it's been Lancashire's morning, and it's been Anderson's morning here, with 6 for 19 from a brilliant 10 over spell. For listeners on 5 Sports Extra, there's Kevin Howes. And for those with us via the BBC Sport website and app, or on Lancs TV, we'll take lunch and catch you in 40 minutes.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
I think the pace of the women's game and how far it's moved and how quickly it's moved is absolutely phenomenal. And I think not many people would have ever envisaged that it could have moved the way that it has done.
So you would never imagine seeing that type of crowd for a women's match when I used to go and watch Thunder play Blackpool in the KSL.
Just to see the growth of the game, it's a super exciting time.
Been here at Emirates Old Trafford in the indoor school over the winter. The first time ever as a women's team we've been able to have a really good training block here.
Today there's huge misogyny in cricket. There's huge casual sexism every single day.
I guess it's pretty entrenched. Women's cricket wasn't really on the agenda.
Problems in cricket have been dominated by a very sort of small pool of white men, basically.
I think it's pretty clear there's a huge funding gap. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
As females, we don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity, and that's what we're getting now at Lancs.
Okay.
I'm recording, so...
Nice. 3, 2. The Charlotte Edwards Cup begins on Sunday, and it's going to be a very exciting competition.
It's a massive competition, you know, especially for our Thunder girls as well. After, you know, a relatively quiet showing in the 50 over competition, I think the coaches will be really pinpointing this competition to do something.
So the Charlotte Edwards Cup is our T20 domestic competition for our regional team.
Obviously named after the great Charlotte Edwards, who's strangely a coach in the tournament, so she's playing for her own name.
It's a round-robin competition, so each team plays each other once.
Then the top 3 get through to a finals day, where top of the group go straight through to a final, and second and third play off in a semi-final.
I think, in a way, this season coming up could be quite pivotal for Thunder. I think they're at a point where they're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The pressure's there at the end of the day, you know. We're putting in significant investment from the likes of Hilton and Sports Breaks, and the club are over-investing over and above what the ECB are putting in as a regional programme, and which to a level more than any other team. I mean, we're trying to develop a professional elite environment.
The fact that it is so much more visible, that people know they can make good careers from it now, will engage the teenagers and even younger women than that to really get involved in the sport and drive it forward, which is an exciting thing for all of us involved.
A lot of teams were looking at us going, wow, they've been on this amazing pre-season tour. What are they going to be like?
Emma Lamb on strike.
You'll need 2 or 3 individuals to step up, and you need the team to function effectively as a unit.
Deandra Dottin tries to sweep, but completely misses, and the stumps are rattled.
With that investment and with that support comes increasing expectations.
Should be a catch here, straight to extra cover.
Maybe there's an element of trying to run before you can walk a little bit with it.
A big swing here, and this time she does connect. 1 bounce, and it's gone for 4. There's a fielder underneath, put down.
Actually, that motivation going into a new season is always really exciting and can set you up as a group to really start performing.
Prendergast will go for the single, shot at the stumps, and miss. And Western Storm are home.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. Thunder team against the Blaze here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Kirsty Godden balls down the pitch comes leap out and chipped right up towards mid-off, and Emma Lamb's got.
What do we think is going wrong? Why aren't we winning these early games, you know? And there wasn't any one thing that we could put our finger on.
Ball, and she's looking to ramp that. It could be LBW. It is LBW. Throw Calder's gone. She's gone for 22.
Returns for her 4th and final over. And Eccleston chips the ball back over her head, and Kelly takes the catch.
But ultimately, when you're playing at an elite level, then that pressure exists, you know, whether the additional funding is there or not. The reality dawns that that is what professional sport is.
Overcrossing and balls. That's chipped up towards mid-on. But not Thunder's day in the second match. Listen with the winning runs.
So I think there's an element of you put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. It just doesn't work like that, does it?
The better team, the stronger team across the piece won the match.
Good for you, Scott.
Okay. Well, Paul, what's your thoughts on today?
Yeah, it's we're disappointed, obviously, to lose the game.
Paul Holton with me on commentary for a bit today, and he said that it looked like a team that's not won all season against a team that's actually played quite well this season. Would that be a fair summary?
I think that's fair, yeah. I mean, we probably lacking a little bit of confidence at this point in time.
Yeah, you're winless, obviously, so far this season in the Rachel and in, obviously, 2 matches in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. How disappointing is that? There was kind of a lot of optimism coming into this season, I think.
Yeah, we're disappointed. There's no doubt about that. That's the game, isn't it? And what we've got to do is we've got to keep building belief in the players and be ready, work hard and work smart and be ready come Saturday.
We always joke about Crosby having its own climate as well. Like every time we come, the weather's nice. First thing on a Sunday morning, it's like so quiet. Like it's early, but there's like nobody here. The first time we brought Maisie here, she thought the statues were real people, and then I was like, yeah, so did Charlie. I don't live far from here and grew up playing at Rainford Cricket Club in Liverpool Comp, which is all because of my brother, really. So my brother played both cricket and football, and I did the same because of him, really. So opportunities-wise, I always just played boys and men's stuff, really. Yeah, it was brilliant, and Rainford they give me all the opportunities that they could, and played a little bit at school as well. And then obviously got picked up in the Lancs setup from sort of nine onwards. So yeah, played for many years, coming through right through the age groups, which was all women's stuff. I'm Ellie Threlkeld, wicketkeeper, batter and Thunder captain.
Oh, Ellie Threlkeld, an amazing skipper, fastest hands in the northwest and in the whole country, I'd say. So I think behind the sticks as a wicket-keeper, she's a phenomenal talent.
You can't look past the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld. I think she's been brilliant over the last few years. You know, taking on the reins as skipper is never an easy job, especially with a young group like we've got.
She's, you know, a formidable individual. She's still so young and she's got such incredible leadership skills.
Ellie's great. Ellie is what we're about at Thunder. And it's challenging for her in terms of the pressure of keeping, captaining, batting in top middle order as well. So she's got a lot of pressure on her shoulders as well.
Played for Lancashire since the age of 9, I think, so a very long time. I've been part of the Thunder setup for 3 years now when it first was created. One of the first to receive a professional contract in 2020. And yeah, I've been part of the setup ever since, and became captain 2 years ago. So yeah, this would be my second season in charge. It's something I've always wanted to do. I think I've done it a lot at age group cricket. When we found out Alex Hartley was stepping down, it was not really talked about a lot for a long period of time, and it was sort of myself, Georgie Boyce, a couple of other players were getting opportunities to do the leadership roles on the pitch, and it was mentioned to me that it might be possible, and I sort of gave it everything from my end and said I really want to do it. But yeah, I remember the moment Shawsey told me, and I just couldn't really believe it, to be honest. I think, obviously, I was only 23, and yeah, it's pretty young to be able to do it. And I think since then I've done everything I can to sort of get better and to try and impact the group as much as I can.
I think a captain in cricket does have a lot of responsibilities. There's decision making, obviously there's a lot of input from a coaching team beforehand, but on-field decision making of if the game plan's not going quite how you wanted it, who's coming on to bowl next. You've got a foot in both camps in a way that you're working with the coaches around selection, and then you're also part of the team like everyone else.
All the support we're getting from Lancashire is absolutely brilliant. Hilton have been amazing, and yeah, likewise other sponsors have as well, and I don't think we'd be able to be going on pre-season tours and funding extra professional players without their help. But there becomes a point where, yeah, we've got to give back as a team, and all the support we're getting, it's got to translate to results on the pitch.
Hello. Hello.
How are you?
Very well, how are you? I know.
The women's game, the growth has been magnificent, really. I think it's been a rapid pace of change, but it's also on a journey where you kind of just know it's still got so much further to go.
The game will only get better in quality if women can be given the opportunity to have 12-month contracts, to train in the way that the men do, to completely focus on cricket, and that it's the money. Exactly.
We needed to do more, we wanted to do more. I think one of the things that we've always been guilty of is wanting to run before everybody else wanted to walk. You know, we can go and drive additional commercial sponsorship, but we need some more from the governing body. The governing body can achieve that if it actually recognises that by going and doing a broadcast deal or getting a big title domestic sponsor for the Charlotte Edwards Cup trophy, that would be game-changing, because that would fill that gap that would enable the women's pro structure to pay what it needs to pay and do what it needs to do to really compete and grow.
I think in terms of where the women's game is right now, I think we're only scratching the surface of the potential actually, and I think it's going to take a real collaborative effort across the whole of the professional game network. So that's all of our partners, so that's whether it's the first class counties, the national counties, commercial partners. It really does have to work together in a cohesive way to sort of rise the whole tide.
We are, as the ECB, over-investing in the women's game at the moment relative to the direct commercial returns that we create from it. That's partly because we believe it's just the right thing to do, because ultimately where we're trying to get to is a self-sustaining economy where we build the audience, we create the value, we're able to pay players what we'd like to be paying them.
Stop treating the domestic game as a performance sport. It is a commercial elite sport. There will be a way of doing that if there's a will.
In terms of women's domestic cricket, we are very much in our infancy, I guess, in terms of establishing that as a broadcast product. I think it's something that I am optimistic about in the future as to where that will sit.
I genuinely have always just wanted what's best for our women's professional squad and what's right for our women's professional squad. You know, it isn't our job to make the life easy for the ECB and others. It's our job to be on a journey and do what's right by our women's professional squad.
I think for me, the most important thing about cricket and my love for it came from the friendships that I developed. You know, started playing cricket with Kate Cross at an incredibly young age, at 12 years old, and she's been my ride or die ever since. And, you know, friends that I've made throughout the game have obviously been my rock through my darkest times, but cricket for me is just the most incredible sport. For me, nothing in my life will ever beat the 2017 World Cup final at Lord's, and we won it. And then you almost think, how does it get better than that? That's the high. Your dreams have come true. And then you lose your England contract and you go, who am I? Who have I become?
Right, so Alex, we'll start with the intro questions, so there's some nice and easy ones for you. So first is your name and your role.
I'm Alex Hartley, former Thunder.
Straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. Kate Cross with the catch.
Ragadoosh, baby. Time for a batting clinic now. Oh, I don't like that one.
Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, just an absolute firecracker of a player, really good fun.
Oh, they're having sex. Oh no, it's not, it's dead.
The moment she came back to training again, it was fantastic. She just brought an energy, a keenness, a directness about her as well.
Brilliant start from Alex Hartley.
Alex, left arm spinner, enthusiastic player, absolute cricket nut, loves getting involved in everything cricket.
Alex Hartley, one of my oldest and longest friends, the heartbeat of many teams, and one of the reasons that I fell back in love with the game.
I was pulling my hair out, my eyelashes out. I had a breakdown on my mum. Couldn't remember the last time I laughed, couldn't remember the last time I smiled. And I was coming back from cricket training, I was miserable, I cried every single day. And had to start therapy because I didn't know what else to do, and I really had hit rock bottom of just going back to that dark place that I was in 2019. Therapy for me got me through my last summer of playing cricket, and I'm really glad I did that, really glad that I got through that, because if I'd have retired at the lowest of lows that I was at and in a really dark place, I think I would have hated cricket forever. But through therapy, I got to play another season with the Thunder Girls, I got to play in the 100, and I retired quite proud of what I've achieved in my life.
The
beautiful day here at Emirates Old Trafford, and we are starting, of course, with the Thunder against the Sunrisers. Delighted to say that I'm joined by Lancashire's Sophie Eccleston. Great to have you with us. As you say, it's not quite gone according to plan so far. Have you been able to really sort of put your finger on where things are going wrong for you?
I think we just need to be a bit clearer on bowling plans, to be honest. I think we just need to bowl a bit straighter. I think we've been a bit wayward with our lines recently. Get a few, someone like Lammy to go big today and get some runs on the board.
Ellie, thanks very much for speaking to us. You've just had the toss. What's the verdict?
We're going to have a bowl today. Yeah, lost the toss, so we're in the field.
Right, girls, all I ask is we sit here after this innings, we've given everything, OK? Energy for 20 overs, do the basics really well, all straight. Come on.
After the tough start, I had concern, definitely. You know, I've kind of staked my team's name on really supporting and getting behind this group.
The consequence of people not performing is, you know, those opportunities aren't there anymore.
I think there was pressure, maybe that played a part.
Kate Cross to bowl the first. Cross strikes, wicket with the second ball of the match.
But I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
Here's Cross bowls. As she cleared extra cover, Lamb running backwards. Norris coming into the attack.
Villiers sliced away and caught. Second wicket to fall, 28 for 2.
That's gone high, more height than distance, I reckon. Should be gone. Is gone. Straight to Deandra Dottin. Gardner, the new batter. Here's Lamb in and bowls. That's driven for 4. 2 balls left. Oh, and bowls. And she's excellent by Ditani. Really good couple of overs at the death here for Thunder. And that will be, I think, a really, really happy Thunder dressing room. It's all about the batters now. Job done.
That game really felt like it was the first time that everything was coming together. We bowled really well, and you could see the confidence of the girls was through the roof as well. And it felt like if we could nail the second innings, then we were really onto something.
There's pressure there, but the team went in believing. You really backed us. You know, the team walked out and you thought, yeah, we can do this.
So here we go. Liberty Heap and Emma Lamb heading out to bat. A lot of pressure on Emma Lamb if she can get off to a good start.
Kopak to open up the bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. It's flashed away to mid-wicket. Nicely played by Emma Lamb. Well, it's a ferocious looking shot. It appears to me to be a marked improvement in running between the wickets. Oh, that's a skyer. Could be caught, probably should be caught. Oh no, put down. 49 without loss. A run away from a 50 partnership for the first wicket between Emma Lamb and Liberty Heap.
And drives down the ground, and that's going to bring up a half-century partnership.
Kelly Castle coming into the attack.
Lamb looks to sweep, and she's gone. LBW, big blow. First wicket to fall. That's the first breakthrough for the Sunrisers. Emma Lamb out.
Side in the air, caught, out, and that is the end of Morris. She's gone for 7.
Oh, she's been bowled, out for 46. Frustration for Liberty Heap. Fine effort with the bat. Dottin comes down the pitch. It's another monster hit for 6 for Deandra Dottin. Just need 2 more to win. Yeah, here she comes down the pitch. Heaved away into the onside. They're up and running. Their first victory of the season. They've beaten the Sunrisers here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Happy captain.
Happy captain. Girls, I just want to say I'm really proud of us. I think we talked about creating our own energy, and I thought that's the best I've seen us out there. I thought the bowlers were outstanding, and I think to turn around what we've done to that today, it's a great effort. And sitting in now, it feels good, doesn't it? So I think hang on to that, and we go again the next game.
The defeat the other day, that we've got to stick together, and that's what you did. It was absolutely brilliant. I would have thought you'd won every game you played so far. So, fucking well done. You deserve this. You deserve it.
It means so much. It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff, and everyone in here. So, cheers to you all. Thanks. Let's have many, many more beers that taste like this. Well done.
I think still when people think of cricket in this country, they think of the men's game. We're still working to get the women's game up to that level in the public consciousness.
The men's game has too much cricket at the moment. We all know the schedule is congested and it impacts performance. The women's game is entirely different. The women's game is in a different phase and it's hungry. It needs as much cricket as possible.
Women have been put on small club grounds with not great facilities. We're obviously a long way off gender pay parity, and that has to be the ambition, that women's cricket can bring in enough revenue and stand on its own 2 feet that women can get paid what they're worth.
And I will always fight for the cricket girls. You know, I want them to be paid more. I think they should be paid more. You shouldn't have people having to live with friends just so that they can try and save money for a house. I think they should be paid enough to be able to save money.
In terms of equal pay, the ambition is obvious. We want to end up there. Things like the 100 and domestic cricket, 100 is that both teams are doing exactly the same thing. They're playing a 100-ball match. The sponsors are massively interested in the women's game. We've got to close that gap.
We absolutely want to get to a position where salaries for male and female cricketers are equal. Now, we could put all of that investment in salaries. That might give you equal pay. But what that wouldn't make is equal pay a sustainable outcome from a system that you've built. It would just be something that you've chosen to prioritise at that moment in time.
Funding is always going to talk, money always talks, but if you have these investments from organisations, you know, such as Hilton, such as Sports Breaks, then it does mean that you can just do that bit more, and every 1%, 2%, 3% is going to help develop a side and give them that sort of confidence and the ability to go forward and be the best team they can be. We are in catch-up mode, so I think it's unrealistic to say, right, we're going to equalise everything tomorrow just like that. There are things that need to be built in, and there's changes both in terms of, there are procedural things that we need to change as well around that. So it's investment, it's mindset, it's culture. But look, I think fundamentally the biggest thing within all of this is leadership. We need strong leaders in the game at every level, both at ECB and within our regions, within our first-class counties, within our national counties, that believe in presenting men and women, boys and girls, and with equal opportunities moving forwards.
We're possibly getting closer to it than we would have been a couple of years ago. I think it's a conversation that is in the public domain, certainly more than it ever was. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
When I wasn't at school or playing netball or doing any other activity, I was always down here playing. I'm Kate Cross and I'm a Thunder bowler.
Do you see yourself as a trailblazer?
No, yes, but no, it's not. You know, you don't sign up to... I wasn't playing cricket down here to be a trailblazer. I think naturally, just the way that my journey has been, it's had to be that way.
Kate Cross, England bowler, really smart and engaging, and a great follow on social media. And she has a podcast with Alex Hartley, which is essential listening for a cricket fan, I'd say.
Kate, opening bowler, definitely getting up there in the batting stakes. Real leader on the field and off the field, and has broken down a lot of boundaries.
She's got a very good impact on the players. They can see her professionalism, and that's probably the word I'd use a lot, is her professionalism.
She definitely has been a role model, I think, and future players have followed, and in the main, the vast majority have gone on to be international players.
Kate, it's Lancashire Thunder's first training session today. How excited are you to get started?
Oh, massively excited. I always get a real buzz when I come through the gates at Old Trafford, and I think it's making it very real now. It's really nice to be here, and I'm looking forward to get going now.
Kate and the whole Cross family are fundamental to Haywood Cricket Club. I'd actually finished playing for the first team when Kate made her debut, but was at the ground when she did it. And you know, I think the whole club is just proud of what Kate's done. She's a great role model for the club. You know, there's a lot more females and girls wanting to play cricket at Haywood and the surrounding clubs just because of Kate and what she's achieved.
I think Kate paints or embodies that vision of women's cricket, how it's moved on from those real amateur days of how you have to fight and earn your place in an academy and then England. Her journey now would be easier, and that's a brilliant thing. And I think the legacy of someone like a Kate is that these changes come in. So nowadays they'd be coming into a county age group set up at Lancashire, set up into one of our emerging player programmes, and then into the academy, and then into the Thunder setup.
Kate was a 15-year-old girl bowling in the nets, and this coach said, Stanley, just come and have a look at this girl. And I went there without any sort of preconceived ideas, went and looked at a ball over the balcony, and straight away I could tell that there was a player there of some real quality. She had this just late swing and delivered the ball in such a way that was really quite a powerful indication of her future potential. So I made up my mind there and then that she would be part of the academy, and I've had no regrets. My only regret is that I was just so blinkered.
Yeah, I mean, there was always comments. It was just such an easy thing for people to talk about. I wasn't put off by it, and I know that some girls could be and have been. And I think that's what is so brilliant about the stage that we're in at the minute with the women's game. I think the fact that there's now a real pathway for girls, a lot more women's cricket clubs as well, or cricket clubs that have women's teams as part of it. I think that's really powerful, that girls know that there's a definitive pathway to make it to Lancashire or to Thunder, and which I was just playing cricket. I just wanted to play as much as possible, and the opportunities kind of fell at my feet without me really realising that it would be kind of life-changing.
So success for Thunder. So there'll be a great sense of relief, I'm sure, amongst the Thunder players. That will be a much happier dressing room now.
That first win, I just remember being so happy and relieved that we'd got that under our belts. People talk so much about how important momentum is in cricket, and I knew that this would be brilliant for us to then kick on and hopefully go further.
From where we'd come from, with confidence felt really low. You just didn't know where a win was going to come from.
I think it was belief more than anything. I think once you get that first win or you have that performance personally, that can change the whole dynamic of the group.
We want them to be as successful as they can be. We're on this journey with them because we want them to realise their full potential.
The whole development has been brilliant for us to watch from the sidelines and, you know, support as best we can.
That's the kind of game and performance and result that can just really turn things around.
Welcome along, looking forward to this. So here we go, Liberty Heap on strike.
That's in the air, and she gets one.
And that is 50 for Emma Lamb.
Bang, have a bit of that, Deandra Dottin.
This should be a run out, and it is.
And caught.
Like in any sport, if you can find a way to win, it just improves everyone's mood. And all of a sudden, potentially, you see a little bit of confidence rise, you see a little bit of belief come back into the players.
The first wicket of the Thunder innings. The wicket was much needed now. They might get it here. It's gone high in the air, and it has been taken. It's 4 more to the total. Roll away for 4 runs, just bouncing up over the rope.
This is where we are in a hard world of professional elite sport. There are no hiding places. It does matter. This is very important to everybody at the club.
If they can get a good win here, they can go past the Vipers. 4 runs, perfect start for the Thunder. A ramp shot, that goes away for 4 runs. Strong contributions with the bat from the Thunder. What can they produce with the ball? brilliant from Southport. Bowled off stump, Olivia Bell. Another crucial wicket for Thunder. It's hit back, Alan, what a catch that is from Tara Norris.
Something special could happen here, because just a little bit of momentum, a few wins put together, and you're starting to think, you know what, maybe they could actually go on and reach finals day.
So here we go, we're at Blackpool Cricket Club. It's do or die in the Charlotte Edwards Cup for Thunder. Need a victory here against the Diamonds to reach finals day.
Keep it really, really simple. Enjoy the moments, enjoy the pressure. When the pressure gets hot on them or us, enjoy both teams going through it and learning the moment. Okay? Make smart decisions and keep it simple. Good luck. Go well.
Let's have a quick word with Ellie.
Yeah, lost the toss and yeah, we're going to have a ball.
Equation is simple, isn't it? You've got to win here, and ideally you've got to win well this afternoon.
I'm actually really proud of the girls, the way they've turned the comp around. I think losing the first two and then to be in this position today, like, we've got a bit of momentum now, so hopefully that'll help us out today.
Must-win game, but every game's been a must-win game, okay? Nothing changes. These are the days where we do all that hard work in that indoor centre form, okay? Smile, enjoy it, relax, do the basics well, yeah? Start fast, give everything for 20 overs, right?
Thunder are going to bowl first, and here we go with a slip in place. If they win the match, they give themselves a chance of reaching Saturday's final. Strike rate of 122. Early breakthroughs for the Thunder could be important with that in mind. It's just glanced away off the pads out towards mid-wicket. Thompson waits, drives it towards mid-on and caught. It's driven and caught. Second wicket in the over for Tara Norris. Well, he could go up to bowl the third over. He gets another wicket. Heath has gone. Morris strikes. Oh, it's a beauty from Bell. It's down towards long on. It is out. Datani takes the catch. Next batter out. Actually going for another big hit. Plenty of height, not much distance. Might be caught. Is.
Fantastic with the ball, Lancashire. Terrific work, wasn't it, Ellie? You must be absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. I think the bowlers were outstanding, kept the stumps in.
Well, welcome back to Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club for the start of the afternoon session. On this third day, the Lancashire players just gathering and hovering beyond the boundary rope in front of the pavilion. The two umpires are heading out to the middle, with Nottinghamshire 74 for 6 in their first innings, replying to Lancashire's 353 for 9 declared. And the man of the moment, the talk on the lips of everybody really inside the ground at lunch, was that of James Anderson and that breathless 10-over spell. Anderson walking out alongside Nathan Lyon, who bowled a couple of overs just prior to lunch. Ben Slater, in the middle of all this carnage, is still going very nicely on 41 not out. And hopes of some kind of first innings score rest largely perhaps on his shoulders. We'll hear from Callum Flynn a little bit later on. Dave Bracegirdle and Scott Reed with you to start the afternoon session. And Dave's alongside me. Hey, mate.
Yes, Ben Slater. It's a strange-looking scorecard. He's 41 not out. Next top score is extras with 8. And then Calvin Harrison, who's also unbeaten, he's on 7. And since Anderson came out of the attack at 40 for 6, they've nearly doubled the score, this pair. Well, they've added 34, so from 40 for 6 to 74 for 6. But there's bad news, I can say, for the Nottinghamshire batters and the Nottinghamshire supporters. Good news for Lancashire fans, for Jimmy Anderson fans, because he's not going to rest on his laurels with figures of 10 overs, 6 for 19. Anderson is back into the attack from the Harrod Drive end, and I wonder what mayhem will follow over the next 20 minutes or so. 74 for 6, Nottinghamshire. Follow-on mark is 204. Keep that in mind as Anderson comes in to bowl to Harrison, and there's runs from the first ball as he opens the face, guides it down towards third, and it won't go all the way. That's Chris Green. Leisurely chase after it, a post-lunch, almost a jog after it for Chris Green rather than a full-out sprint. And a couple of runs to the right-handed Harrison. Now he moves on to 9, so he is the second top scorer in the innings. Anderson having his figures damaged already, 6 for 21. And comes Jimmy Anderson, bowls turned on the leg side. Decent bit of work under the lid there, close in. 76 for 6. As we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra. We just started again, first over back after lunch here at the Trafalgar Road ground at Southport. Fallen, absorbing opening day, then yesterday completely lost to the weather. Wet day, not a ball bowled, and today, well, Jimmy Anderson putting on a show. He comes in and down the leg side, taken by a tumbling Matty Hurst, dives away to his left and pouches it. So Slater, the opener, still there on 42, but it's been a real old tale of terror at the other end with Asib Hamid, who was dropped early on. That was off the bowling of Tom Bailey. Poor old Tom Bailey, he could have been lapping these wickets up as well. Hamid out, he was the first to go to Anderson. He chopped on for 6. Will Young 2. Joe Clark without scoring. Jack Ames for 1. Lyndon James for 5. Liam Patterson-White for 4. Anderson getting wickets in 6 consecutive overs. In he comes and bowls now, and Calvin Harrison, the South African-born leg spinner, pushes us into the offside, and again he'll come back for a couple. So this over so far, says he, looking for a bit of wood to touch, not quite as problematical for the Nottinghamshire batters as in his initial spell. 76 for 6. If you weren't with us at the start of the day, Lancashire resumed from 344 for 8, and a very eventful 1 over bowled by Lyndon James. We had 9 runs and a wicket, and then a declaration as Keaton Jennings pulled the plug on the Lancashire innings. 353 for 9. Anderson in again to Harrison, and again down the leg side. Not quite got the radar right, Scott.
Yeah, just warming up after his lunch break. I'm surprised that the lunch must be particularly good in the marquee next to us, because even with Jimmy opening up after lunch, nobody's come out to watch him. Maybe the complimentary wine's in full flow or something like that. Not a single person come out to watch him bowl.
Don't think they've served the dessert.
No,
yet.
fair enough. Yeah, wait for the dessert first.
You don't want to miss out on a gooseberry fall, do you?
No, true.
78 for 6. Next delivery is bowled now, and Harrison pushes it out into the offside. And thus far, Nottinghamshire going along very nicely. It's only 1 over, a very small sample size, but a couple of 2s in that over to Calvin Harrison. He's on 10 now, and in fact the board's showing he's on 10. I think we make it that he's on 11. I'm sure they'll sort that out. 78 for 6 is the score. Notts have only got the 3 quicks to come. Ollie Stone, Dylan Pennington and Dane Patterson really need Slater to stick around for as long as this innings lasts, and ideally they could do with Calvin Harrison sticking around with him.
Yeah, well, they got to lunch, these two, didn't they? And it's a start, I guess. Managed just to stem the flow of wickets. Managed to bat through a decent chunk of time and put on 37. Just to get Nottinghamshire to lunch, really. It came at a good time for Notts. They needed that break. Try and reset and go again. Here's Bailey. And that's left alone by Slater. Through it goes to Hurst. And there's no run. We've seen that 10 over spell from Anderson in the morning session. The other bowlers used by Lancashire. Bailey is now into his 8th. Will Williams 5 overs. George Balderson 4 and 2 for Nathan Lyon. And through to Slater, left alone by the Nottinghamshire batter taken by Hurst, no run.
Whoever you are, whoever you're playing alongside, if you're a member, if you're a fast, medium, fast bowler and you're part of a bowling quartet, you've always got a responsibility to not let the side down, if you like, to keep it tight, to take wickets and whatever. But crikey, there's even more pressure on the other three, isn't there, when you see Anderson do that this morning.
78 for 6. Bailey bowls, and Slater trying to get forward. That ball just nips back in and traps him rather uncomfortably halfway up the thigh. It's had him walking away towards the square leg, just flexing his leg. Yeah, came back in a bit from Bailey. Left him on the fleshy part of the thigh.
I mean, neither Will Williams or George Balderson were slapped around this beautiful little ground, but there just seemed to be a definite easing of pressure once Anderson came out of the attack.
Bailey to Slater, leans into it and defends, angling it away towards the offside. Picked up at Gully, no run.
There's a lot of visiting press here, wondering if they'll be able to get a word with the great man this evening. I think if he gets all 10, he might well hold an impromptu press conference. He's done a lot of things in his life, but he's not done that, has he?
78 for 6. Bailey in and balls. Slater plays nicely away through the leg side. Just be a couple. Picked up on the mid-wicket boundary by Balderson. Comes back for 2. And the score moves on to 80 for 6 now.
Last time Notts played here in 2011, Andre Adams picked up 10 wickets in the match. He got a 6-for and a 4-for. Not sure what the best figures are on this ground. I suspect we'll be able to have a little bit of a look in the fullness of time, should Jimmy continue after lunch with everything he did this morning.
Here comes Bailey, left by Slater, through to Hurst. It's the end of the over, with a couple of runs coming off it. 80 for 6 as we get back underway after the lunch break. With Nottinghamshire desperately trying to find some kind of first innings score. Still trail by 273. It'll be Harrison to face Anderson. Now, a little walk around the outfield at lunch and bumping into a few people. And just listening to kind of conversations as well. As Anderson's in to Harrison, that's left. And taken by Hurst. And there's no run. And it's a little bit of a sense of kind of disbelief, really. It was a sense of excitement and a sense of supporters being absolutely thrilled by what they've witnessed, but also just trying to take it in. It was a really, really nice kind of feel around the ground at lunch as everyone kind of mingled around and started chatting with each other. Listen to Harrison, again that's left. And taken by Hurst, and there's no run. And people just kind of taking it all in, that sensational morning for those lucky enough to be in the ground this morning. Remember that for some time. And they've got a chance to watch Anderson try and claim another. In he comes and bowls. Harrison leaves through to Hurst, and there's no run. The 10 overs that he bowled in the morning session were all on the spin. He bowled a 10-over opening spell from the Harrod Drive end of the ground here at Southport and Birkdale. We're looking on from kind of third man, our commentary position. So away to our right-hand side, there's a row of houses behind the tree line behind Anderson. He's in again to Harrison. That's off the back foot and dabbed away into the offside. No run. Got to over number 6, and we're wondering whether that was the end of his spell, and to over number 7, and is that him done? And then over number 8, maybe not. And then the 9th, and then the 10th. Took 6 wickets in 6 successive overs. As Nathan Lyon walks alongside Anderson in conversation with the England international. And watching now from mid-off as Anderson moves in and bowls. Forward goes Harrison in defence. It's pushed away into the offside. Lyon fields. Going away to his left-hand side from mid-off, and there's no run. First 3 overs sent down by Anderson. Just kind of getting into his groove, really, and then all of a sudden the fireworks erupted. And he ripped through 6 wickets. Bowls to Harrison, who takes a single this time, just drops it away into the offside. Green comes up from point to field. And that is the end of the over. And that single takes Nottinghamshire on to 81 for 6. And Harrison keeps the strike as well with that. He moves on to 12.
Yes, just that little bit of time at the crease before lunch from Calvin Harrison has been of great value, great use to him. He's played Anderson quite nicely. The opening couple of overs from the great England man. Straight after lunch, 81 for 6. The score now, so they've more than doubled the total from when Anderson first went out of the attack. Train goes by at the opposite side of the ground. Just a small one there, just 4 carriages. There's Bailey from our left, and he's got the outside edge, and Harrison goes. And Tom Bailey breaks the sequence of Anderson wickets. It's not going to be an all 10 for Jimmy, but Tom Bailey gets his man, Calvin Harrison, just pushing away from his body there outside the off stump, and he's nicked it through and knocks a 7 down. And certainly they're staring right into the middle of a deep abyss here. They've just got Ollie Stone, Dylan Pennington and Dane Patterson to come. Calvin Harrison had played very nicely there for his 12, and again, that's one he'll feel perhaps looking back he could have left alone. It's a decent delivery though, did just move away sharply from Bailey. And another catch for wicket-keeper Matty Hurst. And Ben Slater remains 43 not out. All the talk on the first day and first thing this morning was would Keaton Jennings carry his bat. He finished 187 not out, and the captain of Lancashire, it was his decision to call the declaration. Wonder if Ben Slater will carry his bat here. He's got Ollie Stone on his way out to the middle. The in-form Ollie Stone, who earlier in the season registered his highest first-class score when these two sides met at Trent Bridge. He made 90. And last week against Somerset, scores of 83 and 63. So he's having a good old time of it with the bat, Ollie Stone. Those 3 half-centuries I've just told you about. He's only scored 4 in total in his entire career, Ollie Stone. So runs have come for him at this stage of his career. I wonder if they'll come for him today. 81 for 7, Scott.
Yeah, Bailey breaks that sequence, as you say, of Anderson wickets. It's been a wicket that Bailey's been searching for.
And he comes then to bowl the first ball to the Nottinghamshire quick, and he's gone first ball, and now he's on a hat-trick. An edge to slip, pouched by the skipper Keaton Jennings, and Ollie Stone might have been in good form last week. But here at Southport, he's got a first baller, and crikey, we've seen everything, or we thought we'd seen everything. We've now got Bailey on a hat-trick.
We have, yeah, safe pair of hands. Keaton Jennings at second slip. He's not dropping that, is he? Angled in. There's the thick edge. There's the Jennings catch. And Nottinghamshire are staring down the barrel here. Still 272 runs behind. 81 for 8.
Yeah, no feet movement at all, and he began the drive to a ball that was already shaping away from him. So by the time the bat got through and made contact with the ball, it only just clipped the outside edge and went at a really lovely catchable height through to Keaton Jennings. And as you say, having a terrific match, and certainly wasn't going to drop that. And now a fella for whom the first day was one of the career highlights, I'm sure, because he awoke to news of being selected for the first time in the England Test squad for at least the first 2 tests of the West Indies series. Just wonder if he'll be a teammate at Lords for the first test of Jimmy Anderson, or whether he'll sort of shadow Anderson and he'll be the one to come in for the second test at Trent Bridge. But right now he's got other concerns because he's coming out here on a hat-trick, and he has been victim, I've got to say it, he has been victim of any number of LBWs this season, including against Sam Cook of Essex in the first game of the season. He was Sam Cook's hat-trick victim. You'd better look after this one as your boy's on a hat-trick here, Scott.
He's got 5 slips in place as Bailey, and no danger there. Played very assuredly away into the offside for no run. A little ripple of applause around the ground.
Yeah, you can imagine at lunch Tom Bailey was sort of reflecting on his fortune that he had one opportunity created by his bowling before lunch, and it was dropped by Chris Green. But he's getting his rewards now. Here he comes. 2 wickets in this over, and now a play and a miss, a genuine play and a miss there from Dylan Pennington. Again, there's no movement of the feet whatsoever. Just pushing hard at a ball that's shaping away. It's a lovely bit of bowling again, but you've got to question the foot movement.
Yeah, just angling into Pennington, that little shape away. It's a really good piece of bowling by Bailey. Unlucky not to have just nicked it behind, really.
There's only Dane Patterson to come. That follow-on mark of 204 is the proverbial mile away at 81 for 8. There's Bailey in once more, and there's going to be at least a couple here for Dylan Pennington. He's worked this just to the left of Josh Bohannon at short leg. He scampers after it, and they come back for that second run, 83 for 8. And Dylan Pennington's off the mark with a couple. I guess the question is going to be very much forming in Keaton Jennings' mind, if it wasn't there already, about whether to enforce the follow-on or not. This morning we had a look, and one thing we have learnt this week is that the apps and the weather here at Southport don't necessarily correspond.
No, that's
true.
You
can be reading something where it says no rain today, and it can be throwing it down, and likewise you can be looking at absolute torrential downpour on an app, and you get nice sunny conditions. That's what we've had over the first 2 days. Next ball is again played away out onto the offside by Pennington for a single. He'll keep strike, 84 for 8. But when we look this morning, tomorrow does appear to be laden with an awful lot of rain, as the applause at the end of that over for Tom Bailey, who's now got figures of 2 for 22. That over has certainly transformed his day.
Yeah, the weather apps and the different radars that you use, they were basically useless yesterday, because there wasn't really anything showing that it was going to rain, and it was raining, wasn't it? It was drizzle, and so they were pretty redundant yesterday. That
we always say on a ground, it's the groundsman's radar you want to go by. They know, but they didn't, did they? They kept saying this shouldn't be happening.
They did, yeah.
It shouldn't be raining here.
But it was.
It was, yeah.
Not today, not right now anyway. The sun is shining. The sun is shining firmly on Jimmy Anderson, who's having some day out by the seaside in Southport. Lancashire looking for a 9th Nottinghamshire wicket. They've gone for that leg slip in place, as well as Bell, Jennings, Wells and Williams.
Yeah.
Kind of 4 slips strung away to the keeper's right.
And we have got this little contest here now. England old versus England new.
Pennington on 3. Short leg in place under the helmet as well. Anderson in and bowls. Pennington plays with a little foot movement, groping at the ball really. Through it goes to the keeper, no run.
I think Anderson will have liked what he saw at the other end there. Didn't get his man out, but it was clear that Pennington was struggling to read it really again. There's no foot movement, playing at a ball that was swinging away from his body.
Anderson to Pennington. Edged, gone. Taken by Bell at first slip. Jim is having some day out in Southport. 7 for him, 9 down, 84 for 9. Anderson strikes again. Pennington goes for 3, And Nottinghamshire still trailed by 269 runs.
I don't think there'll be too many people here surprised at what's just happened there from what we saw from the previous delivery. Again, just played it. That delivery, we're just getting another look on our monitors now. And that's been nicely pouched at first. And he's got figures now of 7 for 24.
Bell takes the catch. And the end is nigh for Nottinghamshire's first innings. At 9 down, just 84 runs score. Keaton Jennings gathering his troops around in a little circle as they take in a bit of refreshment, a bit of a drink. Maybe a chat as to what the next move is.
Well, if there was a boxing referee on hand, he might stop this contest in the first round here. Jimmy Anderson with ball versus Dane Patterson with bat. There is only one outcome here. There is only one outcome. How many left in the over? There's 4 left in the over. This is not a fair fight, folks, I can tell you. Dane, in all probability, will swing from the hips. It'll be fun if he connects with one, because on the rare occasions that he does connect with one, it goes many a mile. That would briefly add to the entertainment, but it would be unlikely he would connect with 2. Let's put it that way.
84 for 9. Anderson with 7. In and balls to Patterson. Through it goes to Hurst. Has a little jab at that outside the off stump, and then he kind of whips the bat away. I wasn't playing really, as it's taken by Lancashire's wicketkeeper. 7 for 24 for James Anderson. Blimey.
Got lovely conditions as well right now, actually. Maybe even the best conditions of the match, because it wasn't all that great on the first day, although we got all the overs in. It was very, very cloudy and a little chilly.
Anderson in, balls pushed away by Patterson just off the back foot, back down the pitch, and Anderson goes low down to his right on his knees to scoop up the ball and tosses it to Nathan Lyon and says, give that a shine for us please, mate. It's my day today. And Lyon polishes the ball, and there's a little natter with Anderson on his way back to his bowling mark. 84 for 9.
Has he had an 8 for Lancashire?
He has not.
No?
Nope. In and balls. And through it goes to Hurst. And there's no run. His best bowling figure, 7 for 19 against Kent in 2021. That was the same match in which he claimed his 1,000th first-class wicket. 7 for 19. First-class best figures for Anderson. One away from securing another milestone.
Sometimes I amaze myself at how stupid I can be. I'll tell you why in a second, owning up to this one.
Anderson to Patterson, that's left, and through it goes to the keeper, and there's no run. Well, he's survived the over. It's a wicket maiden for Jimmy Anderson. 7 for 24 from 13 overs. Nottinghamshire 84 for 9.
I was just wondering, the last time a Notts opener carried his bat, with Ben Slater there, who opened the innings 43 not out, and of course we've got to go all the way back to the game at Trent Bridge, where Asiba Mead,
of course, yeah.
Asiba Mead 247 not out carried his bat for Notts against Lancashire only this season, so a couple of months ago. So we haven't got to do an awful lot of research beyond that. 84 for 9. I don't think Tom Bailey will be all that interested in Jimmy Anderson 8-fers or Ben Slater carrying his bat, because he's going to bowl now to Ben Slater, and he'll be bowling with the main intention of trying to get him out. What will Slater's intention be? And he comes now, Bailey, round the wicket. Slater pushes it into the offside. Bohannon, freed from his responsibilities with the helmet and the protective pads, out in the offside, does the fielding, and there's no run. 84 for 9. Calvin Harrison made 12. Nobody else has reached double figures in this innings. Notts were on the back foot almost from the off. They were 40 for 6 when Anderson's first spell finished. It's not got much better after lunch as Bailey bowls and Slater pushes it into the offside and turns down a run. There was clearly a single up for grabs there, but he says, no, you just stay there, Dane. Dane being Dane Patterson. Wicket since lunch, Calvin Harrison caught Matty Hurst from the bowling of Tom Bailey for 12, and the next ball, Ollie Stone pushing again at Bailey. Edged it through to Keaton Jennings at second slip, and then Dylan Pennington didn't last too long, out for 3. Caught by George Bell from the bowling of Anderson. There's Slater, turns this to leg and again turns it down, so we may well, Scott, get a game within a game here as Lancashire try and set it up so they can bowl at Patterson, and Ben Slater tries to farm the strike.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tough ask for Slater, this, hasn't he, with all the carnage at one end, and to be fair, he's batted really well. Yeah. Now having to do his best to try and prolong the agony, really, for Nottinghamshire.
There we go, Keaton Jennings is now calling in his boundary riders, bringing them in on the 1. Not sure how many balls we've got left in this over. Here's Bailey round the wicket to Slater, drives into the offside, 1 bounce to Chris Green, capital of Sydney Thunder in the Big Bash, who's a much taller man in real life than he is on the telly, if that makes sense. But he is, he's quite a beanpole of a fella, actually, Chris Green, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's smiling. He always seems to be smiling. He's the happiest cricketer I've seen.
I like him in white ball cricket, because he always has those lime green, luminous lime green cricket shoes or boots. As the train goes by, on its way to, is that Southport or Liverpool?
No, Southport.
On its way to Southport. We'll get it right. Bailey to Slater down the leg side, taken by Matty Hurst. 2 umpires signal to each other. I think they're signalling there's 1 left in the over. 84 for 9.
Can he find a single?
Singles and signals. Lunch must have finished in the hospitality, the corporate marquee. The Marquis de Sade away to our right. There's Bailey, bowls to Slater, again down the leg side, and again Slater's missed out on the chance of 3 runs and can't get a single. Nicely taken by Matty Hurst. That's a maiden from Tom Bailey. Not his most accurate, but potentially, because they were just trying to keep Ben Slater down there. 84 for 9, and now Anderson surely at the second chance he will be able to knock over Dane Patterson one way or another. It's almost like Michael van Gerwen missing 3 darts at double 16 and then getting a reprieve and then coming back to win the game with his next throw.
Not got a lot of faith in Patterson's batting, have you?
I've seen a little bit of Dane Patterson.
Here's Anderson to Patterson, 84 for 9, in and bowls. He hops back and defends and pushes the ball back from where it came from. Up comes Nathan Lyon from mid-off to field, no run.
I'm going to say, I've seen him hit 2 or 3 big sixes in his 3 and a bit years for Notts. Not very often at all. It's very often a swish and a miss. But you have as well. If you remember that 50-over knockout game at Blackpool a couple of years ago in the last over, he hit 2 colossal sixes there. They disappeared off to try and find the tower. Enormous blows.
Anderson to Patterson. Just turns him round. That's come off a leading edge there. He's just shaping to work it away to the leg side. The ball disappears out towards cover, no run. Not sure if he fancies hitting Jimmy Anderson for 6 here. I think he'd do well.
It'll be interesting to see. Got back in the South African Test side earlier this year. They took sort of a second string party down to New Zealand for a 2-test series. He did particularly well.
Anderson to Patterson. Ooh, pops on Patterson, who takes his bottom hand off the bat. There's that snaps back in towards him, and he safely plays the ball away. And there's no run. 84 for 9. And Patterson's still on 0. Well, he's survived 7 deliveries. I don't think Dave gave him much chance of getting past a couple, but he's hanging on in there. 84 for 9. Anderson with 7 wickets today. In and bowls to Patterson, who looks for a single and gets one. able to thread it towards mid-on. And through he goes for one. Gets off the mark. And the score moves on to 85-49. Brings Slater back on strike. Callum Flynn's back alongside us here in our commentary position in front of the Birkdale Tennis Club. And Richard Anderson looking for his 8th wicket of the innings. It would be the first time in his career. If he can, in and balls. Slater off the back foot, nudged away to square leg. And there's no run. Good afternoon, Callum.
Good afternoon. It's a good start for Lancashire again. This afternoon session. Tom Bailey starting it off, and then Jimmy getting his 7th. He'll be dying for that 8th as well. He's never got that 8th for yet.
No, his best first-class figures, 7 for 19, which was in the game against Kent. 7 for 46, his best test match figures. That's slashed away through the offside by Slater. That'll be 4 runs. He's edging towards what would be, in the context of this innings, a quite remarkable 50. And he's not far off it. 47 not out to Slater in a team total of 89 for 9. Without Slater, well, Notts could well be quite some way into their second innings already.
Yeah, shot of the innings that as well. Just on the up. Slashing Jimmy Anderson through the offside for 4. And like you said, Scott, probably, if he does get to the 50, it probably feels like more of 100 the way his team have been around him, and will be one of the more probably memorable knocks of his career, even though it's just a 50 and it's probably not in a great cause. He's battled on very well for his team, and he's looked at ease when he's batted. To be honest, he's looked like he's been batting on a different wicket to the rest of the Nottinghamshire batters. Tom Bailey to continue. 3 slips, 1 gully. Point. Jimmy Anderson at a straightish cover. And then mid-on and a mid-wicket. Bailey bowls and Patterson just wafts at that outside off. Goes through to Hurst for no run.
Just a correction to Anderson's best bowling in Test match cricket was 7 for 42. Best first-class figures of 7 for 19. He's got 7 for 29 in this game.
In comes Bailey, bowls, and Patterson just strongly behind that into the offside for no run. You just got to admire his motivation, his levels of fitness, his skill, because I believe he turns 42 this month, and for someone of that age to still be producing spells like this, and he's not bowled for, I can't remember how many months we said before.
Since March.
Since March, to deliver this in his first bowl outside since March. Then comes Bailey, a bit back of a length, and Patterson just pushes that into the offside for no run. It's a credit to how well he still sort of trains and how well he appreciates the game, and like you say, it's the kind of the motivation, the determination of his character that keeps performing at the top level.
And the skill, isn't it? The skill just seems to get better season in, season out.
Yeah, it's the way he read the pitch as well, because the first 2 or 3 overs, I think he was a little bit... Bailey bowls, Patterson just no foot movement, just wafts the bat outside off, goes through to Hurst for no run. Yeah, the first 2 or 3 overs, he probably wasn't quite hitting the length that he wanted. He's kicking the pitch marks a little bit. And then he just found that length where we spoke about that was lifting and was causing the batters real doubt. And then once he found that, he never missed it, did he? 6 consecutive overs of wickets. Absolutely superb spell of bowling. It's Bailey bowls, Patterson down the track. That one again goes through to Hurst.
Yeah, it was that kind of length that he found, wasn't it? And they quickly changed, actually. The field changed. They got the short leg in place, didn't they? They got the leg slip in place, because he was just getting some lift and bounce off that length, where a batter's not sure where to get forward, to get back, and he consistently landed it in the same place time and time again. And there wasn't really much of an answer for it.
Yeah, and you've got to give. In comes Bailey. Patterson again, just strongly behind that. Push it down the ground for no run. It's the end of the over, 89 for 9. Yeah, just going back to that point, you've got to give credit to Keaton Jennings as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
To put them two fielders in place, as a batsman, it causing you real doubt, because you know if you go half-hearted at one, Josh Bohannon's in there just under the helmet, ready to catch anything that might just be like a glove or an inside edge onto your pad, especially with the uneven bounce. And the flip side of that, it's trying to make you force a shot so the ball doesn't go to Josh Bohannon. So someone like Joe Clark, who was driving outside off quite forcefully and quite early on, you know, the fielders like that can cause shots like that as well. So it was really good planning from James Anderson and Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, good understanding between captain and bowler. Anderson's going to have another go again. As Lancashire try and wrap up this Nottinghamshire first innings score. Fielders moving into various positions. The left-hander Slater on strike. And Anderson's got a couple of slips in the gully. Fine leg. Cover mid-off as well. Clipped away by Slater towards backward square leg, where Bohannon fields. Again, we're in this situation where Slater just turning down the singles, looking to try and manage the strike as best he can. Patterson looking a little uncertain at the other end. Slater 3 away from 50, which is some effort. And it's been a torrid day for Nottinghamshire with the bat. Anderson to Slater, clipped away down towards fine leg. Again, there is no run taken. Slightly breezy start to the afternoon, but pleasant enough, and little pockets of blue sky, occasional bursts of sunshine. Plenty of fancy suits away to our right in the marquee, all sorts of different stripes and colours. The finest pinstripes this side of Liverpool. Away to our right. There's Anderson to Slater, that's left, and through to Hurst. So there's no run.
Some real blazes on show yesterday, wasn't there?
Yeah, some belters.
It's a shame the weather was as bad as it was, so everyone couldn't witness them.
Some absolute beauties they were. Some of them were maybe it's in slightly better days, but they were well worn. They were loved.
Yeah,
that's it, wasn't it? They were loved.
It's more the tradition of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
A bit like the baggy caps.
A few dodgy-looking stains on them. There's Anderson in and balls to Slater. Slater pushing at that delivery. Not seen that too often from Slater. Ball just slides away from the bat and taken by Hurst, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think that's from memory. I think that's his second player miss in terms of false shot. He did one at Balderson, which was a bit of a waft cut shot, and then that one as well, which he's trying to. I think he's just trying to get bat on that and try and get a single and get to the other end, isn't he? And then allow Patterson to face 2 balls to finish the over out.
Well, he's looking for a single potentially in this delivery. Slater, Anderson in and balls. There is the single, just run away through backward point for 1. Takes him to 48 not out, so just be the 1 ball that Patterson has to face from Jimmy Anderson, so he's negotiated that very well. Ben Slater, 90 for 9, Nottinghamshire trail by 263. Already today we've seen a result in this round of county championship fixtures as Sussex have wrapped up a victory in Division 2, beating Northamptonshire by 63 runs. Final ball of the over. Anderson looking for 8th. In and balls to Patterson, who plays and misses. Into the gloves of Hurst. It completes Anderson's 15th over of the day. 90 for 9, trailed by 263. Slater 48. And Patterson has survived 15 deliveries.
I think this is a good change as well. Now Nathan Lyon coming on. Tom Bailey didn't do anything wrong at all, but I think Keaton Jennings knows that Patterson won't be able to resist once that ball goes above his eye line as well. Slater might hit the odd boundary off Lyon, but I think Keaton Jennings won't mind the odd boundary with 263 runs still in the bank. $90 for 9, Nottinghamshire. Slater 48 off 102, Patterson 1. Slater's been excellent for Nottinghamshire. The one positive in this innings, he's looks in real control. Looks like a real compact player. Doesn't play much outside line of off stump unless it's a real bad ball. Good footwork, and rotated the strike pretty well and dealt with some tricky situations. As in comes Lyon round the wicket. Slater allows that one to just turn and go to Matty Hurst. Some nice turn and bounce there for Nathan Lyon, which will certainly interest him in the second innings. As in he comes again. Slater prods forward, plays to point for no run.
Final matches for Nathan Lyon in his spell with Lancashire. 7th game, having been originally signed for the whole summer, but that was curtailed by Cricket Australia down to 7 matches.
As in he comes, balls, and Slater on the back foot, just punch into Josh Bohannon at cover. Yeah, it's pretty special to be finishing with Jimmy Anderson as well, isn't it?
Yep.
Who we don't know yet, but could very well be his last Lancashire game as well.
He's Lancashire's leading wicket taker this season, Lyon, with 24.
Lyon balls and Slater pushes forward to Bohannon. No run. The fielders now come in, allowing Slater to have the boundary if he wants to take it on. Lyon round the wicket. Slater just sits on that into the offside. Now he's going to try and force a single here. This ball to try and keep on strike for the next over. Patterson will be on his skates, getting ready. Slater bowls, Lyon bowls to Slater. Punches that into the onside, but doesn't get the single. So a good finish from Nathan Lyon. Maiden over, keeps Patterson on strike for James Anderson. He'll try and want 6 balls at Patterson now.
We do have that wonderful prospect now of Lyon and Anderson in combination. I mentioned that in the morning session, the number of test match wickets, 1,230 test match wickets between these two. That's the most that any county has ever fielded in a first class match here. Never has there been a match involving, in county cricket or first-class cricket in this country, where a team has had 1,230 test match wickets featuring. It's a record, and it's a chance that, in a moment, again, another moment where the supporters inside this ground have got that pleasure of watching Lyon twirl away from one end and Anderson doing his thing from the other. Both of those two actually in conversation, just Lyon and Anderson chatting as to where the fielders should go here. Sets off again and bowls. Patterson pushes away. Just put a man in at short cover there, which was Chris Green. And that's where he's eased the ball to, Patterson, and there's no run. Going with the short leg as well, which is Josh Bohannon. Is Patterson actually in conversation with Bohannon there? Got his hands in his pockets under the helmet at short leg. There's 3 slips. And then Williams at kind of a wide 4th slip position. Anderson to Patterson. Pushes again through to the keeper, and there's no run. And that anxious glance over his shoulder by the batter, knowing he's been beaten by Anderson. As the ball nestles into the gloves of Hurst.
He's giving Jimmy a view of all three of his stumps as well, isn't he? He's batting more or less on leg stump, kind of shimmies back a little bit, and then just wafts outside off. So I think Jimmy can get it a little bit fuller. He'll be in play here.
Into Patterson. Through it goes again to Hurst, again with that little half step to the leg side, and pushes at that ball again, and Lancashire's fielders are wondering how on earth has Patterson survived 18 deliveries, of which the bulk have been off Jimmy Anderson as well. 90 for 9. Well, he's still going, he's on 1. Anderson's enjoying himself again. Whatever Nathan Lyon said to him made him laugh. Turns and sets off. He wants a single here. That's pushed to Lyon. And Lyon has a shy at the stumps, looking to try and run Patterson out. Not sure he was too far away from hitting, and had he hit, Patterson could well have been struggling, but he has rather frantically got through for 1 and got off the mark. He's had enough of facing Jimmy Anderson for the time being. 91 for 9. Trailed by 262.
Yeah, he's a superb fielder, Nathan Lyon. He's been fielding in different positions for Lancashire across this year. He often fields at point for Australia, which is sort of one of the main positions in the field, really. You want to be really agile, quick. But since his injury in the Ashes series last year, don't know if he's just trying to stay away from too much action in the field a little bit.
Pretty sharp work, wasn't it? Pick up and throw at the stumps. If he hits, he's gone.
Yeah, I think he gave up Patterson.
Anderson to Slater. It's defended down towards backward point where Balderson fields, and there's no run. So he's got 1 ball left. Slater to try and get another run and get back on strike. Otherwise, Patterson's got Lyon to face for 6 deliveries. 91 for 9. Another conversation between Anderson and Lyon. It'll be the first and only time Anderson and Lyon playing together here for the Red Rose. It's been Lyon's final game, and as we know, who knows about Jimmy.
Leg side is completely free now for Slater to take a single.
In comes Anderson, bowls. Slater looks to drive away and does so for 4 runs. The ball crashing it out towards the backward point boundary to end the over and bring up a 50, which is a terrific effort by Ben Slater to have reached a half-century here in what has been a pretty dismal day with the bat for Nottinghamshire. He's been a shining light, really. It's a fine effort to have reached a half-century. 52 not out and a score of 95 for 9.
Yeah, it'll be a memorable one for kind of the wrong reasons, won't it, with the team's performance around him. But he's batted absolutely superb. He's been chanceless. He's probably played 2, maybe 3 shots that gave Lancashire a little bit of a chance in terms of just playing and missing outside the off stump 2. He turned on 1 as Lyon comes in, bowls, and Patterson prods forward into the offside for no run. Yeah, you remember him turning on 1 to Bailey, got a leading edge, which ran away for 4 across the ground, but he's batted absolutely superbly for Nottinghamshire. Lyon bounces in, ball nice and slow, and does some excellent fielding off his own bowling to stop the single. Got a long gone out, Chris Green, just for that big hit that Patterson might play if the ball goes above his eye line. Lyon in, again nice and slow, nice and flighted, tempting Patterson to play a big shot. He's holding back so far. He's doing his job for Nottinghamshire and Ben Slater. 2 off 22 balls so far. Lyon in. Balls, and it's a big appeal from Lancashire. It looks a little bit high and a little bit leg side as well. Just a bit of spin there from Lyon. He won't mind that for the second innings.
Yeah, it did turn, didn't it? There's a bit of bounce there as it spun back in towards Patterson. Probably enough doubt high to maybe just sliding Past the leg stump.
Lying in. Patterson plays it nice and confidently back down to the bowler. No run. Just a one slip in the short leg. George Bell under the helmet. Long on. A deep cow corner. Two fielders out. Lying balls, and Patterson just tucks that off his hip. There was a one if they wanted it, but Slater turns him down, takes the strike for the next over. 95 for 9 after 40 overs, Nottinghamshire. Slater 52, Patterson 2.
It's like the end of Jimmy's spell. He's going to hand the ball over to George Balderson. So 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. Anderson's spell into the afternoon session. There's something wonderfully county cricket about what we're seeing here, isn't there, as well? I just watched Lyon twirling away from this end. Mentioned the 1,200 test match wickets. And Anderson's fielding at mid-on. And he's gone low to his right, hasn't he, Lyon, to field off his own bowling. And it's a good piece of fielding, and you describe it in commentary. He's done really well, good low down to his right to stop the ball. Anderson comes sprinting up, doesn't he? Gives Lyon a tap on the back. Well fielded, mate. Just wonderful moment, really. An outground as well. As Balderson comes in, left by Slater, through to Hurst, there's no run. You think of the reception that Anderson's going to get at Lord's a week tomorrow, isn't it? And you think of the thunderous sound he'll get as he comes out with his England team for the final time. And the grand setting of Lord's. And then you scale it right down to the club cricket here, the club ground at Southport and Birkdale, and 2 absolute legends in their own countries. And that's run away by Slater for no run. Lyon for Australia, Anderson for England. 2 old foes who have spent years battling each other in Ashes series, and words have been said, and all the different emotions and the different moments that have been created, and now you've got them both playing together here in front of a couple of thousand people just outside Liverpool.
Yeah, described perfectly. County cricket.
Ridiculous. Balderson to Slater. And that's defended, and there's no run.
I think them two will be enjoying it so much as well to go, because, like you said, they've been rivals for so long. They've probably never really, except today, probably never, well, except playing for Lancashire, never really said probably a good word to each other, except this stint in Lancashire. But the respect they'll have for each other off the field, both absolutely at the top of their crafts.
Balderson to Slater, that's nicely played, just leans back and cuts the ball away towards deep point for a single.
Nathan Lyon, one of the best finger spinners we've probably ever seen. Jimmy Anderson, arguably the greatest swing bowler we've ever seen as well. So the respect they'll have for each other, and to be able to, you know, we won't see Nathan Lyon probably again in England. I don't think he'll make another Ashes series. I think he's already discussed that. And then Jimmy Anderson bowing out this year as well, so it'll be a nice touch for these two to be played together.
I spoke to the chairman of Southport Birkdale Cricket Club, Tony Elwood, and said you might have Lyon and Anderson playing here. And a smile on his face about a month or so when I spoke to him. Balderson's in, that's a defender by Patterson, and there's no run. Like, could you imagine? And then what a trivia question that would be in years to come. Name the one and only time that Anderson and Lyon both played on the same side, and where was it? Trafalgar Road.
Be a memorable day for all the local Southport cricket fans here today as well.
There's Balderson to Patterson, off the back foot. Pushed up towards mid-off where Anderson fields, and there's no run. Champagne corks popping at Lord's a week tomorrow, and it's cans of beers being cracked open today in Southport, isn't it? Sausage rolls and cans of lager.
Caviar at Lord's.
Bacon butties at Southport. 96 for 9. Balderson is in. Patterson pushing him. Again, almost edging, but still going. Patterson. What's he faced now? 28 deliveries. It's the end of the over. 98 for 9. Slater on 53, Patterson on 2, trailed by 255 runs. And they're in conversation, both batters there, halfway down the pitch. Slater offering a few words of advice, maybe, towards Dame Patterson, but they're dragging it out here, and they're prolonging it, and they're maybe just starting to irritate Lancashire a wee bit as well.
Yeah, I think Jimmy was actually laid down mid-over in the last over at one stage, just having a little minute. All the field coming to Slater now, just allowing him to take the risk of going over the top, just a deep square out to him as Lyon comes round the wicket. Pushes that into the offside for no run. Jimmy waits for the ball to come to him instead of charging in. He knows there's not going to be a single until the end of the over. Lyon with his hop, skip and little arm twizzle spins that one past the outside edge of Slater. It's a beautiful delivery. Really good delivery. What we've come to see of Nathan Lyon so consistently. The flight, the spin and the bounce, that overspin that he gets on the ball. As he bowls again, just a little bit short. Slater takes the single. Well, Williams has a shy at the stumps, but no avail. He's got 3 balls at Patterson here, Nathan Lyon. All the field will come in. A couple of catches round the bat. Just a couple stay out on the leg side for the big shot. If it comes, Lyon. And there it goes. And you don't really need to look at that, you just hear from the sound of the bat. Patterson lands one into the tennis courts here at Southport and Birkdale. But Lancashire will not mind that at all. They'll be quite happy to see a shot being played with some intent. It was a beautiful pick-up from Patterson. He did that really clean.
He enjoyed that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Wallop Nathan Lyon for 6. I think that disappeared out towards the tennis courts, I think.
Yeah, just bounced halfway into the tennis courts. It might have bounced over the back fence as well. They are still... Yep, Chris Green's got it. Umpire's just going to take a look at the condition of the ball after it bounced on the courts. But that takes Nottinghamshire over the 100 mark, 105 for 9 now. Slater 54, Patterson 8. In comes Lyon. Bowls and Patterson plays that into the leg side. Doesn't take the single. There's the one slip bell under the helmet of short leg. Lyon bowls. And he just turns that one down leg. Patterson leaving it to Matty Hurst. That's the end of the 42nd over. Nottinghamshire 105 for 9. Just frustrating Lancashire a little bit. Taking a bit of time out the game. Bit of time out today's plate.
Elsewhere, mentioned that victory for Sussex in Division 2, beating Northamptonshire by 63 runs. These are the latest scores from around Division 1 at the Oval. Surrey 119 for 4 in their second innings. They lead Essex now by 201 runs with 6 wickets remaining. James Smith is 68 not out for Surrey. As Balderson into Slater, who drives to mid-off, and there's no run. Of course, Smith made a century in the first innings. On the day where he heard the news about his England call-up. He's got a half-century second time round. So Sussex with Surrey with a lead of 200 now over Essex, still with 6 wickets remaining. Warwickshire 76 without loss. In their second innings, they lead Somerset by 204 runs. In Taunton, Balderson to Slater. carved away just beyond the reach of Williams at backward point and down towards the boundary for 4 more. Slater moves on to 58. Nottinghamshire 109 for 9. Williams going low to his right. Maybe he got something on it, just shakes his right hand as he picks himself up. Great effort from Williams, wonderful kind of cartwheeling dive.
He's caught 2 already today. One was a very simple one, but one was an excellent catch in the slips.
Bollison to Slater, who pushes away into the offside, no run. Back to the scores as it stands in Division 1. Kent have been bowled out for 343 in Southampton against Hampshire, who made 505 for 8 declared. So Hampshire trail by 162 runs. And Worcestershire are on the run chase at Durham. It's Balderson's into Slater, that's driven. It's beyond the reach of Balderson on the bounce back towards the bowler. And there's no run. Worcestershire 137 for 3 in their second innings. So Worcestershire require 94 runs to beat Durham with 7 wickets remaining. That would be an excellent win for Worcestershire against a Durham side who are in pretty good form. Great chance for a win up in the northeast for Worcestershire. 3 games in Division 2. I'll get through these. A little bit of a delay here. Bowler in conversation with Jimmy Anderson. Middlesex 107 for 2 in their second innings. Require 359 runs to win. Leicestershire need 8 wickets. Slater drives, beats point, 4 more for Slater, who is a one-man machine here for Nottinghamshire, all by himself and beaten on 62 in a score of 113 for 9.
Yeah, there's another beautiful shot from Slater on the up, slashing through the offside. Lancashire just allowing him to take the boundaries off these last 2 balls.
So Leicestershire need 8 wickets to win. Middlesex need 360 runs to win on the final, on the third day rather. Glamorgan 27 without loss in their second innings. Balderson's into Slater, up on his toes and defends back down the pitch, and there's no run. 8 coming off the over, but Patterson will be on strike for Lions next over. 113 for 9 here. Glamorgan 27 without loss. Second innings require 566 runs to win. Gloucestershire looking for 10 wickets in Cheltenham to beat Glamorgan. And Yorkshire are at Chesterfield taking on Derbyshire this week. Derbyshire 110 for 6. And they trail Yorkshire by 265 runs with 4 wickets remaining in their second innings. Every ball of every game available via the BBC Sport website and app. We're live from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club here on Lancs TV and on 5 Sports Extra. As Lyon and Lancashire try and wrap up this innings.
Yeah, it's turned into a lovely day here as well. Sun's out, the drinks are flowing for the locals. I've seen some pretty good cricket from Lancashire so far. The Lion balls. Patterson goes again. And just a couple of bounces. 4 runs for Patterson. Over Tom Bailey's head at mid-off. I think he's going to take a fancy to Nathan Lyon here.
I think he is, yeah. Deep for a 6 in the 4.
Lyon in again, tossed up again. There we go. Oh, Josh Bohannon, I think he just didn't quite pick it up straight away. Patterson was looking to go down the ground, but the turn is at the inside of the bat and it's dragged it to the deep mid-wicket boundary. I just don't think Josh Bohannon picked it up as quick as he would have hoped. Just bounced just before him. Patterson gets a single, brings Slater on strike. Lyon comes round the wicket to him. Bowls and Slater just prods forward, pushing it into the offside for no run.
I think he's then caught a little bit between 2 minds, wasn't he, as to whether to try and go for it and make up the ground, having not perhaps picked it up straight away, or just hold back and make sure he doesn't go for 4. And in the end, he kind of turned his back and just let it hit him.
Yeah, as well, them ones, wasn't it, where you just don't, you've got to be out the block straight away. Lyon round the wicket. Slater pushes that through nicely to Josh Bohannon at the deep cover boundary. Gets a single. Takes a score under 119 for 9. Slater on to 63. Two balls at Patterson here for Lyon. Bowls and Patterson just prods forward. Push it into the offside for no run. I think he'll just try and sit on his bat again here, Patterson, and just allow Slater to face another over at the other end. Surprised if he takes a risk. Lyon bowls and he does that. He just tucks it into the leg side for no run. Another good over for Nottinghamshire, 6 off it. Patterson on to 13 off 35. Slater on to 63 off 125.
He looked a little bit more confident when Jimmy was replaced, hasn't he? He looked a bit more positive, Patterson.
He's played a shot a bit more, hasn't he?
He has,
Not just left the bat outside the off stump.
No.
Be interesting to see if Jennings thinks about putting spin on at both ends here. While the shots are, even though more runs are coming, the runs aren't an issue. He'll just want to get the time back from Nottinghamshire and get them out as quick as possible and probably put them straight back in. With the forecast tomorrow not looking too great, I think Lancashire will probably look to make Nottinghamshire follow on.
Here comes Balderson to Slater. Run away down towards wide third. Luke Wells gets across the ground quickly, fizzes one in with his left arm.
He's done really well there, Wells, hasn't he? He's cut the 2 off. Slater wanted 2 straight away. I think he realised that he was going to be doing well. Had to be a fumble from Luke Wells, but he picks it up clean, gets it into Manny straight away. Allows Patterson on strike, and hopefully Balderson can have 5 deliveries at him.
Yeah, I don't think Balderson's bowled too much at Patterson, has he? He's got a chance here. Slightly more attacking field now that Patterson's on strike. A couple of slips in the gully. Just drops it into the offside. Wells is there to field and there's no run. Yeah, with the forecast being a bit dodgy, isn't it, for tomorrow? And already so much time lost in the match. I'm sure that Jennings would want to come out and bat again, would he? I think he'd want to put them back in. Need to try and take 10 more wickets, don't they? And if they're harbouring ambitions of trying to win this match, which I'm sure they are now. Balls into Patterson, down the pitch he comes, lifts it back over his head, down towards the supporters at long on. It's gone for 6. It may well have gone over the fence and into someone's back garden. I think it has.
Yeah, we might see a supporter garden up in here.
Yep,
looks like he's attempting to get over the fence there for that one. It was a good hit from Patterson.
It was.
Lovely strike down the ground, on the up as well.
Yeah, we're going to get this lovely scene now of 2 or 3 supporters trying to peer over the fence, maybe climb into someone's backyard. The technique of using a wheelie bin to try and gain a bit of height advantage. There's a guy in the blue shirt who I think he's adamant he can see it, and he's using his chair to relocate to a different part of the fence. He's moved maybe 10 yards along the fence, and now he's up again. He's up on the wall again. I think he's going in. He's going to go over the fence and into that garden, isn't he? Can he find a way between the bushes and find some safe passage into someone's back garden?
This is Bumble-esque at Essex all them years ago when Grain Napier it's all them 6s into that garden. I think Lancashire will be happy if he doesn't go over and get the ball, to be honest, because often a new ball brings a wicket and brings a bit of luck. So
I think he's given up. Oh, yeah. Get down. Yeah. It was a bit ambitious, that. There's a box of balls. Let them find another one. That was fraught with all sorts of danger, that. The problem is with that is if you go over and get into the garden and get the ball, how do you get back?
Well, yeah, because you've got no wall on the other side.
No, and you've got no chair on the other side to get up. So as soon as you're committed to the garden...
You're watching from the garden from then on.
You are. You're either in the garden for the rest of the day, or trying to knock on the back door and say, "Can you let me in, please?" It was a smart move not to go after that, I think. Good hit for 6, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a lovely shot from Patterson. Just stepped down the ground a little bit on the up, punching it. Went high as well. There was a lot of hang time.
It's now 126 for 9.
Just frustrating Lancashire, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
more the time than the runs aren't an issue. It's more the time out of the game. They would love to have the new ball back in their hands now and the openers back out here.
Balderson to Patterson, increasingly more confident. This could be out. This is definitely out. He's run him out. Patterson's gone. Wanted a quick single, and it's Nathan Lyon with the pick up and throw. Fine work by Lyon. And Nottinghamshire all out for 126, and Patterson has been run out. Sharp piece of fielding.
Yeah, we spoke earlier about how good of a fielder Nathan Lyon is. You see it on the international scene so often, but he's been fielding out of position, really. And I don't know if that's because of his injury that he sustained last year in the Ashes series, but it's a fine bit of fielding. He's only got one stump to aim at with the angle that he's on. But I think there's a little bit of a bromance going on between Nathan Lyon and Jimmy Anderson. He celebrated, pointed straight at Jimmy once he hit the stumps, and they had a nice little bit of a smile and a celebration together. But these claps you can hear and this celebration are all for Jimmy Anderson. An excellent spell of bowling. The Southport and Birkdale fans and supporters are all gathering round the pavilion, clapping him off for an absolute fantastic masterclass in seam bowling this morning, this afternoon. It's been Jimmy Anderson's day, and it's been Lancashire's day so far.
Yeah, now the decision as to whether Nottinghamshire go out and bat again. Yeah, Nottinghamshire all out for 126. The final wicket falling thanks to Nathan Lyon, who ran out Dane Patterson for 19. Jimmy Anderson leading Lancashire off to a standing ovation by the supporters inside the ground here, finishing in this first innings with 7 wickets, 7 for 35. Nottinghamshire all out for 126, and they trail Lancashire by 227 runs. So yeah, I guess we'll find out in a moment or two, won't we, as to whether that...
Yeah, George Bell was the fielder under the helmet, and he's took his fielding pads off and left them at the boundary rope. So to me that indicates that I think he might be coming straight back out here to field. And I know Keaton Jennings, I noticed Keaton Jennings on the field sometime earlier was speaking to the umpires when Nottinghamshire were 9 down, and the umpires got on the walkie-talkies and sent a message back somewhere, so I don't know if the indication was to let Nottinghamshire know that they will be enforcing the follow-on if they get the wicket.
Just think, with the time that we've lost in the game, the unfortunate poor forecast for weather tomorrow, having just witnessed what we've witnessed, I don't think there's any other option, really, is there?
No, I think it makes complete sense. The only way you win this game is by bowling Nottinghamshire out for cheap again. If you bat and you score 100 or so, you're taking too much time out of the game where you can be bowling at knots. So I think it'll be the right move for Lancashire. Jimmy Anderson's bowled some long overs today. His first spell was 10 overs long, so don't know how many overs they'll get out of Jimmy in the second dig if they go straight back out there. So that'll be interesting to see, but they have got Tom Bailey and Will Williams, who are sort of the more regular new ball bowlers for Lancashire. So Jimmy could have a rest if he wanted to.
Crikey, well, what a day, what a day. Congratulations to Ben Slater. You know, he didn't do an awful lot wrong. In fact, he played very, very nicely to carry his bat for 64. Doesn't happen very often, although when I did look, I needed reminding in the corresponding game in May at Trent Bridge, Asib Mead carried his bat for Notts, but before then you have to go back to Alex Hales in 2011. So it doesn't happen very often. A a Nottinghamshire batter, any opener carrying his bat through an innings, but Slater did that. But at the other end, my word, what a performance from Jimmy Anderson. In a sense, we're square on, aren't we? So we didn't get the full majesty of his performance, but he had it on a string today, didn't he, Callum?
Yeah, it was absolutely superb. You can, for any viewers on Lancs TV now, you'll be seeing the wickets, the highlights reel, and you'll be seeing the shape and movement that he was getting. But like we spoke about earlier on the comms, that his first 2 or 3 overs probably wasn't quite in rhythm, probably didn't quite find the ideal length, but once he found that area where it was just popping a little bit, you see a couple of wickets here where the batters just looked uncomfortable, looked a bit in doubt of whether to go hard, whether to go soft, whether to play or not. And that's when that little inch of doubt creeps into a batter's mind, that's when you start finding problems, and that's when you start giving the bowlers just a little bit of a chance. And with someone like Jimmy Anderson, if you give him an inch, he'll take a mile, and he'll certainly use that to his advantage.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That's ball. Catch. Throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Hi, Noah. Nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Cap on and a correspondence. I'm sorry, lady, sir, I can't quite find your. Oh, there we are. It's Paul McRoberts. Hello, Paul. If you're still with us, asking why Keaton Jennings and one or two others have got different coloured caps on, wondering if they're cap players or whatever. No, it is just faded. It is a blue cap, but it's faded. That, as I say, a plum-looking position. Colour on top of his head there, and it's nothing different. It's not a county cap or a different type of cap. Here's Anderson, here's Callum.
And again he beats the outside edge of Hasib Hamid straight away. Hamid playing at one that he can leave through, covers all these stumps with his footwork, so he could just allow that through to the keeper, but that's exactly how the first innings started as well. So Hasib Hamid will be hoping that the rest of it doesn't continue suit. A great start from Jimmy, just as you expect.
Just a 52-year-old says this looks bleak. Nottinghamshire supporter, obviously.
In comes Jimmy. Bowls and again beats the outside edge of Hamid. Plays forward and just beats his outside edge, goes through to Mathias for no run.
Stuart Burley says, when was the last time in a county championship match there was somebody from each side to carry their bat? Well, it doesn't count in Keaton Jennings' case. Carry your bat is the actual definition is if all 10 wickets go down. Well, Lancashire declared 9 wickets down, so that doesn't count. But thanks for the question, Stuart.
Anderson bowls just on the legs of Hamid, just clips his 5 pad, goes right into the leg side. Well, he gets a bit of bat on that actually. Gets him off the mark. Brings Slater on strike.
So Lancashire 353, Notts 126, so 227 needed to make the home side bat again. As I say, the forecast tomorrow likely to change, but certainly the nice lady on the television this morning was predicting all sorts of hail and storm and doom on this part of the world for Wednesday.
So in comes Anderson, again on the hips of Slater, just not quite adjusting his line. Slater tucks that off his hip, gets off strike in this innings. Yeah, it doesn't look too great. I think that's kind of forced Lancashire's hand. In ideal weather conditions, I think Lancashire might have gone out there just for an hour or two just to try and frustrate the Nottinghamshire team and try and just really put the foot on the throat a little bit. But they've sent them straight back out there to bat. In comes Anderson. Hamid lunging on that front foot, drives nicely to Nathan Lyon. Doesn't do many things. Ugly Hamidi, very attractive player, very technical, real strong footwork.
It's a little unlucky in the first innings, and he got a good piece of bat on ball, but just trickled back between his bat and his pad onto the stumps.
Anderson in, bowls, and Hamid allows that through to Matthias. Just shaping back in a little bit, but not threatening the stumps. A good lead from Hamid. 2 for none after the first over, Nottinghamshire.
Chris Green has just made his way onto the field. Took an over off there. I didn't see who was on as 12thers, but it's Luke Wood, in fact, and Luke Wood just jogging off. Luke Wood's here, Sakib Mahmood's here as well for Lancashire.
Yeah, Tom Hartley was around, I think, earlier in the day.
So it's going to be Tom Bailey. Picked up a couple of wickets in the Nottinghamshire first innings, 2 wickets in 2 balls, just to accelerate Nottinghamshire's demise. Got Calvin Harrison caught behind, and then next ball Ollie Stone caught at slip. Here's Bailey then in to the left-handed starter. Left-handed Slater starting afresh in this second innings, works this to mid-wicket, and there's no run, fielded by George Balderson. He's batted for a long time now without being dismissed. Ben Slater, 168 not out in the Nottinghamshire second innings against Somerset in the last round of matches, and batted through for an undefeated 64 in the first innings here. Let's this one go through to Matty Hurst. Again, there's lots of catching options there behind the wicket. From this angle, looks more like 3 slips in a gully, but if you tell me it's 4 slips, I'm more than happy to believe you. There's a line of some big tall chaps there with long arms, so they can fill an awful lot of space if anything is nicked. There's Bailey round the wicket to the left-handed Slater, and that's been played out onto the offside with Slater completely squared up there. I think he was looking to turn that to leg. Fortunate that it ran along the ground to gully, and there's no roll to backward point, and there's no run. Chris Green does the fielding.
Yeah, there's some big lads in that slip cordon with Jennings and Wells, probably the biggest opening batting partnership that I can think of. Will Williams next to him as well.
2 without loss. Nottinghamshire's second time round. Slater's gone hard at this and gets it away. Square of the wicket on the offside to the left of Green, gets a boundary. Nice looking shot for Ben Slater.
I think the most impressive thing about Ben Slater today is how much time he looks like he's had compared to the rest of the batsmen. He looks like he's been very composed and just looks like he's got that extra split second to make his decision whether to attack or defend.
Next ball, it's dropped on the leg side and there's no run.
The 3 slips in a gully. Point. Jimmy Anderson at a straightish extra cover. Just behind on a wide mid-on. And just in front of square is George Balderson. Nathan Lyon at the fine leg boundaries, just signing a couple of things.
Bailey in again to Ben Slater. Plays this up to mid-on, end of the over. 6 without loss. Nottinghamshire. After a couple of overs here in their second innings. 1 to Asiba Mead. 5 now to Ben Slater. Earlier in the day, Keaton Jennings declared the Lancashire first innings on 353 for 9. They began on 344 for 8. We just had the 1 over bowled by Lyndon James, who managed to pick up his 4th wicket of the innings. 4 for 61 he finished with. He got rid of Nathan Lyon. James Anderson came in. There was a leg by and a dot, and then Keaton Jennings got a boundary and then declared.
Then comes Anderson. Bowls and very nearly 2 in 2 from Hamid there. Just plays forward and just rolls back onto his leg. But he plays it very late, Hamid. He does risk the chance of potentially running one back onto his stumps with how late he plays the ball and how on top of the ball he is as a batsman. Plays quite a lot on his tiptoes and with his technique. Anderson bowls and Hamid just pushes that into the onside quite confidently for no run.
From our angle, the slip cordon looks to be miles apart, and then just had a little look at them on the live stream, and they do look more conventional, don't they, on the screen, on the pictures?
Yeah, they probably do take the extra yard, don't they, with the size of the lads that are in there with Jennings and Wells. You've got that extra reach, especially with Williams as well. Then comes Anderson. It's down the leg side. There's a gentle appeal from behind the stumps, but nothing from Matty Hurst or Jimmy Anderson.
It's certainly a choreographed appeal, because Hurst was diving to his left, and first, second, third and fourth slip all stood there with their right arm raised. It was like the old Arsenal back four appealing for offside.
Kind of a appeal you see in club cricket just to try and get rid of the wide.
Well, sometimes you can hear something. You certainly can't see. You'll be absolutely confident it's a leg side deflection, but you might hear something.
Anderson bowls, and again there's a couple of jumps from the cordon, but he just beats the outside edge of Hamid, just pitching and shaping away off the pitch. It's a beautiful delivery from James Anderson. Just trying to hit that length again, where that variable bounce, that little pop off a length came in the first innings. Not seen any in this innings so far. Anderson bowls, and Hamid confidently behind that, pushing it into the offside for no run.
That's the voice of Callum Flynn, captain of England physical disability side. You've had a good old time of it lately. A winter tour to India. You've got a match at Lord's coming up.
Yeah, so we've got a match in 3 weeks' time at Lord's. So it'll be the first ever disability team side that's ever got the chance to play at Lord's. So there'll be a VI game, which is the blind cricket. As in comes Anderson, bowls and beats the outside edge of Hamid. He just plays down the wrong line on that one. Just tucks his bat in. It's the end of the over. Yeah, so there'll be sort of a bit of a celebration day of disability cricket. So we've got a mixed disability side of physical disability cricketers, the hearing impaired deaf team and the learning disability team. So there'll be 11 of us taking on the MCC at Lord's. So that'll be after a VI blind display as well, which will be it'll be brilliant for everyone taking part, just because, you know, you don't really need to say too much about Lords and what it means to everyone. And
what format is that, Callum?
So I think that's going to be a 40-over game. Yeah. So it'll be, like you say, it'll be nice to play. We play a lot of.
There's Bailey round the wicket to Slater, cuts this into the offside. Don't think he's properly got hold of it. I think there'll be just 2 runs. There are. Moves the score on to 8. Slater on to 7 of them.
We play a lot of 20-over cricket because it's a lot easier to sell in terms of disability cricket. So it'll be nice to change it up and play a bit of a longer format game. Especially you get the chance to play longer at Lords, which we're all going to relish, and we've got a bit of a do in the long room afterwards, which will be excellent.
So that's got to be a real box tick.
Yeah, it'll be, like you say, at the start of the year we played in the world's biggest stadium in Ahmedabad, and then now we're going to be going to play the most historic.
Just break off for a second, because there's a gentleman on a mobility scooter just made his way across in front of the sight screen, so 1 or 2 are just trying to hurry him along as this is pushed back to the bowler Bailey, and there's no run.
I think it broke down at one stage. He stopped halfway. He's got his ice cream now, so he'll be happy.
Yeah, I saw pictures of you in that stadium in Ahmedabad. 120,000 or something, is it?
Yeah, I think depends which kind of Indian rep you ask. They all change of how many it actually holds. But I think it's just over 100,000 if you search online. It's some stadium.
Bailey comes in down the leg side, and Slater has timed this sweetly into the gap at mid-wicket. He'll get a couple more. The second time in this over. Gets a brace of runs, moves on to 9. And it's 10 without loss. Got the gentleman coming towards us now to see whatever. Oh, he's got an ice cream. There's no rush at all on this side of the ground, sir. It does seem as if at various random moments his scooter will just suddenly lurch from going forward into going to reverse. Next delivery on its way now, and again Slater drives confidently into the offside, but straight to the feet of Luke Wells, and there's no run.
He's doing a 3-point turn to get out.
Although I think we've had rather more than three goes at it. A 19-point turn.
I reckon he's not got his wife one, and he's just hiding from her while he eats it.
There's Bailey. Lancashire striving for this initial breakthrough. Bowls to Slater now, and he plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. I guess a tour of India. I've never been to India. I've been to Sri Lanka. I've never been to India. I guess a tour of India, the cultural side of it, the sightseeing side of it as well, must be almost as fascinating as the cricket.
Yeah, it certainly was. Like, it opens your eyes up, and it sort of makes you appreciate sort of what you have even more as well in what we get in England.
Bailey bowls. Again, Ben Slater just pushes it back to him. So
you obviously see the excellent sights of India, the cricket, and how crazy they are for it, and how well they treat you. They can't look after you any more than sort of like kings and queens over there. They really do treat you so well. And then you see a few more sorry states, sadly, in India with the rundown.
As if you're watching the monitor, that's our commentary table at the back of your picture. In the front there, a steward just having a little word with the gentleman enjoying his ice cream. He's found somewhere to park up, and everybody will leave him alone just there. Please don't go in front of the sight screen again, I think the steward was saying to him. I won't.
James Anderson to continue. Bowls, and Hamid allows that through, shoulder and arms up into Mathieu's gloves for no run.
And disability cricket, physical disability cricket, is there a structure from county level to regional level to international level?
Yeah, so the Lord Taverners it's kind of like a stepping stone. The Lord Taverners do all the hard work at the kind of like at the bottom of the pyramid, where they're getting in loads of schools, disability schools, and giving people, young and disadvantaged children, chances. As Anderson continues, finds that length, just pops a little bit. Hamid gets his gloves out the way, allows that through to Matty Hurst, and Yeah, so Lord Taverner do some fantastic work, and then it goes into the counties where sort of you have a county structure. They play a format, a 40 over format, and then they play a softball format as well for the more disadvantaged cricketers. And then we've got a Disability Premier League as well, which is a multi-format tournament. So you've got the deaf, the LDs, so the learning disabilities, and the PDs, the physical disabilities. As Anderson bowls again, Hamid allows that through to Matty Hurst for no run, and that's like a bit of like a franchise sort of IPL kind of style about it. There's 4 teams. We all go to one ground where there's 2 pitches. You play two T20s in a day, and then the final will be held before, I think it's before the England and Australia men's T20 at the Sway Lake Stadium this year at Cardiff. So that'll be another sort of stepping stone for disability cricket. As Anderson bowls, and Hamid just pushes that into the leg side. He thinks about 2. He takes the arm on, gets there comfortably. So yeah, that'll be another good stepping stone, another good chance to showcase disability cricket. I think it's on Sky TV again in September. So you know, the opportunities in disability cricket we're getting there. We're getting more exposure, which is brilliant to see. Like, to sum it up, I'm going to have played at the world's biggest stadium and then the most historic stadium within a year of disability cricket. So it kind of shows where it's going, which is great for everyone taking part. As Anderson bowls, and Hamid allows that through nicely.
And how would your tour have been funded? Is it lottery funding, or through the ECB, or through the Lord Taverners? Yeah,
so that's just through the ECB. So any tour with that's under the England banner, so the England PD, the England Deaf, VIs and Blinds, we all fall under the ECB board. So they fund everything, which is the backing we get off the ECB. We can't thank them enough. As Anderson bowls, and Hamid just lunges forward, plays that into the leg side for no run. Yeah, the ECB are a big supporter of disability cricket. You can't knock them for the opportunities that they present to disability cricketers across the country, and how much disability cricket there is now across the country as well. I think every county has to have some kind of disability cricket structure as well, which is really good. But like you say, the Lord Taverners are real real big successes for disability cricket across this country. They're a fantastic charity that do incredible work across the country.
Here's Tom Bailey, and a ball to the left-handed Slater, struck on the pad. There's an inquiry more than a confident shout, and it remains 12 without loss. So good luck with that anyway. Hope Lords is everything you'd want it to be, and the best, the very best of luck to everybody that takes part, and also those that go and support that. That's a terrific thing to have sort of on the horizon to look forward to. Nottinghamshire, if you're just joining us, are following on. They're 12 without loss. They were bundled out today inside 45 overs for 126. Ben Slater, the opener, who's out there again for the second time, carried his bat 64 not out, and has he played at this one? It's gone through to Matty Hurst. He didn't get an edge on it, and it remains 12 without loss. In that first innings, Asiba Mead fell for 6. He fell to Jimmy Anderson, as did the next 5 wickets to go down. Will Young for 2, Joe Clark without scoring, Jack Haynes for 1, Lyndon James for 5, and Liam Patterson-White for 4. And at that stage, Notts were 6 down at lunch. You just wondered if Anderson might get all 10. And Slater steers this to backward point. There's no run, but that was broken soon after lunch. A couple of wickets for Tom Bailey. Anderson got his 7th wicket, and then a run out at the end, a direct hit from Nathan Lyon. So Notts all out 126. So that was a first innings lead for the Red Rose. Lancashire of 227. And with inclement weather forecast for tomorrow, Lancashire looking to get most of the job done today if they can. They've put Notts in again, and still waiting for that first wicket as this delivery pitched up just outside off stump. Might have been an inside edge back onto his boot or pad from Slater, and again some oohs and ahs and One or two hands being thrown up in the air from those behind the wicket. Will Williams is just starting to loosen up, so it might be time for a change sooner rather than later. Still relatively fresh, aren't we? This is only the 6th over of the innings, but seems as if Williams is getting ready. Bailey in, and Slater leaves it alone. In fact, it's a no ball, so a couple more to the total. 14 without loss. Didn't see anything of Chris Green. Wasn't needed. I don't know if the plan is for him to bowl in this game. The Australian predominantly plays white ball cricket, but from a number of times we've seen him over the first couple of days and again today, he's certainly enjoying making his Lancashire County Championship debut, especially on an outground here. He's very happy with life as Slater helps us down to long leg. Although really his only involvement was to get both his hands to a chance early on in the Notts first innings and put it down.
Yeah. He's an excellent fielder as well, yeah. Chris Green. He's a real handed cricketer. He can contribute with the bat, contribute in the field, and then he does his bit with the ball as well. Like you say, he's a fantastic white ball cricketer. Not quite often you see him in the red ball format, but he'll be inching at the bit to get a ball and to try and contribute to a successful game for Lancashire.
Next ball wide of the off stump and goes through to the keeper. 15 without loss. He's Chris Green, obviously. Cameron Green, as I suppose right now your average cricket fan who watches the internationals would perhaps be more familiar with Cameron Green than Chris Green, but Chris, very intelligent cricketer. He's skipper Sydney Thunder. He's had a lot of experience in the Big Bash and around the world in a lot of franchises. Really handy player. He's having a good white ball season for Lancashire, and as I say, I think he's very much enjoying being here, part of this. Bowling change.
Yeah, Will Williams to replace James Anderson. He bowled a few overs, James Anderson, in a spell just before the first innings break, so it's sensible that he's not bowled too many. Understandable that he's not bowled too many in this second innings. But Will Williams is won't shy away from this new ball. He's been leading the attack for Lancashire for a couple of years now with Bailey, so he'll be looking forward to getting that new ball in his hand. 6 overs old. Then he comes round the wicket to Slater straight away. He's on that immaculate line and length that he so often is. He's shaping away from Slater. Slater plays it nicely and late and for no run.
Graham Allen's been in touch, Callum. He says, can we give a little plug for Hornsey Cricket Club in North London? We host an impaired visual team. Great to watch. Recommend folk go and watch them if they can, or see any local game. I'm a Lancashire supporter, but very much hoping for a Seba Mead to get 100 here. I used to be a student in Bolton back in the 1980s. Thank you, Graham.
Then comes Williams round the wicket. Slater allows that through to Marios for no run. Yeah, it is a brilliant game to watch. Visually impaired cricket, if you've never seen it. It's like a mix of cricket and hockey, really, the way they play. There's 2 different formats of it. There's a full roll of the ball, and then there's a couple where I think they can bounce a couple of times. So it's 2 different kind of standards within its game. But it's fantastic to see how the coordination of them, and now Will Williams round the wicket. Slater pushes that into the leg side for no run. Yeah, it's fantastic to see how they move around and just the way they go about it. It's incredible to watch.
There's a saying in club cricket that I've heard thousands of times, and it's been often directed at me when I've played and missed 4 or 5 times. You'll hear somebody say, "Put a bell in it." Does that have derivatives from impaired visual cricket?
Yeah, it's literally. So, like you say, in the county game, some of them play with a bigger ball, which has a bigger bell in it as well. So, Williams bowls, Slater forward, plays nicely down the ground for no run. Yes, like you say, that's the that's their cue, and that's the thing the visually impaired cricketers listen out for.
Chris Holdrick says, went yesterday, Dave, so absolutely no play at Southport. I'm now back home in Southwell. That's not too far away from where I am. Southwell, Southwell to some. I'm watching the live stream, enjoying it. Can we give a shout out to Tony and Mark, because they decided to stay on and stick it out today. If it gets any worse, he says he might have to watch the rest of today from behind the sofa.
Williams bowls, and that one's allowed free to Matty Hurst for no run.
That's tough if you came yesterday, isn't it? And
yeah.
We know how frustrating it was.
It was a very cold and very miserable day, sadly. But today is much better. It's a nice healthy crowd here at Southport. It's turned into a nice day. A few clouds are gathered, but don't think there's any threat of rain. The hospitality tents getting busier outside to the right of us. Williams in, bowls, and Slater pushes that out just wide of Nathan Lyon, doesn't take a single.
They'll be heading back inside for the 5-course tea, I would imagine, in the next few minutes. It does seem to be a right old Beano, that does, doesn't it?
Must be a cheese board knocking around somewhere.
They get here in the morning and we could... Scott is like a retriever dog. The old nose starts twitching, and you know that the sausages and the bacon have started. And then they arrive here and they show the wristbands, the colour of the day. I think it's a red wristband you need to get in there today. And in they go, and then they get stuck into the bacon and the sausages this morning, and then we see a little bit of them just before lunch. I mean, this morning they all came out and watched Jimmy Anderson bowling, didn't they? And then they went back in for a long old lunch and came out mid-afternoon. They're all out there having a drink now. We've got a bowling change. Will Williams comes in and bowls to Hamid, and first ball is worked off the hip for 4 by Asib Hamid. He's been waiting for that, turns it away nicely and gets a boundary. This is George Balderson, I beg his pardon, who's come on at this end for the first time. Will Williams has just finished his over. Balderson bowled a little bit in the first innings, didn't he, at the opposite end?
Yeah, it probably just lacked a little bit of zip that you're so used to seeing with George Balderson. He's one of them, he's not quick, George Balderson, but he just kisses the pitch.
Comes in again and bowls, and Hamid defends.
Lovely shot from Hamid before the previous delivery, just ever so slightly. Balderson missed his length by about an inch, and Hamid played it nicely off his legs for 4.
Of course, yesterday's corporate clients, they had no cricket to interrupt their eating and drinking. It was one long Beano, I think, from about 10 o'clock in the morning, and they were still here when we left last night. 19 on the board for Notts, and their captain Hamid pushes it into the offside. A reminder that Notts won the toss. Asib Hamid on the first morning, and he had a relatively decent time of things until after tea, and that's when it got away from Notts. 194 runs scored between tea and the close as Keaton Jennings just began to unload against everybody. It was a terrific performance from Jennings. It's Balderson. Bowls again, and Hamid just keeps his bat tucked inside his pad there so he doesn't get drawn into nibbling at it. And it remains 19 without loss here on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Radio's Lancashire, Manchester, Nottingham, and those of you following the pictures on Lancs TV. Many thanks to our camera crew all around the ground, and those in the production marquee and in the tennis pavilion behind us, looking after us as this is pushed out onto the offside by Hamid. 19 without loss.
Certainly felt like and looked like a ball first day on the first day, didn't it? I think Lancashire would have been looking to bowl first as well, with someone like Jimmy Anderson in your side. So
I think everybody thought there'd be more pace in it, but straight away we saw Keaton Jennings advancing a pace or two towards the bowlers from an earlier stage as Hamid pushes this back to the bowler. They put 10 on in the first innings, this pair, before Hamid was dismissed, so they've gone past that. 19 already.
Looking a lot more at ease, Hamid, than the first innings.
Yes, he made 6, but I think he was dropped on 2. earlier in the day, and he's just pulled this through mid-wicket for 4. That was dismissed from his presence. It seemed as if there was an awful lot of feeling in that shot from Haseeb Hameed. His day hasn't gone as well as he would have wanted. He fell for a low score, and then he saw the rest of his top order blown away by Anderson, and Knott's being made to follow on. But given the opportunity to pull that one away to the boundary, he didn't miss out. 8 from the over, and what was there in the middle of the over? Was that a no ball or a wide? No, there was a no ball which we missed in the middle of the over. So 10 came from that particular over, and Knott's a 25 without loss.
Yeah, dismissive shot there from Hameed again. George Balderson didn't miss his 11th by that much, but Hameed was on it so quickly, and he just flick-pulled it for a straight mid-wicket, but timed it really well. Will Williams is going to continue. He'll come round the wicket to Slater. 2 slips and a gully away. Slater on the back foot, pushing that into the offside for no run.
Number of seagulls circling around, looking no doubt for the odd drop chip here and there. Sort of time in the day where they start to make their presence known, and he scraps and they'll be on it. Nothing funnier than seeing somebody have a chip pinched out of their hand or something.
Then comes Williams. Balls, and a big appeal from Williams, but looks a little down leg off first instinct, and it is. See on the Lancs TV there, just drifting down the leg side. 25 for Nottinghamshire. Hameed 11, Slater 10. Started well, these two for Nottinghamshire, and they're going to have to keep going for a little bit of time.
Closing in on tea, aren't we? It's tea, 4 o'clock? 4:10, says Scott, who's right across these things.
Williams bowls, and Slater, big lunge forward, shoulder and arms through to Maniers for no run.
So what we're hoping is that tea will be 4:10 till 4:30, and that we'll get a 2-hour session in to get all those overs in between 4:30 and 6:30. Shouldn't be at all surprised if we're not still here at 7 o'clock, assuming the light holds.
Yeah, and I think they'll see some spin from Nathan Lyon at some stage as well, and maybe even Chris Green, so some spinners in tandem might up that over 8. Williams round the wicket. Slater pushes that into the offside. Nicely played, rotates the strike, gets a single. That's what Nottinghamshire will need to keep doing, just keep rotating the strike, left hand, right hand partnership. Always just disturbs the bowlers, frustrates. Nothing more frustrating than a big fast bowler bowling, keeps swapping to left hand, right hand.
Got a second result in Division 2 in earlier. Sussex defeated Northants at Wantage Road by 63 runs. Now Yorkshire, big win over Derbyshire. An innings and 204 runs. That's at Queen's Park, Chesterfield. Derbyshire bowled out in their second innings for just 171.
In comes Williams. Hameed forward. Pushes that into the offside for no run. Gets a real big stride in, does Hameed.
In Division 1, Surrey 153 for 6 against Essex, who made 180. Warwickshire second time around 114 for 2 down at Taunton. They lead Somerset by 242. Kent in their second innings 27 for 1 following on against Hampshire, still trailing by 135. And interesting finish at Chesterley Street.
Williams in. Hameed just skips down the track a little bit, just pushes it to Nathan Lyon at mid-on for no run.
Worcestershire looking good for the win at the moment. They're 196 for 4 against Durham. They need 35 more to win that one, so that would be huge for Worcestershire if they can pick up a victory. They, along with Kent, were the bottom 2 going into this round of matches. Division 2 then Only 3 games left after wins for Sussex and Yorkshire. Middlesex 160 for 3 in their second innings. They require 306 more to defeat Leicestershire. Glamorgan 71 for 1 in their second innings at Cheltenham, requiring 522 more to win. Good luck. And no, in fact, that's it. That's it. There's only 2 matches left, with the 2 having been completed. 26 without loss here, as George Balderson sets off again, running from our left to bowl to Ben Slater, who's on 11, 26 without loss. He pushes this into the offside. Luke Wells has made his way out of the catching court and into the covers. Does the fielding. Lost the blue sky and the sunshine at the moment. Let's hope that's not long in returning, because whenever the sun disappears, there's a definite chill around the ground. It's been quite cold and blustery over most of this contest, as Slater pushes the next one back to Balderson. Been rejoined by Scott Reed.
Yeah, I might have to dig out the jacket, I think. Tea time. I've been spoilt by that 25-minute burst of sunshine. I got all carried away.
You timed it, did you?
Yeah, declared it was summer again. Now it's winter again.
2nd of July, and it really does feel like November. There's Balderson to Ben Slater. Tucks this to mid-wicket, no run. Fielded by Tom Bailey. Yeah, I've just gone through the scores, Scott. Yeah, wins for Sussex, who are the Division 2 leaders. Yorkshire, I think they were 3rd, weren't they? Middlesex was 2nd going into this round of matches. All start to unfold. We have another little break, quite a lengthy break now, before the next round of county championship matches, as Balderson bowls. This is pushed into the offside. It's the conclusion of the group stage of the T20 Blast, and then end of July and through August, the 50-over competition will be played in tandem with the 100, and then towards the back end of August and into September, the county championship will reach its conclusion.
Super September.
Well, let's hope so. 26 without loss. Slater turns us away down the leg side for 4. I think there was some bat involved. There was indeed. It was just a little awry in direction from George Balderson. Allowed it to drift on down the leg side and gets a boundary. I'm sure you can hear the chatter in the background. We're positioned outside the tennis pavilion, which is being used by all sorts of people this week. The analysts, the ground staff are popping in here for their cups of tea. As Slater drops this on the leg side. As a consequence, we're using their electricity, but we're outside at the front. We're blocking the doorway, end of the over, and we're sandwiched between the grand marquee here, the Marquis de Sade, away to our right, where all the corporate clients are being regally entertained and fed, and quite a few bottles of the fizzy stuff being liberally shared amongst friends and business colleagues. Some committee members here from both the local club and the 2 county clubs, and then to our left we've got the members, the supporters, the general public, the fans, the members, the patrons, all on the deck chairs, all enjoying the cricket.
It's Will Williams, 30 without loss in and bowls. Hamid gets right forward in defence, and there's no run. A few have opted to try a bit of ice cream this afternoon, Dave, and quite a few supporters having a go at an ice cream.
Got a couple of youngsters here actually with notebooks and pens, so presumably they're trying to get an autograph or two. So whether school's knocked off early or
bunk out of class. Jimmy's bowling. Let's just do a quick getaway.
Yeah.
Here's Williams into to Hamid. Again on a step or 2 down the pitch and reaching for it. Got to ease it back from where it came from. Nathan Lyon is there to field for Lancashire, and again there's no run.
Already looks as if it's going to be a little trickier, a little harder for Lancashire to blow away the Nottinghamshire top order. Well, certainly Slater and Hamid doing their level best to try and bring that around.
Yeah, really solid start. Williams to Hamid. It's a nice shot up off his toes, just steers it away in front of square on the offside. Jogs through for one.
None of them really had a chance to take stock. There were no partnerships, and as we said, 6 consecutive overs. Anderson picked up a wicket, which you know, that can't happen very often.
No. It's one of those spells, one of those sessions really, where it just, and you get them sometimes, and eventually someone kind of buckles down and manages to stem the flow. But sometimes when it happens and you lose 1 and 2 and you get in a bit of a slide, and it is difficult to halt it. And that happened to Nottinghamshire.
Just strange that it happened 6 consecutive overs. You know, if you've got 2 or 3 in an over, and then maybe another 15 minutes would have gone by, 3 or 4 overs, and then you got another couple, but it didn't work like that.
Slater again defending. Williams around the wicket to him.
It was almost like, right, who are you? Right, I'm going to have 3 or 4 balls at you, then I'm going to get you out. And then another one was in. Right, I'm going to have 3 or 4 more balls at you, and then I'm going to get you out.
Yeah, he had it playing his tune, didn't he, this morning? Did Jimmy Anderson?
Yeah, got a great ovation, didn't he, when he went off at lunch and at the end as well.
31 without loss. Williams to Slater, back and across, and defends away into the offside, no run. So we've not seen in this Nottinghamshire second innings any spin just yet. So 3 from Anderson, 3 from Bailey. This is a 3rd from Williams and 2 from Balderson.
Listeners to 5 Sports Extra have just moved on to another game, just in case you were just heading off into the car or whatever, and we're just going to pop us on. Probably gone to the Durham-Worcestershire game, where Worcestershire closing in on victory there.
Williams to Slater. And that's defended again, just dabs the ball away into the offside. There's no run. Well, Lancashire are sprinting round the field as if they want to try and get another over in, so maybe this could be the final one before the tea break. They've all kind of rushed quickly into position. So maybe this is the last one before the tea interval. Solid start by Hamid and by Slater. Nottinghamshire skipper beaten on 12. Slater, who battered through the first innings, made a 64 not out in a score of 126. He's unbeaten on 15. Balderson to Hamid, that's turned away to the leg side, and there is no run. Reasonably lengthy evening session as well to go. And so he gets forward and defends. And there is no run. We've got 42 overs remaining in the day after this one. Nottinghamshire following on, 31 without loss. Keeper's going to stand up here, and he retakes his guard. So Hurst crouching right down behind the stumps. It's off the front foot, smothered away into the offside by Hamid. Bailey fields, no run. So keeper behind the stumps. There's 2 slips, Bell and Jennings. And then there's a gap to Williams in that 3rd slip position, but quite wide of Jennings. And then Bailey at backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. That's clipped away nicely by Hamid. Just rises up onto his toes and nice flash of the bat. Steers it away towards the leg side. Anderson feels, I reckon he's the man, isn't he? He's the man that these the autograph hunters are wanting at the tea interval. couple of youngsters just starting to creep around the boundary edge and get themselves into position to try and maybe grab Jimmy's signature. 32 without loss. Slater on strike. Balderson to Slater. Nicely played, just tickled away into the offside. Didn't force it, just going to caress it away along the grass. Doesn't have the pace to reach the rope. Wells catches up with it. Slater has come back for 2, so he moves on to 17. 34 without loss. Delivery to go of the over. Balderson's 3rd. Let's play back towards Balderson, and that indeed is tee on this 3rd day. So a really solid start to the 2nd innings after being blown away by Jimmy Anderson this morning. Asked to follow on. Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater have successfully managed to negotiate 12 overs heading up to the tea interval. Well, 42 overs left in the day, Dave. But a base here for Nottinghamshire going into that final session.
Yeah, they're trying to lay some foundations of a little bit of a fight back late in the 3rd day here, because if Nottinghamshire batted as poorly in the 2nd innings as they did in the 1st, albeit against the master Jimmy Anderson, it really was a superb bowling performance from him early on. But I'm sure 1 or 2 of them will look back on their own dismissals and certainly vow to do a little better 2nd time around. Not following on 237 behind, at least they've got a bit of a platform. Ben Slater's looked solid all day, 64 not out in the 1st innings. Hasib Hamid, one who can genuinely, I think, say he was a little unlucky in the 1st innings with the one that he played with the inside of his bat onto his pad, and then it went back onto the stumps in the 1st innings, the only one to be bowled. But it was a little unfortunate, as I say. But 2nd time around, they've combined so far and put 34 on the board. Still a lot of overs left here today. This game could really move on quickly after tea, but Lancashire will want to get on amongst the wickets sooner rather than later, and when the players return in about 20 minutes time, so will the commentary.
Championship, very result at Chesterfield. Derbyshire all out in their 2nd innings for 171, so Yorkshire won that game.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
Alex, nice to see you. First things first, you love ice cream. Top 3 favourite flavours, hit me, come on.
Oh, I mean, easy. Mint chocolate chip,
Yeah?
raspberry ripple, vanilla.
How have you answered that so far?
Well, it's easy. I've
That's
not. Do you know what?
ridiculous.
I actually haven't had an ice cream for ages because
I got spotted as the ice cream girl from the BBC, and I was like, this cannot carry on. I can't be known for just eating ice cream. So I've stopped eating ice cream now.
I just went to Italy and we had gelato every day. But if you say gelato, it makes you sound super pretentious.
Yeah, it does. It makes you sound posh, doesn't it?
Especially then when you have pistachio and elderberry.
Oh, stop.
Honestly, unbelievable. I was like, what should I have? They were like this. Also, they were like pumpkin seed.
No.
That's what I thought. Amazing.
Is it?
Yeah, maybe only in Florence. Probably don't get it in like Warrington.
You've got to stick to what you know. You know, what's the strawberry, chocolate, vanilla? That one, where you can get it all in one. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a good start. How did you get into cricket?
So I played football with all the lads on my estate. So I was the only girl. There was probably about 6 or 7 lads. So we all played football. One Friday night, they were like, we're going to go up to the cricket club. So I ran home. I was like, Mum, can I go and play cricket? She's like, no, you do everything. She's like, you do football, you do basketball, you do hockey, you do everything, gymnastics, swimming. I was like, come on. She's like, no, not one more spot. I was like, the bar's open. Come on, Mum. She's like, right, come on, we're going up.
Sold.
Not quite like that, but yeah. So we went up every Friday night, and I absolutely fell in love with it. So every Friday after school, I'd be up at the cricket club from as soon as we finished school right until I got told I had to go home because it was dark. Just loved it.
Now, I didn't Google you earlier, definitely did. But you went to school in Clitheroe, is that right?
Yes.
So did you play at school as well as at home?
Yeah, so I played at school. When all the girls in PE went to do netball, I was not very good at netball. I kept bouncing the ball, and they were like,
like you
oh
were playing
God.
basketball?
Yeah.
Wanted to be Jordan?
All the girls were like, oh my God, this girl's so annoying. So then I started playing cricket with the boys. So the girls would go and play netball, and I'd say to the teachers, can I play cricket? And they'd be like, well, yeah, fine.
When you started playing, was it immediate that you decided you were going to bowl left arm?
I guess.
Is that just a natural thing?
Yes, I've always been left-handed. But yeah, picked the ball up left-handed, obviously, but bowled seam. So started just bowling, I want to say, rapid.
Yeah.
But obviously it wasn't
Proper
that quick.
Yeah.
But always batted right-handed as well, so always been ambidextrous.
And you made your county debut super young. I think you were only 14.
Yeah.
How did that come about and how did you feel?
Do you know what? I've got no idea how I felt. I remember being really nervous.
Yeah.
And I remember my mum being there. And I remember her...
Where was it? Do you know?
Got no idea.
Really?
Yeah, I've got
Can't
no
remember.
idea. I remember being stood at fine leg, obviously.
Yeah.
And my mum standing next to me. I was that young that my mum's like stood there being like, are you okay? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I think so. She's like, you're going to do great. But it just came about because I played under 13s for Lancs girls.
Okay.
And then under 15s. And when I was 12 or 13, I was still playing in the under 15s team and under 17s. So just got picked for the first 11. And I think, on memory, I did get 2 for.
Did you?
Think.
No way.
Yeah, 2 for about 20, something like that. And just loved it.
Okay, so you started at 14 and then obviously you're playing and improving and then you make the decision when you were, 19, 20 to move, I guess, down to London and play for Middlesex.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
So Lancashire were in Division 2.
Yeah.
And everybody that played for England at the time played Div 1 cricket. So I thought, if I'm going to play cricket for England, I've got to take a bit of a leap of faith here and try and play Div 1 cricket. Not going to go to Yorkshire because it's Yorkshire, obviously. Yeah. So I was like, I'm not going to there. I think Warwickshire already had an overseas. So it was literally pick a team out of a hat, any of the southern teams. So I was like, right, Middlesex, no one will know who I am, what I do.
That was it.
Yeah, I was like, that one will do.
Yeah.
Just a fresh start. You know, nobody knows who I am. No one's got an opinion on what I do, that I'm rubbish with the bat or in the field. I can go and just be a new version of myself. So travelled down twice a week for 4 years or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But I loved my time playing for Middlesex. Like, if it wasn't for me moving down there, I genuinely don't think I'd have ever played cricket for England because
really?
I got to be a new version of myself and work hard. And actually travelling down for cricket made me really focused on cricket. And I obviously met some amazing friends, which I'm still friends with now. And I've kept in touch with them all. So, yeah, wouldn't change it for the world.
Obviously,
amazing.
I've known you for 4 years or so. And your media kind of personality is you're pretty confident and outgoing and like a laugh and you kind of say what you think and people seemingly love that about you. Have you always been like that? When you went down to Middlesex at 19, 20, were you like that or were you more reserved and in on yourself?
No, I've always been like that.
Really?
Literally always been like that. I'm very Marmite. Like, a lot of people hate me before they've met me because I'm quite boisterous and say what I think.
Yeah.
Don't hold back. I don't know where I've really got that from. My mum's a little bit like that, but I reckon it's not that I'm confident, because I'm actually not a very confident person. I just come across confident. It's just my personality. It's just who I am. I guess I've always been comfortable in myself.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
So I go down and I'm like, "Hey, Alex the lad, Jack the lad from Manchester."
Yeah, I'm talking to everyone on the tube.
Yeah, but yeah, literally always been the same. And on air, the first piece of advice I got given was be yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
So I was
think
like,
it massively
oh, right.
comes across if someone isn't their authentic self or they're disingenuous about things.
Yeah, and I think
so. Eating ice cream is perfect.
doing stupid things, talking into your ice cream. But no, so be yourself on the radio, because otherwise you're going to sound stiff and
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I want to talk to you about that in a minute, but you mentioned something earlier about playing for England.
Mm-hmm.
Was that always an ambition? And then how does that feel when you get that call to say, oh yeah, you're in the squad and you're going to make your debut?
Yeah, it was always an ambition, but I didn't think it would ever happen, because at 15 I got onto the England Academy. At 17 I got dropped because I wasn't good enough, and I didn't get back on until I was 21.
Right.
So I dropped out of college. I was a will writer for a while.
Really?
I worked in a bakery just so that I could train.
Yeah.
Trained my arse off. I trained so hard. I never really got anywhere. Got back in the England Academy, but was then always a net bowler for England.
Mm-hmm.
And I would constantly bowl 60, 70 overs a week at the England girls and never get that call up. And Mark Robinson came to me on a Friday afternoon and was like, see you on Monday. I was like, all right, okay, like the girls need a net bowler, like, and he was like, no, you're in the squad. I was like, pardon?
Wow.
Like,
how old were you then?
I don't know. I made my debut in 2016, so 24.
Yeah. Okay. And that was against Pakistan, right?
Yeah. But now I look back on my career and I'm like, I'm genuinely a fan that ended up playing cricket for England, because I've always just been a massive cricket fan.
Yeah.
And I used to follow England women around and watch them all around the country. Yeah.
So you make your debut in 2016, and then what? Less than 18 months later, World Cup winner.
Yeah, it was a whirlwind, absolute
right.
whirlwind. So debut June 2016 against Pakistan.
Yeah.
Worst day of my cricket career
Why?
ever. Didn't enjoy it. Hated every second of it. Didn't bowl well.
Why did you hate it? Were you nervous?
So nervous. Like, I'd tried so hard for so long that I thought I'd just be all right when the day came. And I was too busy concentrating on, was my partner's family okay? Was my family okay? Where are they sat? I can't see them. Where are they?
Really?
I didn't do all my routines. I didn't get into the zone. I was just so oblivious to the cricket game.
Yeah.
I think I bowled none for 50. 56 maybe in 10 overs, and Pakistan probably only got 150. And
you shelled a third of their runs.
Yeah. And the first ever ball that came to me, I let through my legs for 4.
Did
so
you?
it just couldn't have gone any worse. It just couldn't have gone any worse. Then we went away from international cricket.
When that happened, and it goes through your legs for 4, do you then massively get in your own head, and then you can't stop thinking about it, or were you like, that's gone? Focus.
You do go, oh, am I really good enough to be here? And then all those thoughts start coming back, because I always believed I was good enough to play cricket for England. I just never got the opportunity. And then I got the opportunity and I was rubbish. So I was
did anyone put their arm around you or have a quiet word or go, okay?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
They're all your teammates. They want you to do well. I mean, you probably could see I was nervous.
Yeah. Like a rabbit in headlights.
Yeah. And then we went to the West Indies. I got picked for the West Indies after a good KSL, the Super League.
Yeah.
And in the warm-up game, I did the same again, none for 80 in 10 overs. And the coach said to me, I was like crying on the pitch. I was like, I'm just not good enough for this.
Yeah.
He's like, where were you a year ago? I was like, in the bakery making chicken sandwiches. He's like, where are you now? I was like, in the West Indies.
Yeah.
In Jamaica. And he's like, where would you rather be? I was like, here. He's like, well, get on with it then. He's like, you're playing the first game, get your head around it.
I mean, you don't want to make Danish pastries. What's wrong with
What's wrong with you? I get so fat just eating cakes all the time. So yeah, that was a real mindset shift. And it was the best thing he ever said to me. He was like, you're here now. Get in the moment you're playing the first game.
Yeah.
And then that tour broke world records and bowled really well, and that was it. I had a whirlwind 18 months.
And then in the final, 2 wickets?
Yes. Yeah.
Talk me through that.
Well, I was always the wicket taker during that World Cup, so every time the game needed changing, I'd come on.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I know, literally, because I'm like, what's going on now? I'm out the team now. I'm like, this is amazing. How was that me? Yeah. So we needed a wicket. We needed to get Harmanpreet Kaur out. So I got brought back on. She hit me for 2 sixes. I was like, this is not going well. 2 really nice shots down the ground, into the crowd, both of them. One was a slog sweep over square leg, and then she top edged a slog sweep, and Tammy Bowman at square leg. I'm stood there, and I was like this.
Please,
I didn't even
Tammy.
watch it.
Did you
I
not?
was like that. I want to just hear the crowd.
Yeah, yeah.
Then she took the catch, and the game completely changed from there. We didn't win the World Cup. India lost it, you know, but still,
Who cares?
best day of my life. It was
Were the
amazing.
celebrations amazing afterwards? What happened, or did we not go there?
I drank a magnum of champagne on the lap of honour, and I don't remember.
On the lap of honour?
Yeah, I don't remember the rest.
That's pretty
It's
impressive.
really, it's the worst thing I ever did. It's my biggest regret.
What, because you can't remember?
We
after?
worked for 4 years to sing the team song at Lord's,
Right.
and I don't remember singing the team song at Lord's.
Okay.
So yeah, all I remember is Kate Cross trying to give me a chicken drumstick and was like, "Eat that, you'll regret it," and I just threw it at her.
No way.
I was like, "Shut up." 2 hours later, I was in bed.
Class.
I woke up naked with my medal on though, so I was
Did
like,
you?
"Yeah,
Yeah.
baby, I still got my medal."
It's the greatest story. I remember us talking about this before in terms of that's a pretty tricky transition time in terms of stopping playing for England
Yeah.
and then thinking, do I still want to carry on playing cricket or how am I feeling about this? That's tough and takes a lot of mental strength and resilience. Was that a hard period for you?
Yeah, it was like the worst because I lost my England contract. I got told, I went on holiday. This was the worst thing, right? I had a 2-week cruise with Kate Cross and we worked really hard, went to the gym every day.
Did you, on the cruise?
On the cruise,
Really?
and ran laps of the cruise and everything.
You weren't throwing chicken drumsticks at her?
Yeah, like throwing balls. We were on holiday but also working hard because we had fitness testing when we got back.
Okay.
Day after I got back from a holiday, I had my appraisal with Jonathan Finch and he told me I'd lost my England contract. And I was like, you could have told me 2 weeks ago, mate.
Yeah.
I've just been working hard on a
I'd have just
holiday.
been drinking magnums of champagne, yes.
But it was awful, like the worst feeling. I rang my dad and I rang Crossy. I think I rang Crossy first, said, I've lost my contract, rang my dad. They both came round to my house. And I'd just lost my identity overnight.
Yeah.
I'd gone from Alex Hartley, a World Cup winner. So actually the newspaper article actually said, World Cup winner to trash heap overnight.
So what? Trash heap?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And that's what I felt like as well. Felt like I was nobody. I had nothing to get up for. I was still going to the gym with Crossy Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then there was one Friday, I was like, what am I doing? I don't need to... But that was just my routine.
Yeah.
So then I spent 3 months at home, didn't get out of bed, didn't leave the house.
You're not?
No, I didn't know what I was or who I was going to be.
Where were you? Were you with your parents or
No,
were
I
you by
was
yourself?
by myself in the
Were you?
flat. So my mum rang me 5 or 6 times a day and I'd be like, go away, I'm fine.
Yeah,
But she
yeah.
obviously knew I wasn't fine.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm fine, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't want to speak to anybody. I don't want to go out. I don't want to do anything. So yeah, I had September, October, November, December basically doing absolutely nothing. Crying every day, didn't leave the house. And then Mark Robinson, the England coach, was like, you need to start getting out, you need to start doing things. So I joined a gym. I decided to go travelling. The whole thing was just changed. It just...
Did you just completely switch off from cricket and training and just
Yeah.
relax?
Well, I don't so I've missed a bit of the story out, sorry. So my mum knew I wasn't all right and took me to see Conor Maynard. Really
Okay.
random.
Right.
She's like, I need to try and get her out of the house. So I said, I've got tickets to see Conor Maynard. And that night I had a complete mental breakdown on my mum. Ripping my hair out, eyelashes out, just like
Seriously?
so stressed. Yeah.
Right.
And my mum rang the ECB and said, you can't treat people like this because they hadn't even checked if I was okay. They'd just like gone, right, not ours problem anymore. Like, see you later.
Yeah.
So yeah, that all got sorted. I got myself into a little bit of a better place. And then I went travelling and I just thought, well, I can live my life now because playing international cricket, you sacrifice so much. You know, I missed out on birthdays, Christmases, everything. You know, I missed
Yeah, yeah.
my own 21st birthday.
Yeah.
Um,
So I guess it's quite freeing in a
it
way.
was, and I could just be who I wanted to be and sort of be a different version of myself. And I was a loose cannon. You know, I missed out on so much, so I just went
And had a
did
good
that.
time.
Yeah, I went and had a brilliant time. Yeah, and then from LA, I flew straight to Australia to commentate for the T20 World Cup before COVID.
Did you?
Yeah.
So had you had that lined up before you went to America?
No, so I got a conversation when I was there being like, do you fancy coming over? And I was like, yeah, but you're going to have to fly me from LA. I'm in the States.
Okay.
And they're like, yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll
And
fly
was that
you.
your first kind of punditry, commentary gig?
Proper gig, yeah.
Was it?
So I'd done bits and bobs. So I'd done a few days here and there. My first ever day as a radio commentator, Lancs were playing Worcester, I think.
Okay.
Welcome back then to Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Evening session, day 3. Day... giggling at her.
Well, just as we started talking once again, or you started talking again, the strains of Happy Birthday just died out in the marquee away to our right. I wonder if we'll get any cake, Scott. What do you reckon?
You've been looking for some cake, haven't you, so far?
Like a bit of cake.
Well, no sign of any cake, I'm afraid.
Well, it's somebody's birthday, and if they're having a birthday, they must be having a birthday cake. That's my thinking.
Well, if it's to feed everybody inside that tent, it's going to be the biggest birthday cake. Yeah.
But that's what outground cricket's all about. Forget the cricket. Where's the cake?
There's the cake.
Yeah. The players are out there. I say I think because there's about 475 people just walking in front of our commentary position here, and eventually, like the parting of the seas, we'll be able to see through them or round them or over them. Good number of youngsters now knocking about who've probably had to go to school today, but have now come in after tea. Free admittance. We're going to get underway with Tom Bailey bowling first ball of the session to a Seabird. Didn't see it at all with the people walking in front of me. It's gone through to Matty Hurst, and we'll presume by the lack of any animation out there that nothing happened of significance. The number of people have died down in front of us. They've made their way back to their seats. Next delivery, this time we did see it, and Seabermead, the right-hander on strike, just got into a position to play it as is his wont, and then realised he could leave it on both line and length. And again, it goes through to Hurst. Nottinghamshire then following on 34 without loss. They were 237 behind on first innings, and very much in danger of being blown away inside the day, losing 20 wickets inside a day, as Anderson got 6 for next to nothing before lunch, as Hamid gets the first runs post tea, working it away on the leg side. It's a little bit of a gimme there from Bailey, and Hamid good enough to find the ropes there, just worked it away nicely, just backward of square for 4. So I see Hamid up to 17-38 without loss.
Yeah, they've got a platform here, haven't they? They've got a base in which they can try and build. There's a lot of batting to do. There's quite a big, sizable session, this, isn't it? There's 42 overs in this final session, if we get them all in. That's a lot of cricket to be played.
There's a young lady just standing in front of us now as she's defended, and you know how on social media now you get things sort of reposted, or even though you don't want to see them, you get to see them, and there were lots of pictures of that particular young lady that's just walked past our table with all the players, all the stars in this game. She'd come along yesterday and put the rainy day to good use by getting an awful lot of photographs of herself with the players, which are all out there on social media, all except Jimmy, as Anderson I beg your pardon, as Bailey drifts this down the leg side again, and this time only a single. She couldn't get Jimmy, she said. Ended up following the thread of her day. Single takes Nottinghamshire on to 39 without loss in their second innings, as Scott said. 42 overs to go in the day from tea until the close. I think they said 42. It might even have been 142 for all I could hear properly, but I think it was 42. And this pair have set off, just keeping pace with each other. Slater 17, Hamid now 18, and Tom Bailey bowls again to Slater and plays this down into the ground, and it'll just slowly make its way back to the bowler. 39 without loss at the end of that over, so we're underway. It's around about 25 past 4. 7 o'clock written all over this, I think, if the light holds.
Yeah, that's, I guess, the key question, if the light holds. But to be fair, the last couple of nights, it's actually been quite bright, hasn't it? Like the later in the day it's got, the brighter it's become. So if that trend continues, then we shouldn't have too many problems. Should be able to get the bulk of the overs in. We're going to see Nathan Lyon.
Well, he will speed things up, certainly, if he has a lengthy spell as a Another 4-carriage train passes by on its way to left is Southport. There we are.
You're right across the geography now.
Left is Southport.
Well, Birkdale first. Birkdale Station first, then Southport.
Nathan Lyon bowling in his Scott Reed sunglasses.
Quite pleased to found these. For that 5 seconds of sunshine we had. Here's Nathan Lyon in and bowls to Hasib Hamid, who goes back, clips the ball away to deep square leg for a single. And Hamid moves on to 19.
Apparently there's a big, or he's maybe retired now, I don't know, but certainly to all his international teammates and anybody who seems to come in top contact with him and gets to know him well, calls him Gary.
Well, he's bowling for the first time in this second innings. Wasn't really required that much in the first innings, neither. It was Jimmy's day, but he's into the attack. Slater off the back foot, plays it nicely away into the offside. No run.
Polished off the Nottinghamshire first innings though with a direct hit, didn't he? Ran out Dane Patterson.
That seemed like it was on that run out. There was a few slightly dicey singles before it, and it just got through or just missed the stumps. But it looked like it was on that run out. Forward again goes Slater and defends. And there's no run. The left-hander on strike, so Lyon's able to turn the ball away from Slater. There's a slip in place, short leg, short point as well. Jennings who's close in on the offside. That's left alone by Slater. To the gloves of Hurst. No run. There's a deep point, cover, and backward point. 40 without loss. It's Nathan Lyon. Comes around the wicket and bowls, and forward goes Slater in defence. No run.
Over the last week, Ben Slater's turned a reasonably okay sort of season into a pretty good one. 168 not out in the second innings against Somerset, 64 not out first innings here, and going again 17 with power to add.
Lyon to Slater, goes back and he's given. Fancied that straight away, Nathan Lyon. Slater went back to the delivery, the final ball of his first over, and that pins him in front, and he's gone LBW for 17. Slater, who battered through the first innings for Nottinghamshire, is the first wicket to fall second time round, 40 for 1.
Yeah, well, so I was just saying with power to add, and unfortunately that power has just been taken away from him. Just trying to work it away on the leg side from the crease, and gets the fatal finger from the umpire. Has to go. 40 for 1. Here comes Will Young. Didn't really look in any sort of touch at all in the first innings, but in that Anderson spell when he was creating havoc and mayhem and mischief, ball after ball after ball, very few of the Nottinghamshire players were able to play him well. Only Ben Slater with any great conviction. But Will Young didn't last too long before falling to Jimmy Anderson. He's out there for the second time in the day.
Yeah, he's one of that spell of wickets that just went over after over from Anderson. He was whipped up in that Anderson whirlwind in the morning. Well, he's had a little while to try and clear his mind from that, and there's another chance here. Second time round.
So Bailey at the start of a new over, bowling to Hamid, and he defends. Lancashire 9 good balls away from winning this match and reversing the result from Trent Bridge earlier in the season when Notts came out on top.
Yeah, still trail Nottinghamshire, 187 runs behind.
Yeah, Notts have got to get through the day here, and Mead's gone hard at that one, my word. He could so easily have found an edge there and brought either Hurst or the slip cordon into play. Really pushed hard at it. Good stuff from Tom Bailey, putting the ball in good areas. 242nd first-class meeting this between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. Lancashire with the better of things, 70 wins to Nottinghamshire's 60 over the years. St Mead, and he had to be good with the footwork then. He played it down into the ground and then turned and kicked it away with the ball once again hovering fairly close to the timbers behind him. Just kicked it to safety.
Good footwork.
Yeah, had to be.
Well, he was a bit unlucky, wasn't he, in the first innings? Hamid played softly forward in defence and the ball spun back onto his stumps, and for a second he's thinking, not again. Not for a second time. Did well that to boot it away.
Slightly longer train this time coming. Count them 3, 4, 5, 6.
Rush hour train.
Carriages. This one wide of the pegs goes through to the keeper. This is the 120th time that Lancashire have hosted this fixture. Of course, most of the meetings at Old Trafford, but they've also played this game at Lytham St Anne's back in the day, Blackpool a couple of times, Liverpool on 11 occasions. And this is now the 7th meeting here at Southport, where Notts have won 3 times, Lancashire twice, and a draw. Bailey to Hamid, short, pulled onto the leg side. There's protection out there, and it'll be cut off, and they'll come back for 2. Good return in from the deep. Good bit of cricket all round. It's 42 for 1.
Yep, George Balderson there for Lancashire on the boundary.
Notts going into this game. This isn't going to happen now, I can tell you, folks. This isn't going to happen, but Notts going into this game looking for their first double over Lancashire since 2014. They've only ever beaten Lancashire home and away on 8 occasions. In the 150 years or so they've been playing first-class cricket against each other. 42 for 1. Bailey in again to Asiba Mead, and again he leaves it alone. Keaton Jennings finishing on 187 not out in the Lancashire innings. That's now the highest score on this ground against Notts, beating Gehan Mendes, who in 1990 scored 180. The only Notts century here was in the same match. Chris Broad, who's the current Notts club president, made 122.
Could do with a centurion in this innings, couldn't they, Nottinghamshire?
Could do with a couple.
Aye, true. 185 behind. Lyon to Young. For run down towards third man. Leaning onto the front foot. Come through for a single, Young. Gets his first run, 43 for 1. Hamid back on strike, slipping a short leg, crouching down. Lyon comes over the wicket and bowls. Hamid down on one knee and pulling the ball out towards the leg side boundary, where Williams fields. Through for 1, moves to 22. Score moves on to 44 for 1.
Yes, however well Notts go in this session, they're not going to wipe out the deficit, are they? 253. I beg your pardon, 237.
Comes Lyon, bowls, forward goes Young, defends, no run. No, it's about runs to a degree, but it's about making sure that they've got plenty of wickets in hand, and they're still very much batting at the close of play with plenty to come tomorrow. Lyon to Young, goes off the back foot, strokes it up towards mid-on, no run.
It will be, of course, a matter of concern for Notts. I'll try and find out at the end of the day about where they ended up with their bowling effort, because we understood they were -2 at the start of the day.
Lyon to Young, it's defended, and the ball bouncing down towards the keeper. Almost. In fact, the reaction of the slip fielders maybe almost is trickling back onto the off stump.
That's the trouble, there's so much purchase on the ball from Nathan Lyon. Just play it down gently. It is likely to zig-a-zag like an angry snake.
In too young, gets onto the front foot and turns it to the leg side. And there's no run, just a couple of runs off the over. 44 for 1, Hamid 22, and Young on 1.
Yes, there's nothing more that Nathan Lyon would like than to get the Kiwi out. Will Young, a real trans-Tasman Sea tussle going on out there. It's going to be a Seba Mead, though, back front and centre stage to face Tom Bailey, bowling from the Harrod Drive end, where earlier this afternoon one or two spectators almost looked as if they were going to topple over the fences into the gardens looking for the big 6 that Dane Patterson hit. One of 2, one at each end. One disappeared into the tennis courts to our left, and that one into the gardens away to our right. Here's Bailey into the Notts captain Hamid, and with a flex of the knees he pushes it out into the offside, no run. 44 for 1. That was the first wicket to go down to spin, the Nathan Lyon wicket in the match. Brendan James, the most successful of the Nottinghamshire bowlers, with 4 wickets. There's Bailey, bowls again to Hamid and pushes it out into the covers, and that's Luke Wood on the field, former Notts man, of course, doing the fielding. Not sure who's gone off. Equally, just looking around for Jimmy Anderson. Is that Jimmy Anderson at mid-on? No, it's not. Is Jimmy on there? Luke Wood's certainly on in the covers. We'll sort it out for you in a moment as Bailey comes in. Bowls to Hamid and lets it go through, just to brush the flap of the pad on its way through to Matty Hurst.
Yeah, looks like Jimmy's off the field at the moment.
44 for 1. Done his bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's have the feet up for 10-15 minutes.
Nathan Lyon with the 1 wicket to fall out of Ben Slater, getting him LBW for 17. Bailey comes in again to the Notts skipper Hamid. This has run down to Williams in the gully backward point region, where he took a couple of catches earlier. Noise intensifying again as clearly the tea has been consumed in the hospitality area. Everybody wandering back outside again. 44 for 1, of which Seba Mead has scored half of those runs. He pushes forward, presses forward, and again can leave it on line and length and watch it go through into the gloves of Matty Hurst.
Yeah, the beverage is just starting to take effect, aren't they, in the hospitality tent. The young group was really getting behind Nathan Lyon, shouting Gary and stuff just before that wicket. A beautiful piece of bowling by Nathan Lyon as well to get that first breakthrough for Lancashire.
Bailey bowls, and Hamid has got away with this one. He's flashed hard at it. He's got a boundary down to the unprotected third man area, but it went in the air between the couple of stationary slips and then the diving Williams in the gully, and he couldn't get anything on it, and it's gone for 4.
Yeah, Tom Bailey just causing him a couple of dragging out a few errors out of him, causing him a couple of issues in the last 2 overs. He's played and missed at a couple that could quite easily leave. He's nicked that one through the cordon for 4. So I think it's a good change of ends from Tom Bailey. Without Jimmy Anderson on the field, Jimmy Anderson has just returned to the field.
Yeah.
But without Jimmy Anderson bowling, I think Tom Bailey at that end, trying to hit the pitch and produce that extra bounce, is probably the best option for Lancashire in terms of the pace and the and the heavier ball sort of that he bowls than Williams and Balderson.
Has the ball been found yet?
Looks like it's gone down the side of a tennis court. There's a lot of people just staring.
The umpires are looking at their watches, and
the Lancashire skipper appears.
Has he appeared
no
with
ball?
The ball?
No. Someone else has. Tom Hartley is on as well. Oh no, it's Chris Green, sorry, not Tom Hartley.
Yes, I don't think they'll be desperate for a ball change, but if they were, that would have been a good opportunity for Keaton to come back from wherever he's been on his little adventure and say, sorry, umps, I can't find it.
Just hide it in one of the conifer trees that he was next to. Liam, and he comes, bowls, and Young just prods forward, plays it into the offside for no run. Let's just dig in here, Young, and keep batting with Hamid, keep ticking it over. Nathan Lyon in, bowls. Again, he plays nice soft hands, just rolls back onto his pads, gets himself in the way.
Yeah, if Notts are going to leave Southport with anything here, they might need a little bit of an intervention tomorrow with some time taken out of the game with the weather, but they've certainly got to help themselves in this session. A lot of overs left yet.
Lyon bowls and Young just prods forward, turns it into the leg side. No run, Josh Bohannon does the fielding. Yeah, they've started well so far, Nottinghamshire, 48 for 1. Excellent piece of bowling from Nathan Lyon to set up Slater. Lyon in, bowls, and Young punches that into the offside. Balderson cuts the single off.
Yeah, it seems like we've had a fairly full day already with 12 wickets going down, a 7 for.
Lyon bowls, a bit quicker, a bit flatter. Young stays nice and straight and plays that into the offside. Yeah, it's been an action-packed day so far, hasn't it?
It does indeed, yeah.
Still plenty of action to come. Lancashire will be hoping for. Lyon bowls, slower in the air, just tosses it up above the eye line. Prods forward for no run. That's the end of the 18th over. Nottinghamshire 48 for 1.
The likelihood that the first Division 1 game to finish in this round is only a matter of moments away. Worcestershire needs 7 to defeat Durham at Chesterley Street. They've got 6 wickets in hand. Kashi Valley, talented young player. He's not so young now, actually, is he? He's in his late 20s, but talented player nonetheless. 75 not out. Worcestershire 224 for 4, chasing 231, so they're nearly there. And we're going to have, is it going to be Bailey to continue? Bowling to Will Young. He's only made a single. Bailey comes in and I beg your pardon, to Seba Mead. He leaves it alone. It goes through to the keeper. Will Young only made 2 in the first innings. 1 not out on this. It's had lean time of things, comparatively speaking. Scored a big century, 3rd match of the season when he first arrived back from New Zealand, having just got married in March. But since then, very few scores of note. It's Bailey and Hamid is on 26. Pushes this into the offside. Chris Green takes the ball nicely on the bounce, and it's almost cat-like he was in a position to throw it should they venture out of the creases, which they didn't. It remains 48 for 1. Cloud not threatening, but there's plenty of it about. It looks like you unfurl one of them rolls of cotton wool. That sort of colour, that sort of texture, completely filling the sky as Hamid angles it down to long leg. Gets a single, 49 for 1, and Hamid on to 27. This goes without saying, but worthy of a reminder, there's no floodlights here, no artificial illumination, so if it does get a little darker, we might be in trouble as the session progresses.
Helicopter just taking off from probably one of the local golf courses. Just heading just past the ground.
And there it goes, turns away from us and disappears. There's Bailey. Balls to Will Young. Where's squad number 32? Let's this one go through to Matty Hurst, the Lancashire gloveman. Got George Bell alongside him. He's got those protective pads on. And the skipper, Keaton Jennings, and Luke Wells, then Will Williams. Like the land of the giants, the two in the middle, principally, Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells. Bailey to Young, giving him nothing to feed on, are they? It's a ball again attacking the stumps that Young can only defend up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, they're making Young play at a lot of balls, aren't they? They're not allowing him to just leave them through to Matty Hurst. These Lancashire bowlers are keeping the stumps in play as much as possible, and it's a simple game. If you do that, you bring all modes of dismissal into play still.
49 for 1. Young with a solitary run so far, and it pushes us into the offside, and perhaps just an indication of what he's feeling. He took 2 or 3 steps there. He was almost urging Asiba Mead just to say, yeah, OK, we'll go for one, but there wasn't really the opportunity to pinch a quick single. But I think it's what he needs at the moment, just to get his individual score going, ticking along, and get that board moving, get a little bit of confidence coursing through his veins. 49 for 1 at the end of the 19th over. And we've still got an awful long time to go in the day.
He looks to be a busy player, does Young. Looks to like to feel bat on ball. Looks like he wants to try and rotate the strike as much as he possibly can. But he'll also be very wary about losing a second wicket too early.
Nathan Lyon bowls to Mead and he defends.
Don't know who Ian is, but
I don't know who Ian is.
Just kindly said no, sadly. In comes Lyon, bowls, and Hamid lunges forward with his springy footwork that he so often has against the spin. He's a good player as spinners. Hamid picks a line and length up very quickly, plays off the front foot and the back foot really well. Lyon bowls and Hamid straight on that back foot, riding it into the leg side. George Bell just kind of allows that one to hit him. I don't know he knew much about that one.
It's always remarkable how, despite the fact you're speaking into a microphone with headphones on, people can wander up and ask you a question.
Lyon balls and Hamid thinks about a single after just pushing it to Chris Green. It's like just a couple of steps back, just tempting the single there, but also tempting Hamid to go over the top. Lyon in, a couple of bounces with that arm wafting as he so often does. Hamid just plays that forward into the offside for no run.
I did tell you to look out for Dane Patterson and his 6 hitting, didn't I? He didn't disappoint today, got a couple away.
Lyon balls and Hamid nice onto the back foot, pushes for a 2, but decides better off. Will Williams does the fielding, gets a single, keeps a strike for the next over. 50 for 1 now Nottinghamshire after 20 overs.
Still waiting for that Durham-Worcestershire result, but scores are tied at the moment. They need one more run, Worcestershire, to get the victory, and that will be
an excellent win for Worcestershire, won't it?
Yeah. Low scoring game there. Durham 190, Worcestershire 112 all out in their first innings, Durham 152 all out, and now Worcestershire the most significant score of the match. They're 230 for 4, needing one more run.
To pile on the most runs in the fourth innings with only 4 wickets lost as well. It's a great effort from Worcestershire.
Yeah. 50 for 1. His delivery is cut into the offside, and Chris Green again just slightly blotting his copybook there as he went to grab the ball with a sharp single being taken and missed it. But Josh Bohannon was backing up. I think they were always going to get the run anyway myself, but Green grabbing at the ball and missing it. 51 for 1. Hamid under 29 brings Will Young back onto strike, and I don't think Lancashire will mind that at the moment. They're enjoying seeing Will Young go through all sorts of heartache and pain here, just trying to get the ball away or trying to get bat on ball. There's Bailey Bolston, he gets bat on ball there, but only in defensive mode. Joe Clark will come in at 4, or is listed at 4, and of course he'll be on a pair, which is never nice. Another Anderson victim, of course.
Yeah, probably a bit of a loose show, probably frustrated, won't he? Joe Clark with his dismissal in the first innings, he'll look to try and pile a few runs on in the second.
Bailey to Young, leaves it alone, goes through to the keeper. On the scorecard, Ben Slater at the top was not out, and then the remainder of the top 7 all got Bold Anderson alongside their name, all caught somebody, and Bold Anderson, apart from Hamid, who was bowled, and then he got another one a little later on, Liam Patterson-White, when he came back for his second spell. Bailey on the pads of Will Young, and can work this away to double his score from 1 to 2. 52 for 1.
Just slipping onto the hip of Will Young there, Tom Bailey. He's been in decent rhythm in this spell. You're putting it in decent areas.
Worcester have got the win. It's a very good victory for them. They've defeated Durham by 6 wickets. Kashif Ali 76 not out. Bailey bowls to the Notts captain Hamid, and he has nothing to do with it. Leaves on length, line, as much as anything. Is a good 8 or 10 inches outside the off stump, but would have sailed over the top in any case. So a couple of results from Division 2 earlier. Sussex defeating Northants, and a big victory by more than an innings. Yorkshire defeating Derbyshire at Chesterfield, and now in Division 1 Worcestershire take the spoils. That against Durham. Bailey to Hamid, and it's almost perfected that leave, stylish leave, lunging forward with his left leg, his front leg, whilst the bat is pointing to the sky. End of the over. 52 for 1. Bailey none for 25 now from 8. There are a couple of singles in that over.
Yeah, he really exaggerates his footwork, doesn't he, Hasib Hamid? He really forces himself, whether he's on the front foot or the back foot. Even the short balls, he plays a lot of them on the front foot and just rides the ball and just plays straight. A lot of balls in the first innings, he was going forward to Jimmy Anderson, where probably could have sat comfortably on the back foot, but just forcing himself out there. The laying balls, and it just turned round the corner from Young for no run. Yeah, just forced himself to good habits, really. Trying to cover that swing, get himself into some good positions. So he's looking good so far, Hasib Hamid. 29 off his 65. Nathan Lyon looking to get this second wicket for himself in Lancashire here. One slip and a short leg awaits. Balls and just bounces a little bit on Young, but he plays it nicely and covers the bounce.
The second innings, Jimmy Henderson only had the 3 overs, none for 4. It was in the first innings when he was at the peak of his powers. Had a 10 over spell to begin with.
Lion balls, Young Just over the top of Chris Green. One bounce 4. He's in that tantalising position, is Green. Not quite all the way back, but he's certainly not up saving the one either. So it is still teasing the batsman. It probably wasn't quite at the half volley length there, was Will Young. He probably was in his mouth for a little while. And Nathan Lyon's got that cheeky grin. He picks up a 4. And Lyon bowls. Bit quicker and flatter. Turns that round the corner to 45 on the leg side for no run.
Yeah, it was a strange outcome, really, wasn't it, to go over the man who's, as you say, pushed a little deep at mid-on. Sure, it wasn't meant to go there.
Then comes Lyon. Tossed up again. Will Young smothers the spin. Gets right forward. Plays it nicely into the offside for no run. Yeah, it was probably a risky shot just at the time of the game, at the stage of the game. Lyon, one slip, square leg. Young plays it straight to George Bell under the helmet. It's for no run. 4 off the over. Nottinghamshire 56 for 1 after 22.
Yeah, it's a good bit of work from George Bell as well. He managed to hit the stumps. He's only a couple of paces away, but just a little reminder there to Will Young that he can't afford to go venturing down the track. Otherwise he might just find himself getting into a little bit of trouble. Anderson, as I said, 3 overs, none for 4. Will Williams also had 3 overs, he's none for 2. George Balderson, 3 overs, none for 17. And the other 2 that are bowling, well, they're not bowling at the moment because we've got a bowling change. Balderson is going to come on to replace Tom Bailey, who's got through 6 overs, none for 25. Will Williams coming on. Nathan Lyon, 5 overs, 1 for 8. So Williams has been lightly used up to this point. And to come on from a Harrod drive end, that's away to our right. Anderson's on the field, but very much keeping his powder dry at the moment. 56 for 1. Here comes Williams then to start a new spell. Bowling to Hamid. Again, it's wide enough to leave. Gentleman with a plate that I guess once contained some delicious looking dessert. Just plonked the plate down in front of us there. Right, a little bit of chocolate gatto or a bit of cheesecake or something.
Bit of strawberries on the side. Looks.
See the remnants left on the plate. He's had enough of that, he doesn't want that anymore. 56 for 1. Seagulls doing a dance in the sky at the far side as this is turned away for a single. As we hit 5 o'clock. And still, I would say, best part of a couple of hours to go in the 23rd over of this innings. Knots were bowled out in 45, so that's so what's that? That's 68. 2 changes of innings, 70, 72, 73. Another 23 overs to go.
Well, Williams bowls and Young just a step down the wicket and then plays it off the back foot into the offside for no run. Just both the batters advancing to Williams. He's probably the slowest of the quick bowlers today. Bailey and Anderson, the quicker of the 2. Of the 3, sorry. Balderson as well. So I think they're just going to try and come down a little bit, just put Will Williams off his length. As the batter steps down again and just leaves that one. Jennings with a bit of a cry out, but any Lancs TV viewers will see Will Young fully covering the stump there. No real threat to his stumps or the outside edge as he lets that one go through to the keeper. Lancashire and Keaton Jennings will just be open. They can get 1 and then 2 often followers. Just try and go bang bang and put the pressure right back on Nottinghamshire. As Young advances again, Will Williams finds that spot, which just produces that extra bounce that we've seen so often today. Just takes the hand off the bat for no run. 57 for 1 Nottinghamshire. Hamid 30 off 67. Young 6 off 26. Really grinding it out, these two batsmen. Hamid looking pretty set. Young looking a little bit more frantic of the two. Another one goes in the cordon, so we've got 3 slips in a gully now for Williams. Point and a wide mid-off. He bowls and Young doesn't get tempted. 5 or 6 stumps outside off the off stump. Allows that through to the keeper for no run. It's the end of the 23rd over. Nottinghamshire 57 for 1 in their second innings. Still trailing Lancashire by 170 runs with 31 overs. Hoping to be finished off today. The weather looks a little bit up and down for tomorrow, so Lancashire will be really hoping they can kind of produce what they did in the first innings. And just try and open up the cracks in the Nottinghamshire batting order. Nathan Lyon's going to continue, but Keaton Jennings has just called for an helmet, so I think we're going to see the skipper under the lid, maybe on the offside, just to try and get the Notts players being a bit more forceful, which might produce some chances with the cordon and the outfielders. He's just going to sit himself into leg slip, actually, is Keaton Jennings against Hamid. So he's got a leg slip and a short leg and a short mid wicket. Pushes it out into the offside. Hamid takes the single. Plays spin really nicely. Hasib Hamid, and it's down to his footwork. He never really gets stuck on the creases, either well forward or well back, making use of the crease as much as he possibly can, giving himself as much time as possible, either trying to smother that spin or allowing it to turn and then use his wrist to navigate. Lyon around the wicket now to Young. Young plays that nicely into the leg side. He sprints hard to the first one, but Will Williams does the fielding, cuts the 2 off.
It's very much his own approach, isn't it, Nathan Lyon? I mean, we've over the last 10-15 years become very used to seeing it.
Lyon round the wicket. I see he plays that a little bit funky, jumping away to the leg side.
You think he's going to start running in, and then he stops, and then he has a stride, and then he accelerates again.
Swing of the arm as well that he so often does. Grips the ball, spins it off that finger. That looks like it's turned quite nicely there for Nathan Lyon. It has. You won't mind seeing that, especially around the wicket, into them footholds of the big quick bowlers today. He might have found his approach now to these batsmen round the wicket. In he comes, bowls, and Hasib turns that away nicely into the leg side, but Jimmy does the fielding, cuts the single off.
Come on, Captain Flynn, where's your scoring areas against Lyon?
I think you've got to play with the spin as much as you possibly can. I don't think you want to force yourself through the offside. As here he comes. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery from Nathan Lyon. It's the one that just goes on with the arm outside off stump. Hasib expects it to turn, but it just bounces and just goes on with the arm. He nearly brings that outside edge. Yeah, I think Nathan Lyon wants you to play against the spin. He's only got the 2 fielders on the offside, so he's trying to get Hasib and Young to force it through there. But I think you'd be patient, and try and use your feet as much as you can, but with the spin that he's getting, you don't want to run past one either.
Luke Wood on the field once again. This time it's Chris Green who's gone off for a comfort break. Williams will continue his spell. Wood's gone in at backward point. Here comes Will Williams. Ball's now to Will Young. It's well forward and leaves it alone. Goes through to the keeper. 59 for 1. Nottinghamshire. Got to get a 2-3-7 at least to make Lancashire bat again, but the other side of that is weather forecast for tomorrow, depending on where you look and whose advice you seek, as Seagull comes and threatens to pinch Scott Reed's tee before disappearing. Some people saying a washout tomorrow, some saying a little damp first thing, and then it'll get better as Young drops this on the offside, and there's no run. But Notts can't rely on the weather. They need to put in a solid performance with the bat here, and I guess at worst they don't want to be more than 2 wickets down, so there's a lot of work ahead for Mead and Young and potentially Clark between now and stumps this evening. Middle order was blown away in next to no time earlier in the day. As Williams bowls to Young, and again leaves it alone, and he was so far out of his crease that Matty Hurst takes up 10-pin bowling, tries to, or skittles, underarms it towards the stumps, hoping that Will Young wasn't aware and had stayed out of his ground, but it obviously turned and seen what was afoot and got back behind the line.
Just wondering if Chris Green's just gone to get himself ready for maybe a bit of bowling, maybe a spell. His first one today.
Be nice to have a look, wouldn't it? Be nice to see him, see what he brings in first class cricket. 59 for 1. Again, wide enough for Will Young to leave alone. Will bowling to Will.
He'll certainly bring scoring opportunities for Nottinghamshire if Chris Green bowls. He's a white ball spinner, and they're so often very attacking. They're often used to bowling with men out on the boundary and bowling to fields like that, so they're not often used to building pressure through the dot balls and beating the outside edge and inside edge, but he'll certainly attack Chris Green, and that might suit Lancashire.
There's Williams in again, and Young shuffles forward out of his crease and raises his bat out of the way. Sees it go through to Matty Hurst. I have to laugh, I don't know if you've noticed, but every now and again a gentleman will come out of the hospitality, the corporate marquee, and he'll have a Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club tie in its wrapper, and discard the wrapper, put it in the bin, and put the tie on. I can see a gentleman doing it now, but all day I've noticed it. I'll come back to it in a second. 59 for 1. Will to Will. Hurst standing up and takes this one outside the off stump. In my bag just there, I've got a Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club tie from my last visit in 2011, where somebody came across, some opportunist committee member, and towards the end of the game, you've had a nice week with us, Dave, and we very much think you ought to have a club tie to take away as as a memento, as a souvenir of the week. Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. For just £10 it'll be, and I think nowadays I might have said, but yeah.
It's hard to say no when someone does that.
I'll see if we can get it in a moment. Scott's just doing an update for local radio in the northwest.
Lyon continuing round the wicket with that approach. Hasib Hamid turns that away to the leg side. Luke Wood has replaced James Anderson on the field. Well, Chris Green's back on the field, should we say, and James Anderson's gone off, so Luke Wood is still on, acting as subfielder. Lyon bowls and just down the leg side. Hamid just allows that one to turn and go through. He's got a slip, a leg slip, short leg, a behind square, a deep square leg, short mid wicket, and Chris Green just 10 yards off the long gone boundary. As Lyon bowls that one, and Hamid punches it down the ground. Takes a single to Chris Green, who's on that boundary. 61 for 1 now the score. Hamid on 32, Young 7. Lyon in bowls and Young just prods forward, plays it nicely for no run. Same field to Young. Chris Green just 10-15 yards off that long gone boundary. 2 fielders on the offside trying to force it through. Young doesn't think about that, just plays with the spin. Turns it to Luke Wood, just behind square. It's for no run. Just sense a bit of pressure building with this approach that Nathan Lyon's creating. Bowls and Young just prods forward nicely for no run. Just one off the over. 60 for 1 Nottinghamshire after 26.
Not giving much away, is he?
No, just feel a sense of pressure being created. Something's going to have to give. Nottinghamshire just happy just to keep dotting him out, or are you going to back yourself into a bit of a hole doing that and force kind of a wicket?
Lions figures 1 for 11 from 7 overs. Got Ben Slater, LBW, Mead and Young getting absolutely nothing that they can feed on. They can't rotate the strike, and as Callum says, you play with the spin. Well, they've got fielders positioned just round the corner.
He's a hard spinner to sweep as well, Nathan Lyon, with the overspin he gets.
There's Williams, comes into the Notts captain, pushes it to backward point where Chris Green picks the ball up and then begins to wipe it on his Lancashire jersey. Might be worn only once, that particular top. 60 for 1. Nice little souvenir of his trip. Get all his teammates to sign it if he isn't going to be around for later in the season. There's Williams. Lengthens his stride and bowls to Hamid on his pads and tucked out square of the wicket for another run for the Notts skipper. Moves on to 33. He'll have been very disappointed to get out to Anderson cheaply this morning, and I'm sure he'll have gone back and had a look at a number of replays, and they've been working it over in his mind. Asib Hamid. He's going to approach this second innings. It'll have been no surprise to him, the state of the game and where we are, that Lancashire enforced the follow-on. But he's gone out there with the right mindset. Played nicely so far. Williams bowls to Young and he helps himself to a leg side single.
He's a real student of the game, isn't he? Asib Hamid. He's someone who absolutely loves just batting, loves being out there. The amount of training he does. I remember the pictures of him batting in the local park in Bolton before the Ashes series. That was it 2020, 2021 maybe.
21.
Just before he went down under.
Yeah, he got back in the England side in the summer of 2021 against India, and then that winter went down to Australia. Again, he turns this on the leg side. Don't know if he's got family here this week. Not aware of the folks coming along. Very often come and say hello when they are on the ground. Another run easily taken. Lead on to 34, 63 for 1.
He's doing a job for his team at the moment. Hamid is batting pretty comfortably, just rotating the strike. Playing nothing rash.
27 overs to go. Next delivery is defended by Will Young, who's still in single figures on 8. Now faced 39 deliveries. Huge number of options for Keaton Jennings as to who he gives the ball to. Not seen, as we've said, anything of Chris Green. Luke Wells bowls quite a lot in white ball cricket, not so much in red ball. Could be another option, but for the time being, happy with Williams and, of course, Lyon. Little bit of a leading edge and 1 or 2 exclamations out there on the field as Young pushes forward, and it's the end of the over. 63 for 1. Will Young's 8 not out, but he wants to change the gloves.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see, I think, spin from both ends. Just to pile the pressure on a little bit. They don't like the too fussed about scoring at the moment in Nottinghamshire. They'll take whatever they get given.
I'm pretty sure they're hand warmers that Jimmy Anderson's just brought from the dressing room. He was off the field again. He's just brought them out and given them to Chris Green, a handful of hand warmers. So tells you everything that you need to know about cricket at Southport this particular July.
If Jimmy's got 2, you can bet Chris Green's got at least 4 or 5. Lying round the wicket. Hamid lunges forward. He lunges that much he has to use his hand to balance himself back up. Plays that into the onside for no run. Jimmy Anderson just limbering up. And we're going to see a little spell from Jimmy soon. Lyon bowls and Hamid plays that back towards the bowler for no run. Slip, leg slip, short leg, mid wicket, square leg, deep long on, and just 2 fielders on the offside. Gives you all indication of the angle and the approach that Lyon's trying to create here, trying to bring that leg slip and short leg into play. But then he'll just throw that straight one down, which doesn't spin, and try and bring the regular slip into play. As Haseeb Hamid plays that into the offside for no run. 63 for 1 Nottinghamshire. And he comes and bowls. Turns that round the corner. Jimmy has to take his hands off the hand warmers for a minute while he collects the ball and gets it back to Nathan Lyon.
You wonder how he ever concedes a run. Watching him bowl to this field.
Lyon in. Balls, ooh. And that's just a bit of a quicker and flatter one. Just shoots a little bit off the pitch. I think Haseeb Hamid just expects it to spin and spit a little bit more out of that rough. But luckily he just got bat on it. Went into the leg side for no run. It's been a good over so far, Nathan Lyon. Not really bowled a bad one. Quicker and flatter allows Hamid to punch it through the offside for no run. He'll be frustrated with that, Nathan Lyon, even though he's only gone for 1. It's the end of the 28th over. Nottinghamshire 64 for 1, Hamid 35 and Young on 8. Still trailing by 163 here at Southport and Birkdale.
A couple of messages at Brace Cricket. Steve Crawley, who's been here, just arrived back in Nottingham Day. Bright sunshine here, other than the dark cloud still over Nottinghamshire's first innings. And just a 52-year-old says he's back off to Germany for the England match at the weekend. He's leaving on Friday. He's got everything planned, so he can be back at Trent Bridge in time for Sunday's blast match. In regards to this game, hasn't given up hope of not being able to secure a draw. Enjoy your trip. Just a 52-year-old. He used to be called just a 51-year-old. I think before then he used to be called just a 50-year-old, but don't know what he'll be called next. There's Williams. Wicketless Williams, 64 for 1. Bowls now to Hamid, opens the face. Runs it as far as Luke Wells, and there's no run.
Bit of a different approach now to the field here, just the 2 slips. Luke Wells at a backward point, and they've got a straight mid-wicket in Chris Green, kind of catching. So So it looks like he might go more stump to stump here, Williams, with the keeper up. Try and force Hamid into a drive and an inside edge.
In comes Williams, bowls to Hamid, and again he's just run it with that open face as far as Luke Wells. No runs. There's 2 slips. There's Wells on the angle of 45. There's Bohannon in the covers. Anderson at wideish mid-off. It's just those 5, isn't it, on the offside. Struggling to see the entirety of the boundary on this side due to people obscuring our views. And on the leg side, a long leg, a deep backward square, a short mid-wicket and a mid-on. That's right. 5-4 offside field. Next delivery again. Just played down into the ground by Hamid and just drops somewhere behind him, and Matty Hurst waits a second before picking the ball up, just in case it was going to roll anywhere near the stumps.
There's been a couple of little murmurs and whispers of that again, hasn't there, in this innings, but nothing too close yet. He was very unlucky, Haseeb Hamid, in that first innings.
Next delivery comes down now and turned on the leg side. There might even be a couple here. Hamid has just managed to find a gap out there. 66 for 1. Just seems that just to our right seems to be Smoker's Corner, and with the breeze changing directions, it's all blowing in this direction at the moment. 66 for 1. Hamid moves on to 37. A little bit like Slater in the first innings. He's doing the bulk of the scoring. It's been tougher for Will Young. 8 from 40 deliveries. He's on strike now. Punches this into the offside, fielded by Bohannon. A couple of youngsters with autograph books. Who are they after? Who have they seen? Who are they going to get? Maybe seen somebody in the... They've walked past the hospitality areas. Maybe somebody sat outside there in front of the players' dressing rooms, which we can't see the other side of this marquee. They certainly look intent on getting an autograph or 2 if they can. 66 for 1. As Williams bowls him, he cuts this through the offside for 4. And that's gone very, very quickly square of the wicket. That was nicely timed. Really good looking shot, and Hamid's on to 41. 66 for 1.
Yeah, he missed out the ball before there, Hamid, as well. Just mistimed it to cover. Probably a little bit too early on it. But that one timed beautifully. Got on top of the bounce. Flashed them hands. Threw the ball. Timed it lovely for 4. Into the offside. Takes him into the 40s.
For 1. The Lancashire bowlers are absolutely sick of the sight of Haseeb Hamid at Trent Bridge when he got 247 not out in the first innings.
Then comes Lyon round the wicket. Bold and Young getting that big stride in, covering the spin. Plays it into the offside for no run. Slip. Leg slip still, and a short leg in them catching positions round the bat. Lyon bowls, and the arms go up in the air from Lyon, and Luke Wells in slip. Stays a little bit low. Young doesn't quite commit, allows it to spin and just plays straight. 12 off his 8.2 overs so far, Nathan Lyon. As in he comes quicker and flatter, and Young spots that. Just prods forward, plays it nicely for no run. Oohs and ahs after every ball here from Lyon and Wells. They can sense a little bit of pressure building. Not much scoring going on from this end with Nathan Lyon bowling. Again, even Jennings joins in the chorus there. George Bell will be next. But when something like this happens, you just kind of, you can get stuck a little bit as a batsman. You can get a bit too relaxed and just get a bit too comfy. Even though you're not scoring, you're just happy just to keep plodding on, and then you often play at one that you don't need to. Just needs to stay switched on here, Young, as he turns that nicely into the leg side for a single. Just a little bit over pitch where Young could get on top of the spin.
Yes, I think he'd be pleased to get off strike a little bit. Of course, Ben Slater's gone. The left-hander, the only other left-hander in this side is Liam Patterson-White.
Laying in to Hamid. Prods forward, finds the inside edge, but goes down into the ground. Bell plays the old one-on-one bounce.
It'd be a bold call to promote Liam Patterson-White. I mean, he's got a first-class 100. He's a very capable player, but it'd be a bold call to bump him up from 7 in the order. He didn't hang around long this morning. He was one of Jimmy Anderson's victims. In fact, he was Anderson's 7th victim, so fell after lunch. It'd be a bold call, but might just break up the Lion monopoly if a wicket were to go down, to pop a lefty in there. 71 for 1. A bowling change, and somebody we haven't mentioned who, looking from afar, I don't see Lancashire all that much, but looking from afar, oh, it is Jimmy Anderson. I was going to say, do you know what? Josh Bohannon has done everything there to convince me that he was going to bowl. He's gone up to the umpire and he's gone striding all the way to the end of what is obviously Anderson's mark, and appeared to be scratching away for making the mark for the great man. Nice kidology there, Josh, but it is Anderson. So battle rejoined comes in, and Will Young, who fell to him this morning, defends, and once again one or two eyes that had turned away from the cricket turning back towards the action out in the middle here at Trafalgar Road.
Straight on that line and length, is it? Anderson in so often just hits that area of uncertainty. Just the 3 overs bowled in this innings so far.
I thought, crikey, that's a good round of applause for Josh Bohannon. Probably not the move I'd have made, but anyway, it's Anderson. It comes in, and Will Young turns it onto the leg side, no run. I don't know if it was bat or pad, but irrelevant. It was not a single anyway. Anderson, of course, won't have to work as hard in the second innings if he's to leave Southport with a 10-foot, having already got 7 for 35 this morning. He was 6 for 19 at lunch, with those 6 wickets going down in consecutive overs. Extraordinary spell of bowling. He comes in again, bowls to the Kiwi, Will Young, pushes it back to Jimmy Anderson, who then flicks the ball with the back of his hand to Josh Bohannon. Bohannon gives it to Nathan Lyon. So they're all having a bit of a go over there. 71 for 1 it remains.
Yeah, his first spell happened to be 10 overs, didn't it? Which probably wouldn't have been planned to be that long, but because he's taking wickets in 6 consecutive overs from his 4th, that he just couldn't get the ball out of his hand.
Comes in again, and Young leaves us alone, goes through to Matty Hurst. Again, it's almost like an optical illusion. I'm looking at the live stream like a lot of our viewers, looking at that slip cordon, and it just seems like a standard one, but from where we're positioned, it seems like you can drive a London bus between first and second, second and third and fourth. It's an extraordinary illusion.
Yeah, they look like from our angle that he should have another slip fielder in each of them gaps, shouldn't they?
There's Anderson to bowl to Will Young. A little drop into the offside, and then goes a pace or two before telling Asiba Mead to wait and stay there.
Still a little bit of movement with that ball. Just a little bit of shape away from Will Young there, and just finding the outside of the bat. Plays it nicely into the offside. He'll look to keep persisting there and bring that cordon into play. Will Anderson.
He is always capable of finding that ball, that particular ball. This one isn't that ball. It's one that Young can again defend. So Anderson's comeback over was a quiet one. It was a miserly one, a maiden. He's through 4 overs and he's only gone for 4 runs, but the threat is there again. The threat level has been raised. And we have got, a lot of people have been saying, I wonder if we'll get to a point where we see Anderson and Lyon bowling in tandem, and here it is.
Yeah, and what a brilliant sight for the local fans of Southport and the local cricketing fans.
What do they say? 1,230 test wickets between them. Anderson, the third most test wickets of all time, and Lyon, the seventh most. Extraordinary to see them both on the same side.
As in, Lyon comes. Oh, he's got him! He has! Hamid goes back, and it's the one that just goes straight on that was on about before. He's trying to pitch it in them rough areas as much as possible. And Hamid's expecting this one to spin, just leaves his bat hanging out there, but he finds the outside edge, and it's a good take from Matty Hurst. Hamid, after grafting for so long and looking so solid, has to depart, and that's the second wicket for Lancashire, and it takes Nottinghamshire on to 71 for 2.
My word, it was a good bit of wicket keeping as well, standing up, and just the faintest of edges, and almost a millisecond later, Hurst was throwing it in the air in celebration. Really good glove work. I mean, sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't, but you've got to give him all the credit in the world, because appearances are everything, and it did look as if he was there, as if he read it nicely, read the outside edge correctly, and absorbed the ball. And there we are. There's the celebrations that followed. Hamid has gone for 41, and now Nottinghamshire lose their captain, and we'll look to, I think it's Joe Clark who's out there, just getting a full briefing from Will Young, and Clark of course on a pair.
And this is where they might just have to be a bit more productive against Nathan Lyon. You can't just keep sitting behind the bat, because he's going to just keep bowling all his variations. And someone with his skill and capabilities, you know it's going to produce wickets at some stage. So I don't think they have to go on the attack, but if they can just try and be a bit more positive, just try and offer a challenge to Nathan Lyon instead of just allowing him to bowl, might just help them out in the long run of this game and trying to produce a positive result.
So Joe Clark taking guard, he's looking round. Isn't cricket a great leveller? At Trent Bridge they couldn't get a Seabermeet out over 4 days. Here they've got him out twice in the same day.
Lyon bowls to Clark, straight away, punch down the ground. Don't think it'll go for 4, he should pick up 3, and he does. Nice start from Clark.
Yeah, that's
his pair.
Yeah, one way not to worry about being on a pair, isn't it? Yeah, get a meet out twice in a day.
74 for 2, Nottinghamshire. Young on 9 of 51 balls.
Actually, every one of the Nottinghamshire side has been dismissed today, because the only one that wasn't in the first innings was Slater, and of course he's already been out in this innings.
Lyon bowls, and Young just prods forward. Plays that into the onside for no run. Just got a little bit darker, a little bit gloomier.
It has.
At Southport and Birkdale. Leg slip, short leg await. 3 catches around the bat. Young plays that nicely. Jimmy just doesn't exactly want to do the fielding, but sadly he has to. Stops the single.
Yes, you'd imagine. Well, he's a handful at the best of times, but Anderson's going to be a handful in this light, and if they say, hang on, he can't bowl, then they'll pop another spinner on, surely.
Lyon bowls and finds the outside edge of Young. Plays it softly enough just to go straight along the grass. So there's no real threat. Picks up a single.
Yes, it is very gloomy at the moment, but you never know here, as we've discovered over the course of this week. There's always a different sort of grey cloud just around the corner.
Lyon around the wicket. Clark just waiting on the back foot. Plays that back down towards the ground for no run. It's the end of a good over for Nathan Lyon. The big wicket of Hasib Hamid coming with the first ball, and then 4 following. And the rest of the over, 2 for 17 from his 10 so far. Nathan Lyon offering nothing for the batsman. And the umpires are just having a word together now. I think they might be telling Keaton Jennings that maybe no more seam bowling.
Could well be. So let's have a look. What's going to happen as a result of those conversations? I tell you what, Nathan Lyon's on for all 10 here, you know.
Never seen a tenfer.
Chris Green is swirling his arms around, either because he's trying to take off like a Southport seagull, or because he's got the nod from Keaton Jennings. I think Callum's absolutely right that just what we were sort of alluding to, it's got gloomy enough for the umpires to say the extreme hostile pace of Jimmy Anderson. There's no use here anymore. It's got to be the spin twins, the Aussie spin twins, or off we go. I don't know, is there that much difference?
I don't. It wasn't too much difference between Jimmy's last over, was there? But Lancashire will just be happy to just still be out there and having the chance to take wickets. The wicket's spinning, so...
Yeah, I sense that Notts will be quite pleased that Anderson isn't bowling anymore, but that's not to say this is going to be any easier. Chris Green has been around the block a time or two, very capable player. This might have been sort of on the plan in any case for Chris Green to have a bowl here. As we were saying, it certainly looked as if he had some hand warmers brought out to him a few minutes ago, 10 or 15 minutes or so ago, and just a bin to get the hands nice and warm, ready for this moment. It's going to be bowling to Will Young, who's on 10 and drops this at the feet of short leg George Bell, and there's no run. Young on 10, faced 55 deliveries. There's Chris Green, his first bowl for Lancashire in red ball cricket, and again it's turned on the leg side, and decent stop from young Bell. Just trying to peer behind us, I can't see any sort of break in the dark cloud. Not entirely sure where it's coming from. We've not got the trees swaying one way or another at the moment as the next one's defended. Just gently rippling, which often isn't. Well, I don't know. It might be good news in that it's not raining and there might be worse weather to come, or it might be bad news in that they're not blowing these clouds out of the way. We'll have to see as the next delivery is defended. Runs have been hard to come by for Nottinghamshire today, and at the moment they can't get either spinner away. Chris Green, 4 dots, comes in once more. Now it's turned on the leg side and there's no run. Decent bit of fielding at mid-wicket by Bohannon. Don't know what Anderson made of that. Been told he can't bowl by the umpires. Off you come, Jimmy. Next ball played again, I think for the 3rd time in the over, to short leg George Bell. So Chris Green begins with a maiden, and Nottinghamshire 75 for 2 after 33 overs in this innings, and we've got 21 overs in theory, at any rate, left in the day.
Yeah, pretty good start from Chris Green. His first ball in a red ball game for Lancashire. It's been excellent in the white ball format so far. Lancashire, he was Nathan Lyon's replacement. Nathan Lyon was originally signed to play all formats all year, but Cricket Australia put a stop to that, so Chris Green's been a pretty handy replacement in that Vitality T20 Blast competition so far.
Yes, Tom Bruce, the other New Zealander, played in the match at Trent Bridge. Actually played very nicely in the first innings. Oh, a double false start there from Nathan Lyon.
Similar field to Clark. Leg slip and short leg is the 3 catching, 2 on the offside. Lyon round the wicket. Clark prods that away into the offside for no run. Joe Clark's quite a productive cricketer, quite attacking. I imagine he'll look to be a bit more dominant over Nathan Lyon if he can. They look to try and cause Nathan Lyon a challenge. Lyon round the wicket. Clark just pushes that back down towards the bowler. George Bell does the fielding for Nathan Lyon. 75 for 2 Nottinghamshire. Young on 10, Clark on 3. Still trail by 152 runs. Lancashire asking Nottinghamshire to follow on. As Lyon bowls a big appeal. Big appeal from all the cord and Nathan Lyon. He's down on one knee. There might just be a bit too much doubt in that. Round the wicket and very close to bat and pad.
Again, it's just going to put a little bit of doubt in the mind of the batters, isn't it?
Lyon jumping in with that arm wafting at the start. Bowls and played into the offside for no run. Two for 17 off his 10 points for Lyon. It's been excellent so far for Lancashire. Bowls again and Clark just prodding forward, pushing that down the ground, but no run. That's the end of the over actually. And I'll leave you, Dave, when Scott Reed will join you.
Thank you very much, Callum. I'm all from Callum Flint to come. 75 for 2. Callum's back with us tomorrow. Assuming we are back here. Well, we will be back here tomorrow now, I don't think. Says he, wondering if he should say it. I was going to say, I don't think, Scott, that Notts are going to lose 8 wickets in 20 overs, but who knows? Who knows?
No,
I don't know. Do you know?
It's been a much calmer kind of second half of the day, hasn't it? It was all a bit dramatic this morning, and it's been a little bit more calmer since the lunch break, really.
So here's Chris Green from the Harrod Drive end. That's to our right. Ball's to Joe Clark, and he defends this. We were just saying that Nathan Lyon's on for all 10, Scott.
It's not good there again. Yeah, well, Jimmy definitely was on at one point, wasn't he?
He was. He was. Green still to concede a run, bowls, and it's defended. Not only that, he was on for getting it in 10 consecutive overs the way he was going.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
Remarkable stuff. Next ball is turned to leg. CJ's obviously just come in from a day's commitment somewhere. Hadn't checked the score all day. Just put it on first glance. Thought there must have been a rain delay. Wow. They're in the second innings. Wow. Green. Balls to Will Young. A real dogged innings this from Young. Again, he blocks.
Just what's required, isn't it, really, from Notts' point of view.
Keith Havers says Notts might need the weather now to save them tomorrow. It's defended here. Got to get through today with, well, I did say at tea, not worse. Can only afford to get the stumps, I think, 2 down. Going to need a bit of help in all probability from the weather tomorrow. This is pushed into the offside. The other question that Notts are going to have to look at and perhaps take on the chin is, we were definitely told they were -2 on their over 8 at the end of day 1, and obviously all through yesterday, and they only bowled 1 over this morning, so I can't see how that could have significantly changed.
No, that won't improve the spirit, will it? The mood of the camp if you end up getting docked a point or 2 because of a slow over rate. There's been might yet turn out to be a hard-fought draw for them if they can do that tomorrow. They're still 152 runs behind, so whether we get 19 overs in today, if we do, that's still quite a big chunk of cricket to play tonight. And Nottinghamshire is still going to be behind by quite some way at the close of play tonight. So unless it rains, it's another A long day of batting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Nathan Lyon from around the wicket balls. It'll skip down the pitch by Clark. Ball loops away off the pad down to the left of Jennings, who's under the helmet at leg slip. We've got spin from both ends, I think, basically because of the light. Chris Green replacing Anderson. It's not the brightest, but okay with spin from both ends, but perhaps not with seam from one end. Lyon to Clark, who defends back to Nathan Lyon. No run.
Yeah, perversely, if Notts could get out of this with a draw, they'd go up in the table with Durham having lost. Durham 10 points right now, that includes today's result. Better off than Notts.
Lyon to Clark. It's a nice shot just off the front foot. Ease down the ground for a single.
So if Notts could somehow, either by their own devices or by a bit of help from the weather, get out of this with a draw, they would at least go up from 6th to 5th. So look on the positive side, I guess.
It's a cracking win that for Worcestershire, isn't it?
Yep.
Up at Durham. Lyon to Young, stretching forward and defending. Ball bobbles its way back along the pitch and it's actually stopped by Will Young off the toe end of his bat and then just flicks it into the direction of George Bell, who's at short leg. Scoops it up and hands it back to Lyon. 76 for 2. And got silly mid off, short leg and a slip. Oh, he's gone back, Young, to that delivery from Lyon. Just has a little flirt at it. Bounces in and out of the gloves of Matty Hurst.
It's a good catch, the one he got to get rid of Hamid.
It was, yeah, it was a lovely catch. Sharp glove work. Just that little feather behind, wasn't it? Lyon to complete the over. Forward goes Young and defends. And there is no run. 76 for 2. Nottinghamshire. Second innings following on. Trailed by 151. Young and Clark batting together here. Young on 10 and Clark on 4. And the two umpires are having another brief chat because the light isn't great.
It's not, no. We're not going to get any help from artificial light. Where are they walking? We're going to get another over.
We're okay at the minute, but he's kind of a little bit borderline, I suppose.
But we're all right whilst the spinners are on.
I think so, yeah, I think so. It's got that feeling about it that it just might rain at any moment as well now.
Yeah, very much so. Ground staff have had a few minutes off.
Yeah, they've been busy, haven't they?
They were yesterday.
Yep.
There's covers being brought on, and then all the mopping up that follows after the rain dies, and get the covers off. And then the rain comes back again. Oh, it was really painful watching them. You felt for them yesterday. There's Chris Green coming in to bowl to Will Young. Blocks it and raises his left hand to... that's Joe Clark, I beg your pardon. Raises his left hand to say stay there. Green in again. Clark advancing forward, pushes it back to the bowler. That's 14 deliveries that Chris Green has bowled. Yet to concede a single run. Dropped right on the money here. Comes in once more. High action, and Clark goes skipping down the track and just pushes it to mid-wicket. Nothing doing.
He's not played a lot of first-class cricket, Chris Green. I think this is just his 13th first-class match. Bundles of white ball cricket.
Comes in again and bowls. Once more pushed into the offside.
He's not played red ball cricket for Lancashire in this spell. He was signed for T20 cricket, but a second overseas slot for this championship match alongside Nathan Lyon.
Another dot ball pushed into the offside. Of course, there's quite a long gap now before championship cricket returns. Is Tom Bruce here indefinitely, or is his spell finished? Or?
No, he's actually playing some second-team cricket, I think. Okay. I think today.
Again, another block by Clark. And that's another maiden from Chris Green. 3 overs, 3 maidens. Runs have dried up. And Nottinghamshire remain on 76 for 2. Joe Clark, who went into this innings on a pair, got off the mark first ball with a 3. Has added a single to that. And Will Young, who's been out there for a long old time now, he's 10 not out from 69 deliveries. Hour and 20 minutes. Will Young's been at the crease.
It's a good effort. Yeah, more of that required for Nottinghamshire. It's going to be more of Nathan Lyon too, as he very carefully pops his sunglasses on the back of the umpire's head.
Tell you what, I was just looking at my laptop and monitors and what have you, and then looked back up at the cricket and thought, oh, it's got even darker.
Yeah, it's not massively pleasant conditions. Everyone's huddled up. This is, what is it, 2nd of July? And I've seen more people wearing woolly hats in this match than I did in April.
Yeah. Didn't take mine off yesterday.
No, I noticed that. Yeah, don't blame me.
I've made an error today. I've got layers on though. I've got lots of layers on.
Like 4 around the bat, leg slip, silly point. And off the back foot goes Young and turns it into the onside.
It was that sprightly youngster diving around on the field.
A couple of rolls in there too, wasn't he? Yeah. Anderson wearing number 9 is at mid-on. There's Lyons in and bowls. That's off the front foot again by Young, just striding forward and dabbing the ball out towards Jimmy Anderson. No run. Nathan Lyon to Young. He plays forward in defence, no run. Ball bounces its way into the offside, and Hurst, the keeper, comes from behind the stumps, scoops it up with his glove, and ball's back with Lyon, who's deciding to have a little change of approach here. So he's been twirling in, bowling over the wicket to Will Young. He's going to have a go from around the wicket.
Keaton Jennings is asking for some more pads to be brought out, presumably at the end of the over.
And there's still 4 around the bat, but nobody on the offside now in front of the batter. Here comes Lyon. And Young playing forward. The ball just trickles away down towards short third. Of course, Lyon with this approach from around the wicket, the ball will turn back in towards Young. 3 slip fielders on the leg side waiting for something that might just come in their direction. Goes back Young, just turns the ball into the offside, bouncing its way towards point. And there's no run. So another over where runs are not flowing for Nottinghamshire. They're still 151 behind, but they've on the brink of chalking off another one that they have to face tonight. Lyon to Young, a little quicker that time, and he just fiddles it away towards the leg side. Oh, it's scooped up by Keaton Jennings, and that completes the 38th over of the Nottinghamshire second innings. And a maiden for Lyon, 76 for 2.
Just been reminded by the Notts vice chairman who's wandered past me that Notts were made to follow on back in April at Taunton, and then this pair put 392 on together unbroken over the course of the last 2 days down at Taunton. Very different circumstances here, of course. Different bowlers as well, with the class of Anderson and Lyon on display. What are we going to do out there? We're going to call it off for a moment at least. Anyway, they're going to head back 76 for 2. I think there might even be a spot or two of rain falling. Maybe I'm imagining that, maybe not. It's very dark, but I just thought I saw 1 or 2 spots of rain. But that might not actually be happening, but either way they're going to come off with Young on 10, Clark on 4. 16 overs remain in the day, which is a lot of cricket to lose, but Lancashire don't think they'd have too many complaints about the position they're in. They've achieved their primary goal this morning, which Keaton Jennings was to get to 350. Then he declared wanting to get Nottinghamshire wickets, and he's got 12 of them.
Yeah. I mean, that's as far as a day goes for Keaton Jennings. That's pretty decent, isn't it? To have done that. The two batters there, Young and Clark, have managed to, at least at this point, get Nottinghamshire towards the back end of the day, just 2 wickets down. The umpires have taken a meter reading. Having gone off for this light, it's unlikely to improve, isn't it? But you don't know. We'll see. There's still 16 overs in theory to go, and the umpires are just calling the ground staff out as well. So maybe there is just a little bit of rain around, light rain around maybe, but there's not an urgency. Don't pushing the covers on, so it looks, if it is raining, it is very, very fine, but I don't even think it is. They're just bringing out the ground staff to have a chat, I think. But off for light we go, and off to the majority of people inside the ground as well. Maybe it's have a little look at the radar, see what the clouds are looking like. They are. Do we think anything coming?
It's been a peculiar game to officiate for the two umpires. Certainly yesterday they couldn't really have done any more to try and get any cricket on, because they were regularly out there. They were regularly consulting with the ground staff. The ground staff obviously were, as soon as it stopped raining every time, mopping up, getting the covers off, getting the ground ready, getting us as close to cricket as we could, and then we kept going through that whole process again, and then recycle it again and again and again. It was really frustrating yesterday, and I think today as well they made an early and bold call when it got gloomy, when Jimmy Anderson came back and had a couple of overs that it's too dark now, you're going to have to bring a spinner on if you want to continue. So we knew where we were. We knew we were getting to this point, and I guess without floodlights, it's a different sort of feel towards the end of the day, because at Old Trafford or Trent Bridge we'd just pop the lights on and we'd carry on, and you tend to sort of forget how gloomy it's got out there without the floodlights. But I think that's probably the right call right now. Not saying it's going to be off permanently, but looking round, you just can't see a break in the very dark overhead conditions anywhere.
You can't. No, I think that's a completely fair assessment of where we're at. And the decision by the umpires to get the covers on as well, and to get the pitch protected with the possibility of a little bit of rain falling as well. But it's gloomy, it's dark, it doesn't look remotely like it's the 2nd of July. And to their credit, they kept the players out for as long as they could. Lancashire went to spin from both ends to see if that was going to just help delay it a little longer, and maybe just find that third wicket. Nottingham should be quite content to see these covers being pushed out and for the cloud to be gathering above us, and we'll be pretty happy in the warmth of the dressing room, because if we don't get back out, then Nottinghamshire have got quite a bit of reinforcements to come on that final day. They're going to have to probably bat through the last day. The forecast is for mixed. There is a suggestion we'll get some showers potentially, and that might help their quest as well. So we shall see. Whether we get any further possible play tonight. I'm going to be joined by listeners across BBC Radio Lancashire in the next few minutes as well, so we'll be kind of rounding things up, and viewers on Lex TV might be able to have another chance to look at Anderson's magical spell this morning, because I'll be recapping all that for our radio listeners who are about to join us in the next 2 or 3 minutes. So as we wait for the potential restart of this game, which so I don't think possibility we're going to get too much more. In fact, the umpires are now just heading off. They're making their way back towards the pavilion. Little radio call towards the scorers. Ground staff have got the main pitch covers on, but that's it, nothing more than that. And there's no sign of the extra sheets being dragged out, or the covers to protect the bowler's run up, anything like that. So there's still 16 overs in theory, which we could have tonight. I think actually I'm being told that viewers on Lex TV, we're going to take a break. Hopefully we'll be back with you for some more live play. 76 for 2, trail by 151.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton, and this is Luke. We are the Giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mestoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me, making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Mestoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's not devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Certain bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of the being that was done over last year. So many people say they're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
and all the games. They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That's ball. Catch. Throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's played with what a moment. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd. It's been a really wonderful game of cricket.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
for 2, and he gets his second, and you start to think, oh, maybe this is Jimmy's day. Maybe this, okay, the scripts are being written, the story's been told where this will be Jimmy's day. He gets Will Young for 2, and then Clark, interestingly for me, is the next one to go, and he's gone looking to try and be positive, hasn't he? So he's gone driving an Anderson delivery and caught by Jennings at second slip. Maybe a little bit of a sign as to how best do we play Anderson with that Clark dismissal.
Yeah, and I think we spoke on air, didn't we, about the field placements as well, because they had a short leg in at the time and a leg slip. And because it was rearing off a length, I think Joe Clark was one of them where he thinks, if I'm going to play a shot, I have to really play this shot, and I have to sort of go fully at it and commit. Whereas the odd wicket, similar to Young, Will Young, he was a bit half committed, and that's probably what his downfall was, where Joe Clark tried the other approach, but it was probably a bit of a rash shot, really. He probably didn't really need to go after that ball. It wasn't hitting the stumps. He probably could have just allowed it to go through. I think it was his 4th delivery as well. Wasn't off the mark. So a bit of a rash approach, but when you're facing someone like Jimmy Anderson, and you're trying to battle through like that, you know, your thought process can be a little bit mixed. You know, you can have thoughts that you think, oh, did I really need to play that shot? And he probably didn't need to play that shot. He probably got back into the changing rooms and probably a little bit frustrated with himself.
And then we saw, as you mentioned just before, he found that really, really good length from that Harrod drive end of the ground where it had a little bit of extra purchase. He just got a bit of extra lift and bounce. And that was spotted quite early on, obviously, by both Anderson and Keaton Jennings. The field change, so the short square leg come in and the leg slip, which you would normally get when maybe the ball's a bit soft, you're trying to bang it in and ruffle the batter up. But this was a new ball, and it's unusual you see a field to Anderson with the ball so new, and that produced a different element to it.
Yeah, and with that field, you'd probably think, oh, he's banging it in, but Jimmy never bangs it in. He was literally just hitting his length, and it was just rearing up to sort of back of a length delivery. So it was bringing the gloves into play, it was bringing the outside edge into play and the inside edges, and that's where the square leg comes into play. But as a batsman, when you've got them close fielders in, and you know it's being targeted there, that's when a bit of doubt creeps in, and that's when your thought process needs to be really clear as a batsman. And I don't think the Nottinghamshire lads was very clear on their approach. The only one was Slater, who was absolutely excellent for Nottinghamshire.
So the next wicket to fall after Clark looking to drive it was Jack Haynes, who, with that short leg in place under the helmet behind Anderson's in the game for one that kind of came back into him, and he tried to fend it off, and the ball was caught by Bohannon under the helmet. So that kind of plan perfectly worked, and then that's in the batter's mind then, isn't it? Yeah, and as a skipper, Jennings would have been like absolutely buzzing with that, because his plans come off. Him and James Anderson, their field placement, you know, outstanding. You know, the plans worked, and like you say, the doubts in the changing rooms. Then never mind just the batters that are out there. The doubts in the changing rooms, Nottinghamshire lads would have been watching. The analysts would have been seeing what the ball's doing. He would have been trying to give some kind of feedback and approach to the batsman going in, but the doubt would have already been in their mind. But even with that length doing that, the rest of it, the ball was still moving around. Jimmy Anderson, you know, he can swing most things, Jimmy Anderson. You know, he could swing a ball that's 90 overs old, probably. He is that good. So you've got the challenge of everything else as well. So it was just fantastic to see him go about his business, and like you say, the top 6 wickets, unfortunately for them, were on the receiving end of a Jimmy Anderson masterclass. Haynes goes for one with that dismissal. Then Lyndon James gets himself tangled up with the ball that comes back into him, again with the idea that the short leg's in place, and he tries to fend it off. He takes a leading edge to Will Williams. He departs for 5, and then Anderson gets Patterson White caught brilliantly at gully off Williams for 4, and that was the spell. That was the opening 10-over spell by James Anderson. The 6 wickets: Hamid, Young, Clark, Haynes, James and Patterson White. 10 overs, 6 for 19. The most outrageous opening spell not bowled since March. First ball of the summer on the eve of his final test match, and he breezes into the ground like it's just kind of a walk in the park for him.
Yeah, and that's with athletes like, you know, the greatest of their sport, and Jimmy is the greatest swing bowler I believe that cricket's produced. To just come in and do it like that, you know, you appreciate his skill, his swing, his movement that he does with the ball, but I think you've got to just appreciate his work ethic still, because even when he wasn't bowling, you could see the help that he was giving to the younger bowlers. You could see how keen he was in the field to produce positive moments and help the team. You know, he's 42 at the end of the month. He's retiring from England. You know, if his motivation was dipping, you could understand that, but you know, all signs were showing that he still has the hunger and love for this game that he did when he was 18, 19 and he burst onto the scene.
His opening spell then was 10 overs, 6 for 19. He actually finished the innings with 16 overs, 7 for 35, having picked up the wicket of Dylan Pennington at the back end of the innings. Nottinghamshire were all out for 100 26. It was a mammoth first innings lead for Lancashire of 227 runs. They put Nottinghamshire straight back into bat. So Notts following on in their second innings. They've lost 2 wickets so far. Both openers are gone. Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater, both off the bowling of Nathan Lyon. And they still trail by 151 runs at 76 for 2. And the good news is, we're going to have some more play, Andy, because the covers are being pushed off, the lights improved, and it looks like we're going to have a bit more play. The cheering coming from the marquee, who I think some of the guys there were enjoying a pint of Guinness with their bacon butty at 11 o'clock this morning, watching Jimmy do his magic. And to be fair, they're still going. We can just see the arrival of Keaton Jennings. He's emerged from the home dressing room. The dressing rooms here in the pavilion are square on, so they're out towards our right-hand side. But Keaton Jennings is just re-emerging, and we're going to see some of the Lancashire players come back out as well. The light, to be fair, has improved. They took a meter reading to Callan, so they know whether it's improved or not, because that's on the meter reading. It'd be interesting whether they think it's good enough to get seam on, or whether it's just spin we're going to see.
It looks like it's good enough to get seam on, to be honest. And Chris Green's warming up at the moment, so maybe they have got the word already that maybe it has to be spin. But it certainly has improved a lot, hasn't it? It did get gloomy pretty quickly as well. But Lancashire will be hoping that they can bowl seam. But as long as they're out there bowling overs and creating opportunities just to get some more wickets, Lancashire will be more than happy just to be out there bowling whatever they need to. Yeah, the 2 umpires are heading out to the middle. I'm not sure what we've got in terms of overs remaining. When we went off, we had 16 left. Whether that gets recalculated, I don't know. What I do know is that there's a lot of people left. I think they've given up the hope of potentially seeing more cricket today. So to be fair, the most of the ground now, I'm afraid, is surrounded by empty seats as people have disappeared for a bit of warmth and maybe make their way back home. But we're going to get some more cricket. The players are heading out, so the 2 not-out batters are Joe Clark and Will Young. Because Nottinghamshire trail by 151 runs, there's whatever we've got left today, and then we've got tomorrow, but we don't know what we're going to get weather-wise. There's an awful lot of work to do here for Nottinghamshire with the bat, just to try and make this game safe. Lancashire will still feel they could try and win this. Yeah, even if they get 2-3 hours of play tomorrow, Lancashire, they'll be open to still force a result, because at the moment, the way Nottinghamshire are batting, it's going to take quite a while to get them 151 runs as well. They're currently going at a 2 and over. They're not really looking to score off Nathan Lyon at all. They're just looking to survive. So Lancashire will be thinking, even though they're just taking time out the game, they're only doing it by overs and time. They're not doing it by runs. So there's a good chance that Lancashire might not even have to bat again, no matter what, really, no matter what the situation in this game. So Lancashire will be pretty happy with that. Even if they get 3 hours tomorrow, they'll be open. Yeah. They'll be open to maybe try and get them 3 or 4 down tonight, and then try and take 6 wickets tomorrow. Yeah, well, they would absolutely love to get another one tonight, wouldn't they? Try and get them 3 down tonight. That would be a real bonus for them. And this is not ideal conditions to come out and start batting, is it, neither? Well, I was just going to say, I think the next batter probably would have had his whites off and hoping to relax, but if you get one and then another one has to pad up, they really won't fancy it. They'll probably send the night watchman out as well. So that improves your chance of taking another quick wicket before tonight, and then the pressure's really on tomorrow. Well, it will be Chris Green. It looks like maybe we can play with spin from both ends. Green coming in and bowling. And that's worked down the ground by Clark through mid-on for a single. He moves on to 5. Will Young and Joe Clark are the 2 not-out batters. Young's faced 75 deliveries for his 10. Clark has now moved on to 4. What have we got left? Yes, but we've lost 8 overs from the day's play, haven't we? We're down to 8 overs tonight. So 7 after this one from Green, as he's in and bowls to Young, and that's off the front foot. And defender back to Chris Green, who's had a big role to play in Lancashire's T20 team, and he's playing red ball cricket. Chris Green for the first time for Lancashire. Not sure that was in the original script really, but he gets his chance to play some championship cricket.
floats one up towards Young, who plays off the front foot and defends. And there is no run gathered by Green off his own bowling, so Young's on 10 and Clark's on 5. 77 for 2. We're back out under cloudy skies at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club for the final throws of the third day. It's Green to Young. It's looping its way down the leg side and picked up cleanly by Hurst. Bells at forward short leg, finds the ball and hands it back towards Green, who sets off again past the umpire and bowls to Young. That's in the air as he goes back. What it came off, I'm not sure. It just looped away behind square on the leg side. Maybe just his thigh pad.
Yeah, don't know if he's got an inside edge there, to be honest. It went pretty slow, didn't it? Past Bell and between Jennings.
77 for 2. Final ball of the 39th over. With of the Nottinghamshire second innings are following on. In and bowls to Young, who plays off the front foot, getting forward and defending. And there's no run. It's about defending. It's about survival, really, here for Nottinghamshire to take it into tomorrow with plenty of resources to work with. At the minute, 8 wickets remaining in their second innings. 7 overs left tonight. It has been a brilliant day's cricket. Lancashire have been right across Nottinghamshire in this county championship fixture. And the home side looking to try and see if they can conjure up one more wicket tonight. It will be spin from both ends. Line it will be, which I think is probably understandable. It was about like this when the two spinners were in tandem, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was exactly like this. It was pretty tough as well for the Nottinghamshire lads. Like you say, they're just all about survival at the moment, and sometimes you can kind of back yourself into a bit of a relaxed hole and sort of back yourself into a wicket at times when you go too negative. So even though they'll be looking to survive, they'll still just want to keep ticking over the scoreboard, not get stuck at ends. As the Lion's going to come round the wicket straight away to Clark. Oh, he just pushes hard at one. He just teases a caught and ball chance to Nathan Lyon. He's got 3 men around the bat. Slip, leg slip, short leg. And he's just got the 2 fielders, as we so often see for Nathan Lyon on the offside. He's got Chris Green floating at like a long on. Clark just comes down the track a little bit and then pushes off his back foot, tucks it away into the leg side for a single.
We did for a moment have this, for a couple of overs, say that, this lovely moment where we had Nathan Lyon bowling from one end and Jimmy Anderson from the other. So we're witnessing 2 guys that between them have got 1,230 Test match wickets, which was
it's not a bad effort.
Pretty smart, wasn't it? Yeah. In fact, Lyon with his first wicket in this second innings, reaching 800 first-class wickets in his career. So that was a little landmark for him. Well, a significant landmark for him earlier on to get to 800 first-class wickets.
Lyon round the wicket to Young. Another short leg fielder comes in. I think it's Bahanan as well now under the helmet. You've got 3 lads under the helmet on that leg side. You've got a leg slip, Jennings at square leg, and you've got George Bell at a silly mid-wicket. Lyon bowls and Young just crashes that down into the ground. Make sure he's not bringing them close fielders into play. Lyon will just be hoping for one to spit out them rough marks, catch a glove, just spoon up to one of these catchers. Zinnig bounces in, bowls just a little bit over pitched, just not allowing it to have time to spin as Young squashes that away into the offside, smothers the spin.
We've seen a little bit of turn for Lyon, with a bit of a bounce there for him, which has been quite interesting.
Yeah, if the weather holds off, he'll be really looking forward to bowling on a 4th day wicket, won't he? As he comes, bit more back of a length, just probably a little bit too short the other way. Looks a little bit frustrated. Young gets this single, keeps the strike for the next over. 79 for 2.
Yeah, last game this for Nathan Lyon for Lancashire. He's played his allotted 7 games. It's been brilliant to watch him play. It's been absolutely fascinating to watch him bowl on wickets that have not helped him.
Yeah, the way he goes about his business, like you say, to see it up close and and just how clever he is with his thought process of his angles as a spinner. When it's not spinning as a spinner, you need to create angles, don't you? You need to create a little bit of difference, and he's certainly done that across the 7 matches he's played for Lancashire.
Yeah, coming into this game as Lancashire's leading wicket taker in the county championship with 24 wickets. He's a wicket ahead of this man, who's actually coming into the attacks. We are going to see a bit of the seam, because George Balderson is replacing Chris Green. Balderson's got 23 wickets for Lancashire this season. The light has improved to that extent where we've okay to get some pace from one end, which will be Balderson. Crazy to say the light's improved at 2nd of July, but that's where we're at, isn't it, unfortunately. Didn't have a single ball bombed in the match yesterday. It was just the most miserable scene, really. The supporters all huddled under brollies with their rain macs on. And, yeah, not good. Balderson in then, and that's clipped out towards the leg side by Clark, and there is no run.
Do you reckon it crossed Keaton Jennings' thought to even ask Jimmy Anderson to warm up at 6:30 in this evening? I reckon he was a bit of a cleverer man and thought better of it.
You just got 3 in you, Jimmy, just at the back end of the day.
You've not done much today, Jim. Come on.
Just send down 3 for us. A week tomorrow be at Lord's. That's going to be some event for him, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. You know, you think back of the Alistair Cook send-off and the Stuart Broad one at the Oval, so it's probably going to be even more special. Them two are fantastic players for England as well, but Jimmy Anderson, arguably the greatest bowler ever.
Here comes Balderson. And that's just guided away off the front foot out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. 79 for 2.
The issue is it's probably not going to last 5 days, is it? So if you want a day ticket, you probably want day 3, don't you? The way they play these days, you might just have to go back to the old style and just try and drag it out for 5 days.
79 for 2. Balderson in again, just dabbed away into the offside by Will Young, and there's no run. Well, he got a lovely reception here. It's one of the wonderful things about this sport, isn't it? Where he plays here in a side with Nathan Lyon in front of a couple of thousand people at a club ground, and gets a fantastic reception for his first and potentially his last game for Lancashire. And then a week tomorrow, he'll just get the most fearsome reception, won't he? Just be the most wonderful reception as Balderson comes in to Young, who defends again. There's no run. In front of a full house at Lord's, first Test match of the summer, final game for him. You know, in the grandest of venues. And a week before that, he's taking 7 for at Southport. Brilliant, isn't it?
It is. Like you say, it's county championship to the international stage, 2 complete different venues, 2 complete different crowds. But he's had a smile on his face most of the day today.
Yeah, he has. Balderson to Young. Full of ball, just eased away out towards the leg side. Picked up at mid-wicket by Josh Bohannon. And there is no run.
Like I said, the atmosphere next week, every ball, the crowd will be behind him, won't they, more or less. Every time he gets that ball in his hand, the crowd will be roaring him on to take a wicket. It's going to be very emotional for himself and probably for a lot of cricket supporters. He's been Mr. Consistent for England for so long.
Final ball of the over. Balderson to Young, and that's played calmly back down the pitch and gathered by Balderson off his own bowling, and there's no run. So 5 overs remaining. We'll have a change in the commentary box. Callum, thank you again for today. Callum Flynn with us here on BBC Radio Lancashire, on Lancs TV as well. This is a joint commentary which you can listen to via the BBC Sport website tonight. We're right across the pictures on Lancs TV with BBC Radio Nottingham also helping to bring this commentary, and Dave Bracegirdle from Radio Nottingham will come settling alongside me for the final 5 overs of the day, and then we'll be back tomorrow from 11 o'clock, weather permitting. Well, we'll be back regardless. We'll be here whether it rains or not. But we're going to be here hoping to commentate on the fourth and final day. It will be Nathan Lyon to twirl away from the Grosvenor Road end. 79 for 2. 5 overs to go, Dave, and Young and Clark will be well, keen to get back into the pavilion as soon as they can.
I think so. This has been the quietest little session you could ever imagine, and Notts would like it to stay that way, wouldn't they? They don't want any drama here. They don't want Lancashire just to suddenly break this partnership. Then the choice, do you send in the next man, Jack Haynes, or a night watchman? As Clark pushes us into the offside, gets a run, takes Notts up to 80 for 2. The old night watchman thing, it always gives the bowling side a chance, doesn't it? Early the next morning, get a wicket, get the night watchman, and suddenly you've begun the day with a scalp and everybody's on a high. Gives everybody a lift. Really important this pair don't lose their wicket, as this ball is just played just a little gentle dab down on an angle of 45 by Will Young. That's one of his main scoring areas, that run down to third man off the pace men. Gets a lot of boundaries that way. It's very different, of course, against a spinner of Nathan Lyon's quality. Next one's just dropped down at the feet of George Bell. Certainly not going to get too many chances to run Nathan Lyon down towards third. Will Young kicks away the crease and a huge cloud of smoke blows up. Next one's played again down into the ground to George Bell. I don't think it'll be too long getting through these 5 overs.
No.
Especially with Lyon racing through his overs, and Will Young more than happy just to keep his end up and block and block a little bit more, and blocks this one. So we're 5 deliveries into Nathan Lyon's 15th over, figures of 2 for 21. Seba Mead, Ben Slater, the 2 openers. Their game is over. 80 for 2. And next one's played out on the leg side. A single from the first ball by Joe Clark, and that was it. 80 for 2. So their game is over. Of course, there is a remote possibility, I guess, that Lancashire will have to bat for a second time, but right now it looks a remote possibility.
It does, yeah, still 147 behind.
Of course, if it is a nice day tomorrow, but the forecast suggests it isn't, but if it is a nice day, then the odds of Nottinghamshire being able to go out there, and if they need to adjust their over rate, certainly increase somewhat.
Yeah, the forecast for tomorrow is sunshine and showers. It's that lovely...
Is it getting better?
Well, not particularly, but it's one of those where you put... obviously not quite sure. You might get a shower, you might avoid it. It's kind of like...
Oh, it was looking wipeout this morning.
Well, it's
when,
not looking wipeout at the minute, but not looking great neither. Here's Balderson, starts his second over, left by Clark, through to Hurst, no run.
I was just going to say there's a line of 4 helmets behind Matty Hurst, but he's just taken his cap off and selected one of them. He's just going to stand up to the stumps to George Balderson. He's enjoying himself, Matty Hurst.
He's had a pretty good view today, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Of Jimmy Anderson's work. Balderson, that's turned away by Clark, out towards mid-wicket, just jogs through for 1. 81 for 2. Clark moves on to 8. And Nathan Lyon fields for Lancashire. There's plenty of empty seats around the ground today, but don't let that fool you into thinking that people weren't here to witness what Anderson did. We've had over 1,500 inside the ground today, but as soon as they went off a bad light, to be honest, it didn't look like we'd come back out.
It didn't, no.
They And soon disappeared for something a bit warmer, or somewhere a bit warmer. Balderson to Young, that's left. Taken by Hurst, and there's no run.
No, those that are in the official car park here as well, there's only sort of one main way in and out, so they wanted to take their leave as soon as they could. There's plenty here that I certainly hope they're not driving this evening. Might need a wheelbarrow to get one or two of them home.
That's right. Balderson to Young defends, and there's no run. It was a bacon butty and a pint of Guinness for most people this morning. Why not? They had a good day.
Well, that's it, isn't it? You know, everybody gets something different out of a day at the cricket. You know, you might be an autograph collector, a youngster, or even an adult, because there's plenty of adult autograph collectors. You might have come along to get a prize signature. You might have come along just to get some nice photographs. You might have come along just to have a nice day in the fresh air.
Balderson to Young, going back and defending.
Catching up with family and friends is another one, of course. People coming from opposite directions to meet for a day at the cricket and enjoy themselves. And of course, there's all these people. Some have been guests, and some have brought guests into the hospitality area. And of course, that's a great fundraiser, both for the local club and I presume for Lancashire County Cricket Club as well.
There's George Balderson in balls to Young, who's off the back foot again, just helps the ball safely away into the offside. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. 3 left. 81 for 2 Nottinghamshire. Second innings following on, trailed by 146. We've been having some fun actually with our mates in the tent next to us, because there's been a couple of stewards keeping an eye on who's coming in and who's coming out. Unless you have a wristband, it doesn't really matter who you are. And we've had vice presidents of the club who have been turned away because they've not had the wristband.
Don't you know who I am?
Bumble blagged a couple of wristbands yesterday, didn't
he did. Crikey, I look cold on the old live stream there, don't I? I've got, it has to be said, I've got a Nottinghamshire sweater on.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. What is this hat, by the way? What's this?
Oh, it's a warm one. What are we going to do?
What is it? What club is it from?
It's a Miami Dolphins one.
Oh, okay. Right. Very nice. Lovely shade of kind of turquoise.
I had an orange one on yesterday.
That was bold. That was a bold look from you. But I like it. George, the photographer, said a different coloured hat on every day.
Yes, he likes a bold look.
He does. I think today's a pink hat. Yesterday was a yellow one. And the first day, he had a Lancashire hat on.
Yes, and they're all fairly vibrant, aren't they?
Yeah. Lyon's being replaced.
Yeah, we've got Luke Wells on. So here he is. Another big tall man, and he starts with a full toss, which is punched into the offside by Joe Clark. He'll feel he's missed out there, and in truth he has. He's drilled it straight to cover. Tom Bailey doing the fielding. Shouldn't have had the opportunity, really. Yard either side, and Clark would have had a boundary. There's Luke Wells. Bowls again, and driven once more into the offside to Bailey. Comes out the back of the hand, doesn't it, with Luke Wells. 81 for 2. Looks to be pushing the ball through fairly quickly here. He comes again, and Clark eases it for the 3rd delivery in a row, out as far as Tom Bailey. Maximum of 15 legal deliveries left in the day. Nottinghamshire 81 for 2. They started off by getting a wicket in the first over of the day. This is pushed to mid-off. It's that of Nathan Lyon. Given out LBW against Lyndon James, who finished with 4 for 61. Jimmy Anderson came out to a great roar, great ovation from the crowd, and there was a leg by whilst he was at the crease. Brought Keaton Jennings on to strike as Clark this time manages to bypass Bailey and sweep her over on the far side. Tidies up George Balderson, so a single. That'll be 82 for 2. Keaton Jennings got a boundary right at the end of the opening over of the day, which took Lancashire to their third batting point, and at that point Keaton Jennings declared 353 for 9. He was 187 not out. And again the ball pushed in Bailey's direction, end of the over, 82 for 2. And from then on until lunch it was a Jimmy Anderson masterclass, 10 overs, 6 for 19. He got wickets in 6 consecutive overs from his end. And it very much looked as if, well, nothing is going to stop him getting all 10 here. Eventually, just before the lunch break, Lancashire brought him off for a well-deserved break. He came back out after lunch, got a 7th wicket, but by then Tom Bailey had picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls, so that was the end of the, I wouldn't necessarily say the Anderson dream, but it was something we were all wondering, would we be witness to something really special? But Bailey got 2 wickets, then the 7th wicket, then of Liam Patterson-White, gave Anderson figures in the end of 7 for 35, and the last one to go was Dane Patterson, who hit 2 monster 6s, one into the tennis courts at this end, one into the gardens at the other end. He got 19, leaving Ben Slater to carry his bat for 64 not out. Notts were 126 all out and has to follow on.
And Nathan Lyon, who has picked up the 2 wickets so far in this Nottinghamshire innings, following on, does return, but from the other end. And it's left, taken by Hurst, with Joe Clark on strike. 82 for 2. The penultimate over of the day.
Different field. He's got nobody behind square on the leg side saving 1, apart from the man right out in the deep.
Comes Lyon, bowls. Going back, Clark, and defending. Ball spinning back in towards him, and ball bounces back off his pad, back along the pitch, no run.
Beg your pardon, when we can see on the monitor there is a backward short leg in there. It's as if it's at slip from our angle. But it's the other side.
Lyon, Clark forward and defends, just dabs the ball away into the onside, no run. Yeah, as Clark's batting here with Lyon bowling, we're commentating from in front of the tennis club. We're at we're at third man, aren't we? Almost backward point, really.
Yeah, deep backward point. Yeah.
But we've got the monitor, thanks to Lax TV, so we can try and work out what's going on. Lyon in and bowls. Clark looking to be a little bit forceful there, looking to drive the ball away. Oh, he's going to hurry back for a couple as the throw comes in. Does run 2. Moves to 11. 84 for 2. With 2 balls left for Nathan Lyon today. And then 1 over left. I think he looks a bit chilly to me, does Nathan Lyon? He's got his collar wrapped up behind his neck and he's in and bowling. Oh, that's forward by Clark. He's jabbed the ball away. It loops down towards one of those 3 catchers on the leg side. I don't know if his bat's on that or not, but it was in front of Jennings, who went diving forward for it. And Clark played off the front foot. It looped up. Maybe a bit of bat, maybe not. Either way, didn't carry. Jennings couldn't get his fingertips under the ball. Final ball for Lyon today. And that's turned away by Clark. That's a mid-wicket. And there is no run. And Nottinghamshire are 1 over away from having 8 wickets to work with going into the final day. 84 for 2, trailing by 143.
Yeah, he's had a decent day, Nathan Lyon. He'll look to come back refreshed in the morning. Dare I say the Lion sleeps tonight. 84 for 2. Did say it.
You did.
Yeah. You know that one.
I do know that one, actually.
Very
yeah.
good.
Yeah. Which is a surprise, that, isn't it?
Yep.
Since I don't know most things you talk about.
Thank you. 1 to go. Luke Wells, formerly captain of Sussex, got a big 100. I remember down at Hove in 2017, the last match of Chris Reed's illustrious career. Captain Sussex in that match, and Chris Reed and Billy Root now with Glamorgan got 100s for Nottinghamshire. Here is Luke Wells, comes in to bowl, and this is, well, so it's turned on the leg side. It's turned about a pace and a half on the leg side, straight into the waiting hands of George Bell. Played down into the ground, of course, but Bell does well in there. He doesn't seem to flinch. Looks like the ideal short leg fielder. Next delivery is blocked. There's no run. Has he taken any in there, George Bell?
He has. Yep, he has. Yep. I think he took a couple off.
There was one today. Was there one today?
There was one today. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Taking a couple this season, I think. Off Lyon. I think he's fielded there a lot to Lyon this season.
Yeah, the one today just popped up, didn't it? But those turned off the face of the bat. They're always the tricky ones. Next one's run into the offside, no run. Sometimes they go very, very quickly, and it's just pure instinct, pure reflex, isn't it, if you're going to get them or not, if they're going to stick or not. Nearly done, folks, with Nottinghamshire 84 for 2. Final over of the day, 3 balls left as Luke Wells bowls the first of those 3, and once again Will Young, who's looking to play a marathon innings here. He certainly is very much batting in the Asiba Mead mode. He's 11 not out from 104 deliveries. Great powers of concentration. And that marathon knot with Clark down at Taunton, he batted on and on and on, the pair of them for a day and a half, putting on 392 together unbroken. Clark's share 213 not out, and Young 174 not out. 2 balls left in the day. Can he keep them out? First one is pushed into the covers. Tom Bailey fields and returns swiftly into the gloves of Matty Hurst, and we're nearly there at what time of day is it? At 7 minutes to 7 o'clock. We'll be hopefully, well, Scott said earlier, we're all being well, we'll be back here tomorrow, and hopefully we'll have some cricket to bring you as the day ends with a Luke Wells maiden. Those that left 3/4 of an hour ago or so, when they went off for bad light, by the time they get home, I don't think any of them's going to be saying, "Oh, I wish we'd stayed and seen those 8 overs. Oh, crikey, we missed that," because there's not been an awful lot happened over the last half an hour, but we have got 8 more overs in. It's advanced Nottinghamshire to 84 for 2. They still trail by 143 on what has been very definitely Lancashire's day. Despite some heroics from some of the others, you'd have to say as well. Just for the special moment, the tingly atmosphere, the real feel that every ball he bowled was going to bring a wicket, you'd have to say it's been Jimmy Anderson day.
You would, and then some, I reckon. Yeah, we'll see what role he has to play tomorrow. Anderson, after a night resting up and coming back tomorrow, still Nottinghamshire 143 runs behind before even Lancashire would have to bat again. But they do have 8 wickets remaining. It has thinned out dramatically. It's not quite the rapturous applause he received at lunch or at the end of the innings, but for those who have stayed, they will applaud Anderson off the field and back towards the dressing room. A stellar performance from Anderson. Vintage Jimmy at his very best today. Closer play on the 3rd day here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Nottinghamshire 84 for 2 in their 2nd innings. Trail Lancashire by 143 runs. We hope the weather behaves tomorrow. We'll be here regardless, with the coverage beginning just before 11 o'clock. So 143 is the deficit, and still with a bit of work to do if the weather behaves tomorrow on that final day. So we thank you for your company, and thank you for your contributions today. Dave and I will be back tomorrow. Viewers on Lancs TV. It's been a pretty memorable day, hasn't it? I hope you've enjoyed the coverage of Anderson taking 7 for. We'll join you tomorrow morning from just before 11.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
Certain bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of the being that was done over last year. So many things. They're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.